hold up our part as we encourage others to hold up their part around the planet.
So I was 14, I joined SPN Set It Up program, which is an after-school program.
Second day here at the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena, live from the iconic Aloha Tower Marketplace. Aloha friends, Clutchkey alongside Henry with you, taking you through the start of day number 2 here, and this is going to be exciting for the collegiate action side, but outside in the main room as well, lots of people showing up here for the Super Smash Brothers action as well as the Apex Legends tournament that's going on right now. So if you haven't already, come on down, watch all the action starting off today here right about now, right at the 9 o'clock hour, 10 minutes past the 9 o'clock hour here. So plenty of action here to watch. And for us, we get to watch some collegiate Valorant action right now. Starting off here in day number 2, 4 matches. We did 2 yesterday if you didn't join us. We have 2-0 records between 2 of our mainland teams with Michigan State as well as Stony Brook University. And for the University of Hawaii and Manoa and HPU, well, one of these teams has to find their first win here because both teams now 0-2. Magic number, by the way, to get to the finals is 4 wins to get there. So that is the magic number here. Otherwise, you're looking at a third-place game that, well, for Zippy's gift cards nonetheless, to say that is a pretty good matchup to play for. But anyways, we're here. We're seeing the local matchup here, HPU versus UH, here to start us off.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the double round robin structure that we've chosen here is after this set of games, the one that's happening right outside in there and the one that's happening in here, we have a guaranteed 3-0, a guaranteed 2-1, a guaranteed 1-2, and a guaranteed 0-3, which does mean that we now will know who's in first, second, third, fourth, but that is just the first round robin. We do have a second round of round robins, and like you said, 4 guarantees you into the finals. It's not necessarily the required number to get to the finals, but 4 does guarantee you a spot there. Yep. And so for one of the 2 teams that we have here, both of the home teams, this is their first step. You know, somebody is guaranteed a win at the end of this.
Yeah, Stony Brook as well as the Michigan State University, both teams right now 2-0, only needing 2 more wins. They have to go through each other right now, though.
Yes.
They are playing outside of the main room here on the main stage. University of Hawaii at Manoa taking on the Hawaii Pacific University team. And let's actually introduce the rosters here for both sides. We'll start us off here with the Hawaii Pacific University team. The home team here didn't have to travel too far to get to their placements here. But for their lineups, 5 players on this Hawaii Pacific University team. You have X Factor, Dolo Andre, Little Scooby Boo, as well as GK Baby. GK was a player that was in the All-Star Day number 1, but the player we want to feature here from this Hawaii Pacific University team is Little Scooby Boo, who did phenomenally yesterday, had a lot of good plays during their time here on stage, as well as against the Michigan State team that was playing yesterday. Little Scooby Boo, by the way, sophomore in cinematic multimedia arts, and that is a very unique one for this entire list that we saw. But CMA, very interesting major to have, and for a Hawaii Pacific University, hey, uniqueness is great. So, and that plays initiator as well. 2 initiators actually on this team between X Factor and Little Scooby Boo, so they like to play aggressively from the looks of it.
Yeah, and Scooby Boo was the only person to have locked in the Gecko from yesterday. Yes. We saw a lot of different agents slowly trickle in throughout the day from the high school part to the collegiate part. We started seeing a little bit more deadlocks. We started seeing some Astros, some fades, but we're hoping to see how the meta kind of continues on as the day changes, because they had a whole day to kind of rest up and prep and plan out new strategies for themselves. Heading into this day, even if you're down 0-2, it's still possible for you to end the day 4-2. And like we said, 4 is that magic number that guarantees you a spot in the finals. So it does start here. We're interested to see how these teams play because we have a lot of, attention. We've obviously followed the local scene quite a bit, so we have some experience with UH and with HPU. It's a matter of seeing how these 2 teams kind of play against each other.
Yeah, and it's going up against each other right now. This is more like maybe a local scrim, if anything, but it's still worth something at the end because they can get that surfboard if you go outside right now. And if you didn't see yesterday, that very pretty surfboard, mind you, from usurfboardshawaii.com. So shout out to them for that amazing surfboard lookout. But regardless, though, you're looking for a championship trophy. These 2 teams might start off their journey here, and it would be a good thing to start off day number 1 with the win as well on your record. Both teams currently 0-2. Map differentials, though, a little bit different on either end. You're looking at a day number 1 map differential for the University of Hawaii of -8, as well as HPU 0-2 with a -11 map round differential as well. So this is going to be pretty interesting to find out who breaks their curses right now as we get into the game. Let's take a look at our map selection here because it is a best of 1 the entire way through. And for maybe the map selections, I mean, it's initiator side, so for HPU and, of course, UHM as well with some new players, but Split, not new at all. I mean, we had Sunset on the board, Sunset being the newest map, but Split will be our choice.
Yeah, absolutely. Split, something that we're not too unfamiliar with. We've seen it time and time again. I think that with the strategies that we've been seeing, the 3 site map of Lotus is just not the move.
Yeah.
It adds too much variance. We've seen that already. So I think people are sticking to what's tried and true, what they've had tons of experience playing with. It's not Ascent, thank God. We might see way more Ascent later in the day anyway, so we can just start off with something fresh. I think right about now would be a wonderful time for us to introduce the UH roster, though.
Yes, indeed. Let's go ahead and go to the University of Hawaii roster now. This is technically the away team if you're thinking about it here, but the University of Hawaii team right now, you're looking at 5 players starting us off from the University of Hawaii. Amano on the peak, Kuri, Messi, Encrypto, and Ghost. Your starting lineup here for the top 5. 2 seniors on this lineup as well as 1 freshman, 1 junior, 1 sophomore all the way through, but the player we are featuring is Ghost, the senior from the Sentinel role at the very least as well. Nick Takamatsu playing here for this entire team, one of the 2 seniors on, and Ghost a very prominent one of the 3 returning members here for the University of Hawaii.
Yeah, and you can kind of hear it in the audience, a little bit of fan base going on right here, and you'd love to see it when you bring your homies in to just cheer you on, especially at a critical time like this. You know, starting up 0-2, you definitely want that hype and that momentum going into the next game, so we're going to have to see how that goes. I believe both teams are ready to head into our first map of the day. First of 4 to finish off the double round robins, and then we're going to have a little bit more after that. But, you know, I'm excited.
Yeah. So this technically ends round number 1, where all the teams have played each other once. We'll go through this again for the next 3 matches here in just a couple of moments, but teams will go ahead and run through it all as we get into the agent selection here between Hawaii Pacific University and UH Manoa. Hawaii Pacific University, the home team, so they got to ban first, which is how we landed up on split at the end. And we get to see the agent selection now for both of these teams, hovering just for the moment, but you can kind of see that really for Hawaii Pacific, like we said, 2 initiators on the starting lineup. That's probably where they're going here.
Yeah, and it kind of really varies the duelist that you choose to do onto the site, because there's a lot of different strategies that you can come up with. One of the main things that we like to talk about is that mid area and how it segues into A or B very beautifully. And there's not a lot of, let's say, obstacles heading into your way. Yes, Vents requires you to go up and down, but other than that, it's a very linear pathway. There's not really many corners or anything to check like that. So you could opt for the Jet to kind of have that fast mobility and bring the cloud bursts in so you can go in pretty quickly. Or you can have some damage projectiles from somebody like Raze that allows you to kind of just buy a bunch of space so you can push forward. Or Phoenix Flashes just to check the corners on, for example, B site when you're entering into that garage area. So there's a lot of variance on what the duelists will be, and I hope to see a little bit of change up between the 2 teams.
Yeah, Hawaii Pacific taking a little bit of their time, making sure that they get the right picks, and meanwhile, University of Hawaii locking in pretty much all at the same time here.
Oh, wow.
And almost getting something similar. You have this guy, you have the Omen on either side, the Cypher here on split, very well prominent. We all know that.
Yes.
At the very least with the trap wires. But for split, at the very least, hey, got some mirror matchups. We'll talk about the other matchups here in a little while, as the Hawaii Esports Invitational is proudly presented by Zippies. And if you feel yourself getting hungry, make your next stop Zippies. Their app has a ton of promotions and ways for you to earn rewards and prizes. There were a lot of people outside of the Zippies table as well, so go check them out. Zippies is also a restaurant on the cutting edge of tech, and as part of that process is always looking to expand their team. Check out zippies.com/careers for more details. As we get set into split now between these 2 teams, and well, it'll be the local matchup, like we keep saying, the local matchup between Hawaii Pacific University and University of Hawaii. So it'll be the bragging rights match, if you will, for who's the best, team on 60 ping.
I was
in the
just
islands.
about to say that, you know. You can look them in the eye for the entire, collegiate year and just be like, we did beat you this one time for the invitational here. Yeah. So.
Well, they got to go through them twice.
They do have to go through them twice, so maybe not the 1-1 record, hopefully. Maybe some.
If we get the 1-1 and they're not playing each other again, we might have to schedule, some kind of special match.
A tiebreaker,
break the tie, if you will. And I see
the All-Stars
director Jordan over there nodding his head. Yes, we're going to do that. If it lands up being a 1-1, but they don't play each other in the end. So, best team on the island challenge, or battle for the rock, I guess you could say it is. We're going into split here in a couple of moments. Again, Stony Brook and Michigan State playing outside in the main lobby right now, just awaiting their trial, essentially, because that's going to really give us an indication as to who's going to land up as the number 1 seed and maybe even the first one in, because a 2-1 and a 3-0 record, very different from each other, especially concerning first spots, and then essentially who gets to pick first going into the next band pick phase when we get there in the best of 3. So we'll give you updates as we go along there. But in the meanwhile, Sharks and UHM underway. Flash is already out and about. With the guiding light, nothing doing up on top of tower so far. It's an aggressive push, but no opening picks within the first 10 seconds here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about the ability to use, you know, the utility that you have to push onto site as fast as possible. On the peak, basically made it all the way up to Raptors within the first second of the round, and that's very critical because now it buys so much space for the rest of the team to just walk in from main. But they do have to keep in mind that they got to back up their duelist, otherwise he's just going to fall, and now 4v5 is the situation, but Spike is ready to be planted. And Crypto smoking at an unfortunate time, but makes the most of it. Finishes up Andre with a not as great peaking time. We've seen a bunch of those ourselves, and now 3v3, not the identical matchups. The Viper and the Breach being the difference between these two compositions.
Yeah, 3v3 scenario here. We'll find out if they can defend this Spike here for UHM, which they do easily, and Crypto gets 3 on the board to start us off, and University of Hawaii Amanoa starts us off on the right foot, 1-0 to start their day. In Crypto, well, 3 kills already for the returning player here.
Yeah, and that goes without mention that there was a lot of setup from the whole team. You could see that Curice did flash 2 people, and he had the bird's eye view from heaven, which made it a very easy capitalization to finish off the round. And yeah, this is something that we got to keep in mind because both teams do have the raise factor going into this, and depending on which half we are playing, you do have to keep in mind the potential of just rampaging onto the site. What is your follow-up plan then? Are you going to stop them in their tracks? Are you going to continue to hold them back before they get to plant the spike? Or are you going to be playing for retake? Because these things come very important a lot sooner than you think.
Let's see if they can take this over to start us off here for HPU. They are on the bonus round for the University of Hawaii, so just they don't have to push aggressively, I guess you could say, because all they need to do is take care of stuff. HPU is probably needing to be a little bit more aggressive with their gun choices, so, or well, with the lack of gun choice, I should say, with the economy that they had. So only 40 seconds have gone by, but it feels like it's been forever because this is a slow round for economy here.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting if you think about it because we have seen the teams on the back foot win off even though that they're full pistols, but it has worked out for a bunch of people. And as we say that, on the peak already double satcheling onto site, trying to TP in, finally gets one with the Spectre. Dolo caught smoking, and now a plant is in tow here. UH going to get their second plant of the day. We've very rarely seen plants at the beginning of the halves, but it does work out for them. On the now, checking to see if he can find anybody, but Messi's got his back. Little Scooby-Boo with a cheeky little angle, gets snuffed out immediately. GK Baby, the last one standing, but again, not the utility or the artillery you have in mind. And so, with 4 members left alive, a pretty good bonus heading in for UH Esports here.
Very good round for them to give themselves a little bit more of a cushion, and now 4 members can bonus out for their round as well. So very nice job by them. Yesterday, I know we saw the 1v1 scenario in a second round, and that made the economy just go boom.
Yes.
On the side that, what you would think would bonus that round. Unfortunately, though, Sharks are off to the 0-2 start, needing to buy up basically rifles, and the only problem with the rest of the credits and to buy the rest of the util, you're only able to afford light shields in the process. So here we go, up mid, down with the double satchel, 2 blinds as well, and this is going to be on the peak, finding at least 1. Paint shells are going to go around the corner. I don't know if this breach escapes their life. Good shells. Still not going to be enough anyways to keep him, but here comes the flying Ghost is on the other end. Ghost will find a second with the Bulldog. Got the dog in him right now, 4-2 on your man advantage right now.
And you weren't really expecting it because you were so focused on the fact that the Rays on the peak just pushed up mid so quickly that you kind of forgot about Garage, and Ghost on the flank there with the Cypher, able to capitalize on that pincer movement in heaven. And now it's up to Andre to kind of save it for the team.
And we say flank, but Ghost was really just in.
He walked in through the main door.
He walked into the main door, and we're calling it a flank technically because everybody was looking down mid.
Yeah, I mean, the speed that the Rays hopped on from mid was just great. You saw the synergy with the Skybird going down, and so they had to worry about not only the agent, but also the Flash. The Flash did end up catching 2 people, And so this might just look like a strategy here where you're just going to be saving it on the side of HPU. Because remember, this was their buy round. This wasn't a save round by any means. This was a bonus here for UH. They're able to kill 4, which means they get to upgrade the weapons that they had at no cost of credits.
Nah, you'd want to see if you can get that economy score up a little bit more, right?
Yeah, the ACS, of course.
No, I mean not even the ACS. You have an econ score at the end of the game as well, right?
That's
you can go
true.
all the way up to 100. So maybe you buy maybe you keep the Bulldog a little bit longer and see if you can get up to the 9,000 mark before anything else.
Could happen.
Unless HPU decides to crush that dream right away, in which case
That's true.
Yeah,
maybe they want the Bulldog.
Yeah, maybe they want the Bulldog. Who knows? Anyways, economy-wise, not a bit of strength here for HPU, although, again, like you said on the save round, at least saves before the Phantom does buy up the full shields, keeps the light armor at the very least. Now we'll see already Boombot, all the utility out in mid. And as we say, flank here, they left the spike down A. What's the plan here? I mean, now if they die, oh boy, if they notice where that spike is, that's going to be a bit of trouble. But that bit of trouble might not come as they already get rid of the Sky at the very least. Around the corner from the top of the tower, Messi gets Andre. Oh, and look at GK falling also low. But GK still able to find the headshot on the Sheriff.
Woo. You can hear the passion in the players.
Yeah.
I think that's the best part about it, having them in close proximity, because that allows us to maybe we catch it a little bit on our mics and I think that adds to the flavor. But yeah, I mean, we saw it. Andre chose to save that weapon from the previous round. It did pay off dividends here. Trading 1 for 1 is a pretty good trade given that you are on the lower credits purchase as a team. 3v3 left on the peak. Is definitely on the peak, but is he able to beat out a Frenzy? Scooby-Boo kind of hopping around, playing devil's advocate here. GK just not in the greatest of positions. And now it's up to Scooby-Boo. Unfortunately, there's just too many angles to peak, and it's going to be a 4th round in favor of UH.
Yeah, you can see how the utility usage as well, doing very well for them. Of course, just gunplay at the moment for them working out so well.
Yes.
So for the University of Hawaii now up on a 4-0 streak. And it's going to have to be full buys here for the Sharks of HPU right now. Speaking of which, the light armor as well situation for Andre not looking all too good either. You would think that maybe you could buy up to the full armor, but guess not in this situation here, although that might not make a difference considering the rest of the team around them is full. It's just this is a big run for them.
Yeah, and you can make the argument that, yeah, you can skimp out a little bit on your utility and kind of just buy up on those heavies, but I think honestly utility is king here right now, especially with how fast-paced On the Peak is just entering onto site, and you can see it paying off a little bit here with a 3-man advantage, now down to 2 as Curry is finally able to trade out on X Factor. And Ghost already has made his way onto site, facing against Dolo. Unfortunately, Peeker's advantage not very true here. And that's going to be the Neuro Theft along with the plant here for Ghost. But he is 1v3, but he is aware of where everyone is. Is he able to pull it off here?
They're all upstairs. Can they pull off the 1v3? Double Satchel comes around just to hop up, see where anybody is. There's one. Looking for another. No, won't get it. The Sharks, on a very big round for them, actually, economy-wise, they're able to get this first point on the board, cutting the lead down to 3. So, big round for them, and for Andre, at the very least, can go up to full shields in this next buy. But big round for them, at the very least, economy-wise, because that saves them just a bit.
Yeah, even though they only had 2 members left alive, that is 2 weapons that you don't have to purchase. That's for like 5,500 credits that you're going to save. Obviously, the shields, then now you can upgrade to a heavy. We did mention 4 is the magic number. That is for games, not for rounds.
Yes.
Right? So not here.
Not here.
HPU is hoping 4 is all they get.
If 4 is all they get, this would be the most impressive turnaround I've seen.
I think so, because I think 13-4 would be the most dominant. No, actually, we had a very strong showing in our last map from yesterday.
Well, also the All-Star match. We won't mention it for the 2 players, but the All-Star match went 13-1 as well.
Yeah.
We won't say anything there anyways. But what we will say is, on the peak, with that one headshot onto X Factor, starts UH. So we'll get to see on the peak already getting themselves a kill for 1. Your scoreline right now, and they're just kind of waiting around here. It's kind of slow and steady, if you will, and this is not what I expected here from UH out of this round, but I guess they know that HPU has all rifles to play with.
It's kind of interesting because we talk about, we were almost, in a sense, praising the speed that they're playing at, but they can also play this opposite, slow it down and kind of get information. It was a good trade there. Showstopper on both sides here because 1 for 1. And now the plant is going to go down. I think the impressive thing here is that fact that even if you can get picks on the side of UH, you do have the Sky to heal you up if possible. Neural Theft is going to be used on the Sharks' side here, seeing if they can get anything. And a return Showstopper is going to catch out Ghost.
Yeah, Showstopper is there in Ghost. Blind, by the way. I don't know if you knew where that Cypher was. Almost lined up for
almost did.
But it makes it a 1v1 here between Encrypto and Lil Scooby Boo, who's got the better of it for right now. As I'm trying to see if anybody's going to peek. I don't know if they went for half at the very least, and the headshot from Lil Scooby Boo scores HPU a second round in a row. Sharks got the lead down to 2.
It's always a mind game when you get to the defuse part of the spike. Are they holding down the defuse button? Are they going to half it? Are they going to commit it? Lil Scooby Boo with an excellent read on when Encrypto was going to peek that. And as a result, that is going to net them a second round in a row. Of course, these rounds are not cheap. There have been many casualties on both sides, and as a result, even though HPU has won their second round in a row, you would think the credits are looking good. But if you look across the board, this is almost the do-or-die round for both sides here in terms of credits, just because of how many people have fallen on each side by the end of the round. And we're seeing the same strategy here. Skybird going to be used to check up onto that mid, leaning towards B. What else are they going to do here on the side of UH? What else are they going to be doing with that mid area?
Well, they found a lot of success down mid. That's what we've seen so far, except as of late, HPU's been able to sniff that out, and they've realized they don't need to push mid because obviously mid has to go towards the site anyways.
Yes.
So you can split your resources there regardless. And it looks like maybe the call here is towards B from the shadows is available from Dolo. Seeing if they want to adjust here. What a blind there, by the way, on the Satchel Pack. Dolo gets his pick again before dying. That's not a bad trade-off anyways because you get the duelist entry. And now
Encrypto
gets one. Encrypto does get GK, but Encrypto does go down to X Factor, making it a more manageable 3v1. But Ghost, one of the veterans here for the University of Hawaii. Jones makes some plays happen. We'll see. One headshot for Ghost. Neural Theft at the wrong time. The Neural Theft pulls out the hat, but doesn't pull out the gun. Then HPU cuts the lead in half, down 2-1.
And that's an absolute. That was a wasted ultimate. Now you're going to be down that for the next coming rounds. How unfortunate a timing. I don't think Ghost was expecting both people to be there around the corner, hoping to just grab the spike and maybe get away with things. But we are going to have a timeout here on the side of UH. We've started seeing timeouts being used a little bit more towards the end of yesterday, and hopefully we're seeing the teams kind of utilize it more to, you know, get back together, gain their senses, make sure that the team environment is good, make sure that the vibes are okay, and making sure that the momentum is not swinging too much in the enemy's favor, because now this is the Sharks' third round in a row. We were talking about how credits on both sides were not looking hot at all. Now UH is on the back foot. They have to play from the deficit from what is possibly the first time in this map.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can bring back that deficit. Meanwhile, we want to let you guys know that the Hawaii Esports Invitational is brought to you in part by longtime partner of the Vanta League, Hawaii and Cellcom. If you're looking for the best lag-free gaming experience, definitely recommend going to their booth and asking about their bundle deal with Fi Optics Internet. With sub-60 millisecond ping to the West Coast server, Hawaii and Cellcom is your edge to guarantee you're racking up those wins in any online game. And sub-60 millisecond ping, I keep saying, man, that's a dream to have, especially with my sub going on right now. But timeout's over. We're going to get back to the game here now with UHM leading 4-3 between these two teams. We've got the director, Kevin Moon, from the University of Hawaii.
We have a fan!
Yeah, we have somebody saying so. I don't acknowledge Kevin over there because he doesn't cheer for the 49ers.
No, he denied
right
me too much yesterday.
Yeah. No, not even that. He's not even cheering for the 49ers today, so we're just not going to acknowledge his
we're going to bring that here?
Yes, we are. Oh, we're absolutely in this game, yes, we absolutely are.
Well, both teams playing it slow now after the timeout. Kind of what you expect, because both teams had a minute to talk extra strategy.
And you have no idea what they're going to bring out.
And you have no idea what they're going to bring out, absolutely. This guy is literally named X Factor, you know?
Well, X Factor down in Vents right now, and they do have a little bit of an idea. Trailblazer is going to be pulled out from the sky at the very least, though, and that Trailblazer does get some info into Vents, so now X Factor has to drop out for the moment. You have Andre on a very nice spy cam up tower at the very least, and also gets a spot on that A main to see if anything goes as well. So that's a really nice camera to have for you. And 50 seconds on the clock. Now playing slow. You have that Viper wall giving you not so much information.
Oh.
Messi through the wall is able to find Andre. Messi finds another and another one onto Lil Scooby-Boo and X Factor. You lose one in the process, yes, but 3 for 1. Hey, not a bad trade at all.
Not a bad trade, and against all odds, too. They had the camera, but the Viper wall just blocked the field of vision, and you didn't have, information on that B main, or on that A main, I should say, up in Rafters. And now it's going to be a spike planted in B once again, but Dolo with the headshot here. And now 2v3 numbers are a little bit closer. GK finds his opposite number. Raze has fallen, and Dolo with the
corner shot.
Wow.
Around the corner shot, 1v2 situation, and GK gets the final headshot. And that timeout for nothing, I guess you could say. University of Hawaii slips away 4. HPU gets 4 back.
Beautiful dissection of where the UH members were going to be on the site, making sure that they not only walked in together, but that they covered each other's angles, and they played just the little peaks very, very well. But I believe this is now the optional buyout round for UH. They had their save round last round. This is going to be their buyout round. And they're trying as best as possible to salvage the situation because, like you said, they started with a 4-0 lead. The score is now 4-4 heading into round number 9.
Yeah, and we said something about the economy being full. Now look at where the economy is after 4 straight losses here in their round. So the economy score, well, it's not going to be 100 anymore, I can tell you that much. Find out here after the game, maybe some stats to find out. For HPU, though, 4 straight rounds. That's a lot of momentum heading into the Sharks, bringing it all the way back to a tie. A fresh game. It's a 1st to 9 now in this case.
Thank you.
Trailblazer going out.
Thank you for the math.
Yeah, I can do some simple math at the very least. GK is able to find one. GK finds 2 up in the tower before Encrypto finally notices and gets the kill on a stinger. But it might be too little, too late. Andre does go down, though. Kuti gets the Guardian game around, and we've seen a lot of Guardians as of late, and that's what happens in this meta, apparently. The 3v2 scenario, as they start trying to plant down on A, Kuti will get it, so it's the retake time in a 3v2.
Oh my goodness, excellent usage of that ability there by Scooby-Boo. Checks it beautifully in time. And now Curie left to defend all by his lonesome. Is it going to work out? The blind, terrible timing. They lined up. Not able to get the 3rd one, and Dolo is going to close it out for a 5th in a row for the team on the side of the Sharks. Looking for the spike. Finally found it. Don't worry. You got plenty of time.
There's plenty of time. You can probably put down a smoke or 2 if you really want to.
Yeah.
But do you want to waste the credits in this case? I mean, you've won 5 straight
the smoke
now,
is free.
That's true.
After 40-something seconds, yeah.
So, okay. Well, anyways. Dolo comes out being the last one alive, so 5v4 situation now for the scoreboard. And, wow, I mean, what a turnaround here for HPU. It was 4-0. It looked a little worse for wear, if you will, for the Sharks, but then they somehow bring it back. Not even needing a timeout, by the way, before that 4-0. Hasn't used theirs yet for the half. And now, full buyout round. This becomes an oh-so-important round, really, for both teams.
And we did mention it at the beginning, right? We knew UH was going to be aggressive. Are you going to sniffle them before they enter onto site? Are you going to go for the retake? You can see that even though HPU have won 5 in a row, UH has actually planted bombs in 4 of those wins. So they are still pushing pedal to the metal. They are playing slow to get picks if they need to. But HPU have just been playing the retake very, very well. That might be something for UH to keep in mind as we head into this 10th round. We can hear the players going a little bit hectic here as on the peak, already very aggressive, forcing the peak out. It is traded 1 for 1, though, on Dolo's end. And Dolo, we've been seeing his name time and time again in these recent rounds.
So you toss up the paint shells, just a little bit of a softball toss, if you will, and then it just forces out the peak anyways. So either way, you're looking right down the barrel of a gun, or you're looking down the explosiveness of the paint shells. Messi around the corner with a great crosshair placement onto GK. And now it makes it a 3v3 scenario with Dolo getting the mirror kill onto Encrypto. So Seekers are also going to come out, but that's such bad timing.
Good satchel.
Good satchel at the same time on the peak. And Kuti both getting their kills and makes it a 3v1. Dolo will use from the shadows, seeing where they want to go with this. And they will get the plan down onto A, but this Omen is in a better position than you think. But they are aware of it, and on the peak is able to get Dolo down. UHM scores a point back. We're tied at 5.
Keeping it close, and that's what a great way to start the day off when you know the competition is already fierce. Everybody is at everybody's throats here, trying to earn their first map win, right? Both teams on the stage right now are 0-2 in terms of standing, so this was a huge momentum swing for whoever gets this W here, and I think both teams understand that, and they're trying to their very damnedest to kind of get it. It does go without saying that these rounds are still very casualty heavy, and so even though the wins are going back and forth, that's the worst case situation for the credits, because not only are you exchanging wins, you're also losing a lot of people in the process.
You're losing a lot of people in the process. But for UHM, can't lose a lot more points in general, especially if, I mean, one of these teams wins eight more in a row. You got a headline yet again for day number 2. Yes. So we're not gonna specify that because the high school was a lot of 13-5s, but in the process, 1 minute and 10 seconds left. You're playing a little bit slower. UH knows that these next 2 rounds become so important, especially economy-wise, because both teams are full buy, and if you don't win this round, at least for UH's side, well, you're going into that round 12 pretty much down. Ghost does get the headshot onto Dolo, though, and that's a big kill because Dolo was one of the big threats to this team from HPU. So it's a 5v3 scenario now, and the attacking side has a lot more advantage. So where do they go? It looks like Sewers is a call all the way down to A.
Yeah, Dolo was a huge benefactor of that momentum swing that we saw during the middle of this session here. And UH, they've got their pick, and the nice thing is if you take damage during the pick, you can just get healed up by the sky. Ghost, will, however, had a clean kill, like the headshot you mentioned earlier. And now it's a matter of what they can do with this information. Is Frenzy going to take the better of it? No, Messi almost losing, though, at critical health bars here. But the spike is going to be planted 5v2 in favor of UH Esports. Scooby-Boo, one of the last remaining members here, still alive, going to be opting in for the blind. Doesn't get too much information.
Doesn't get any information for right now. Around the corner, Guiding Light will go, but it's not going to matter anyways. Ghost lines them up around the corner for 2. And UHM 6-5 guarantees themselves at least a tie for the half, but you know they want to go for a little bit more as you take a look at the economy now. Some people in shambles already, but it's a full buyout round. Andre, not enough to buy the full utility unless he got some help, at least for the time being, does so. But it's a full buy round. Either side is going to take their economy the way they want, and it's going to be full rifles. However, when you look at the scoreline here, it's been kind of back and forth. One team's won 4, then 5.
Oh, yeah.
2. So, hey, HPU breaking the streak here would be pretty good for themselves, especially going 6-6 at the half.
I think given the scoreline, the kill distribution is pretty even, and that's something that you really like to see from collegiate teams, is because every team member is pulling their own weight, not just in offering, spacing, not just in offering utility, but also being able to trade 1-for-1s or taking down opposite members. So I think this is something very, very valuable here. And UH deciding to play slow in this last round, it does add variability. It does keep HPU on their toes. And I think that is where you want to put them here, because 6-6 and 7-5 are extremely different scorelines heading into the second half.
Yeah, especially if HPU, if 7-5 were the case and HPU wins the first 2 rounds of the pistol and the bonus, at the very least that still lines you up at the tie. So it's not a deficit either, which would be very, very good for one of these teams. And especially for UH, if you can go 7-5, and even if you lose the next 2 rounds, hey, you're still able to full buy, you're still able to get to that 7-7 mark and still possibly get a win. Andre opting for a little bit of a different camera. This one's placed only for A main, so you get little information going towers if there's a smoke there. Regardless, from the shadows being used, you might as well use it. There's 6 ultimates on the board left in this first half.
My God.
You can't carry those ultimates with you to the next half anyways. So Showstopper is going to be brought out. I don't know if On the Peak is going to find anything here unless he plays very aggressively. Doesn't have another pack to work with. So has to fire one around the corner. Nobody's there. Nobody's home. Viper's Pit is going to be brought out, and this is where the Viper comes into play. The uniqueness of the Viper here in this lineup. Make sure that this retake becomes so much harder. Here for HPU, Trailblazer cuts out, but they shoot the Trailblazer right away. Out the corner of the shots, they almost get Messi
the blind
down.
Fire,
The blind fire almost gets him. Little Scooby-Boo's able to get Cootie inside. There's a Showstopper. GK is able to find Ghost in the meanwhile. It's trade after trade. You do have a Cypher Neuro Theft left to go, but may not be necessary, although, yes, you do get one. It's a 2v1 scenario. They're going to start to go ahead and defuse. Neuro Theft sees Crypto up in heaven for right now.
He doesn't
Trying
know!
to blind fire, but he doesn't know. It won't matter anyways. Dolo cleans it up, and we are tied at 6 at the half.
So many ultimates used to prevent the retake. The Viper's Pit blocks out the heaven perspective, but also you can't really go there from screens, and they were able to just walk in as a unit, double, triple peeking. Taking down the Viper was the most critical part, and I guess some miscommunication or misestimation on where that spike was being planted, because those bullets shot by Encrypto were so close to landing onto Andre.
Just like giving him a haircut, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like haircut, buzz cut on the side, I guess, over the shoulders. So yeah, I mean the bullets were missing just a little bit, but at the same time, let's not take away anything there. Andre with a huge information from that shell that even if it was one person at the end of the half, that still gives you so much information to give you some kind of help to make sure that Encrypto didn't have any business upstairs. And now they're going to have themselves a little bit of a different situation on the defending side. They're going to go ahead and smoke off main here. What they're going to do is go ahead and flash, making sure that there's nobody there, and GK can't do anything about it. Has to sit in the corner, really, and only throwing paint shells at the very best. Now they're just going to go around the corner one more time. X Factor waiting right there with the guiding light of their own, but they're just going to say smoke and we leave.
Yeah, they saw him walking behind that little box over there, and so it's very easy. It's almost like you're cornering one of the players, and as a result, UH is going to start with a numbers advantage here. The round, however, isn't over. There's still a minute left to plant the spike. But variance here as HPU playing a little bit further up. They do have mid control now. Encrypto with a cheeky corner pick is going to get capitalized on now. 3v3 to round out that fight. Ghost able to catch out Scooby-Boo, who avenged his fallen brethren earlier. And Ghost is getting so much information here. Now even knows where the spike is. And it's going to be a pincer move here, 1v3.
Oh, no. Those fires kind of give away the information that you're downstairs already. And that spike is carried up. Tries to tap for a little while, seeing if anybody gets pulled out of it. But it's a classic versus Frenzy Ghost. I mean, this is, I guess you could say gun disadvantage. And just
Ghost
like that,
with the Ghost.
Ghost with the Ghost is able to find the headshot there. And UH starts it off yet again, winning the pistol round. They're up 7-6 now, going into the bonus.
And yeah, we have interesting score lines actually for both here, because I believe it was 8-4 on the half in favor of Michigan outside. So both score lines pretty close, I would say, in terms of where we're going.
Yeah, and both games, by the way, on splits.
Oh, seriously?
This is the first time that this is the first time in the weekend that both games go to the same map here
at the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah.
So yes, 8-4, essentially pretty much level to us right now.
Yeah, just a couple rounds off.
Yeah, so it is 8-4 in favor of the Spartans of Michigan State. We'll see them later on here inside of the main stage. They are 2-0 right now. Again, Stony Brook and Michigan State fighting outside for that lead, I guess you could say, in the double round robin, and to be only one win away, essentially, from making the finals to see if they can figure out the shipping to take home a surfboard. And so for this game, however, first one team trying to look for their first win. Kuti with the Guardian is able to find two. No headshots required, mind you. All body shots there.
Yes.
All body shots brought to you by the Guardian. Now 55 seconds left to go. HPU trying to find something up mid, but trying to force something up mid, down two, that's a little tricky.
It's a little difficult, and we've actually been seeing this quite a bit. Whatever the pistol winning round is, they go so aggressive with their purchases. We're seeing so many Guardians. We've seen Vandals and Phantoms even too. They're just trying to push pedal to the metal, and that makes it a lot harder for the losing team of the pistol round, in this case HPU, to kind of get anything. But the cautious thing you have to keep in mind is if you're holding that Guardian or if you're holding that Vandal and you fall, you're essentially giving away so many credits over to the other team. And that's something to be worried about. On the peak is about to be checked on by 3. Does take down 2. You're pretty happy if you're Onda there. Messi does clean it up. It is 1 fallen brethren on the side of UH, which is pretty good in heading into a bonus. I believe that's actually what happened for the first half, too.
Yes, that is exactly what happened for the first half. Not able to find any more kills than 1, and I don't remember if it was the same person too that fell. Either way,
that'd be kind of funny.
That'd be kind of funny if it was. But
I hope UH is telling Onda to stop inting after the second round.
Well, oh man, I mean, we might have to figure out a way to talk to them after the game, saying, hey, on a bonus round, you might want to chill just a little bit. But for UH, anyways, up 8-6, full buy round coming out. Oh, this is going to be a tricky situation. Boombots everything here. But the better of it starts off in a crypto.
The
although
paint
the
shells.
paint shells get 2. And it's going to find on the peak the man advantage. Might have hurt us during that entire time.
Absolutely right. And because he got 2 kills with the paint shells, but just 2 kills in general, he does now have a refresh on that ability. So has the extra utility if needed and the numbers advantage on top of that. Unfortunately, though, Sky is the person that has taken damage in that fight and can't heal yourself in this situation.
Yeah.
So
you're not a Sage, unfortunately.
Not the best,
not a Sage situation. You can hear yourself, although it would only be for 30 regardless.
It's not a much.
It's not a lot. I guess they toned down the self-healing, but I don't know why. I mean, you can heal anybody else. I guess they want people to be less.
The battle
greedy.
sages were too strong.
Battle sages were too strong. I mean, 8-6 here around the corner. 40 seconds left to go. HPU down a man here. They're attacking side at the very least. You do have the Omen. You do have 2 initiators, so not a bad thing here. So you're missing a duelist, sure. To have 2 initiators at the very least, not a bad idea. Although the paint shell's on the piece, gonna almost get another one with it. Finds a 3rd kill, looking for a 4K, but Messi cleans it up anyways. 3K for on the peak. UHM up the 9-6 spot.
Just when you think you have one of the members of UH cornered, there's always somebody behind you that's already. It's kind of like the meme, you know, the person with the thing pointing to his head, and then there's another person behind him also pointing to that guy. It's exactly that situation. And now, as you see, we have a timeout here on our hands. The second one of the same match. We haven't seen this before. A second timeout within the same map.
Yeah, so HPU taking their timeout here didn't use their timeout in the first half, but we'll use a timeout here in the second half. And we'll let you know Hawaii Esports Invitational brought to you in part by PC Gamers. If your old gaming rig isn't cutting it and you're looking for an upgrade, look no further than PC Gamers, the best custom PC builder in Hawaii. They say frames wins games, so make sure you're playing with the best. Visit PCGamersHawaii.com today or check out their booth outside with that Mirage table, that Mirage setup. Oh my God, I wish I could. I wish they put that in like an L-shaped form because I'm trying to redo my room. Man, that'd be so cool to have. But anyways, and a big shout out to all of the sponsors, in fact, all throughout today as well as all throughout the weekend as well, because they've been a great help, and they've been a great help in getting all the people down here, especially the 2 schools for Michigan State and Stony Brook. And hopefully in the future here for another Hawaii Sports Invitational, we get more schools to come down here as well, because, hey, who wouldn't want a game in paradise? Although with the ping situation, we're not going to talk about
I just want to point out that the first thing I saw from Stony Brook when they walked in today was literally like 3-4 bags of Zippies.
Do you see their table right now?
Yeah.
We can see their table to the
They're
left of our
basically
eyes right now.
sponsoring them at all, like just
Half
by
of-
having that much on the table.
Half of the front half of their table is all their swag. They're very nice swag with
Yes.
the bag and the shirts and all that. The back half of the table, all breakfast.
all
breakfast.
Zip, yeah.
All Zippy's breakfast. I mean, that's
I mean, can you blame them?
no. I mean, I talked to both teams, and they're like, man, we wish we had a Zippies on the mainland. I'm like, well, the closest thing you're going to get is Las Vegas, unfortunately. So if there's anything in the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas, then maybe.
I gotta say, for both these teams, that would be quite the road trip to get to that Zippies.
Well, I mean, hey, if they took the road trip to get here, although, I mean, not road trip, technically speaking, airplane trip.
Yeah.
If they took the trip here, hey, who's not to say that they won't take the trip on the other end, regardless. So let's see for both of these teams right now at the half, and really a stat I want to bring up, UH 11 of 12 planting spikes in the entire first half, so they were able to get that spike down 11 of 12 times. HPU has yet to plant a spike here in 3 rounds. In the first 3 rounds of play have yet to do it. So this is, I guess, an aggressiveness situation or just a little bit of a different situation, if you will. With the timeout now going away, and let's find out here if HPU can bring this back to themselves to maybe get their first spike plan down in this half at the very least, but the economy is saying otherwise here.
Absolutely right. And, you know, the thing is, HPU, they haven't really been spike planters because they haven't needed to plant the spike. They've been able to take down everybody without the threat of needing to force a retake here. And I think that's one of the things that HPU can be playing to their advantage. UH, though, with the 3-round lead for the time being, though, we do see some Sheriffs, kind of like the Guardians, the cheaper alternative, banking on that headshot game here. And we're going to see how it has to go. UH covering all their ends here, just in case. They do have Cypher utility scattered around, but they do take down Messi, one of the players that has been very good at flanking the flanker, so to speak. And Throwing out the satchel does give away where you are.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, GK is going to be able to take down the opposite raise.
But with a sheriff nonetheless.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's an impressive shot because you're not only getting that headshot, you're going on an incline to get it too.
That's true.
So
crosshair placement, man.
Yeah, crosshair placement is always big. So 45 seconds left to go here in the round. You got around the corner comes Cootie, makes it a 3v3 scenario. UHM having to find some kind of way to make the man advantage there. Seekers is going to be popped out already, while Cootie having this in the first 4 rounds. Very impressive. And that's going to force them all the way out, but 30 seconds left to go. You got to make a decision. They're in mid, but you got to make a decision here.
Yeah, and one of the crazy things is attacker side, especially when you're in this back end of the attacker side, it takes really long to traverse to a new site. It doesn't really give you a lot of breathing room when you enter onto a site to check your corners and stuff like that, because you do need 4 seconds to plant. And Crypto does catch out all 3 members here, tags GK.
You got to plan now. If you're going to start
doesn't matter. It's
around.
going to be 1. It's not going to be 2. But they don't know. Curry's right there, and that's going to secure a 4-round lead, 3 away for UH to secure their first map win. And if you're HPU, it's starting to look a little more dire.
Well, you got to remember now, we started this off with UH going 4-0 to start. And then all of a sudden, it flipped onto the other side of the script where HPU won 5 in a row. Now, will we see deja vu? Who the heck knows?
So
at the same time, too, though, the problem is HPU still has yet to find a way to plant the spike.
So you're telling me that we were so lazy to make a script for a whole game, we're recycling it from the first half,
and we're going to try this again in the second half. The script writer, hey, look, I'm not the script writer here.
We're the script conveyors.
Yes, we're the script conveyors.
That's pretty true. This is kind of funny.
Oh, okay, this is kind of funny. Encrypto doesn't. Once the smoke goes down, he'll know. Gets blind.
Oh, the blind does go through, though. Is he able to capitalize on anything? X-Factor not going to be phased.
Gets the kill on the concuss, mind you, as soon as he teleports away. Oh, my goodness.
Got away with murder there. Showstopper's going to claim possibly 2. No, they huddled to the corner.
But it's blinded at the same time, and Crypto's around the corner, getting another one. Crypto gets a 3rd. Looking for a little bit more, looking a little bit more bloodthirsty.
The
flank. On the flank, though, and Crypto is able to find 4 in the process. And a 4K for Encrypto. Make sure that the script writers are absolutely wrong.
Script writers be damned, but the flank wasn't even needed, and Crypto took down all 4 members in the garage by himself. Quite literally a hitman right here. Took down 1, got away with it, got concussed, took down another, got away with it. Just excellent positioning on just in and out of fights, and quite literally a 1-man army in that round. Definitely something you want to put on your portfolio as a highlight reel there.
Yeah, that'll probably get clipped later on. That'll probably be on the highlight reel. Who knows? Somebody call up Cody QT for the
This is why we featured
reel.
him.
Yeah, this is why we featured him after all. So let's see if HPU can bring this all the way back down a 5 spot here and in a very safe spot area. And you really don't want to give away anything here to HPU. And again, spike is down. That's spike down, at least in A main. So they're going to dash this away, but the rest of the members are nowhere near it. The rest of the members are all in mid. So for HPU, they're in a little bit of a tough situation. If they try to go for the spike, they're going to go into a firing range. If they try to go all the way around, well, guess what? You're probably going to have a Cypher looking down your barrel as well. I mean, this is a tough situation to have when you split up and the spike is down in the split area where you're not.
Absolutely. Spike falling is just so much information, especially when the fight has already ended, because that means UH is at the scene of the crime first.
Well, they have the guiding light out. They will get a kill, though, with that stinger to start. So that's a big one for them. No gun transfers right now because they can't really go pick it up across the way. On the peak, though, Paint Shell, Phantom. 3K for on the peak, a very quick one. And UH match point for their first win here at the Hawaii Esports Invitational.
Absolutely, and what a convincing second half for them. It's like they picked up momentum and they never let go of it. And if you're HPU, this is your do or die. Because 3 losses here would mean that 4, that guaranteed number, is no longer possible for you. That doesn't mean you're out. There are
you just need some help.
Yes, it means that it is now officially out of your hands whether you make it into the finals or not. Because there are situations where a 2-4 team is still able to make it if one team goes 6-0. GK, though, not going to let their tournament lives be in the hands of other teams for the time being. Is going to take down 1, is immediately traded, though. As it currently stands, 4v4 left over. Cabbage is going to be used to see if they can find anybody. Not anybody in the rafters per se. All shot out. UH trying to defend this to the best of their ability. Do they know that people have walked in through A main and that the plant has already been secured?
That is a first spike plant, by the way. That's the first spike plant of the entire half. Here, an HPU gets one in. So now, can HPU secure the round? Andre gets their kill, but that's traded off right away on the peak, and Ghost find theirs as well, making it a 3v2 man advantage for the University of Hawaii. Gonna find their way into the first one, and it's looking pretty good. And Crypto gets the shot through the wall. Neural Theft is there for Andre, but it will not happen otherwise. And Ghost will find the final kill, and the University of Hawaii wins 13-6 to get their first win of the weekend here in the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies. And for HPU, they find their first spike plant of the half, but it does not result to anything changing as UH would go on to win an incredible streak there at the end, a total of 8 straight rounds for them.
Yeah, and you know, it does matter when you switch halves and you're playing on the opposite side and seeing how that works out, but UH just had the better of the half and kind of understood what they have to do here, and congratulations to them. This is their first map win. Their scoreline is now 1-2. Still possible for them to end with that 4-2, but that does mean a perfect second round robin for them. We do have some stats that we want to pull up to feature one of our players on the peak who was the best rush onto anywhere you want it, anytime kind of person. You can see he had an average combat score of over 300, which is a very impressive, given that the first half was quite literally 6-6.
Yeah, it was 6-6, and now at the end, all the way through 7 straight rounds, including the 7-round win streak to end out that entire half. So really, 7 straight rather, and then 9 of the last 10 rounds. It was all the University of Hawaii at the same time. So we will take a short break. They are University of Hawaii now 1-2, HPU 0-3. Still not out of it, like you said, but but they are going to need some help if they want to make the finals the rest of the way through. We'll take a short break. When we come back, some more collegiate action. We'll get into round number 4 in the double round robin, the start of the second round of the double round robin. When we come back, you're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies.
Good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart?
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there, brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
Hawaii at Mono and the UH Esports program. Ghost, a.k.a. Nick Takamatsu, senior from the University of Hawaii, and one of the 3 returning members here from UH as well. So for you guys, as at the very least, 3 returning players, including yourself, but then 2 new players, how has it been for you guys as of late to try to adjust with each other playing on the same team?
It's been really fun. Like within like the first semester, was everyone getting to know each other, knowing each other's play styles, and just getting to know like who they are as a person. And by now, this like second half of the year is like, oh, I kind of know like all these people, both like who they are, and I know exactly like how they're gonna play and something like that. So it's like feeling really good now.
Now I know you have experience with the LAN. I know CCC, you guys had a little bit of a LAN experience, but at the same time, you guys are now playing at a LAN here, but now you see universities like Michigan State and Stony Brook here. I mean, how's it been interacting with them at a LAN in Hawaii at the very least?
It's super fun. Like I remember, like I always get excited for LANs, but I noticed that one of the biggest differences is like when traveling, because even when you're traveling, you're all like super like pepped up and like the mind is there kind of thing. I mean, I'm still pepped up right now, but like I was still like rolling out of my same bed in the morning is like it just feels like, you know, home. And then like once I start driving, like, oh yeah, there's a LAN. Like okay, like now it's getting serious. Like I'm like honing in on the drive there.
Okay, now I gotta ask here for you. Now when you travel up, obviously there's a little bit of a difference playing at a LAN over there. But now you have a LAN here and in your home state, of course, and you know the ping is a little bit of a different story as well, where it's kind of, you know, around 60 here, but on a LAN it's kind of like 20. It doesn't help knowing that you've played on this ping a lot more than they have, probably.
Probably, yeah. You know, just like getting used to the ping, the swinging and stuff. Like you can't hold angles is like it's a completely different game. It's just hard.
Okay, now I gotta know for the rest of your team here. You have, of course, like I said, not including yourself, 2 returning players and 2 new players. First of all, which one of the 2 returning players is your favorite one between them?
Oh God! Whoa! This is gonna create some rifts in the team dynamic right now.
Hey, look, I'm gonna create a storyline.
Okay, let me just say some caveats. It's like okay, Kave's my old teammate because we were on the same team, like on that exact same team, like with the Wave Riders. But yeah, so I know him really well, and he's like I got to know him. Like we hang out a lot actually outside of school and stuff like that. Chin is like super fun. He brings like huge energy to the team, and it's really like it always like peps us up and stuff like that. So I really enjoy playing with him too.
You're only saying that just because he got match MVP, right? You're
That's saying, he's pretty cracked. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, now one more out of the 2 new players on your team. Give me what you think about them and which one you like the best.
Oh God, the last question is always so hard. So Messi's insane. Messi's cracked, and dude, that dude is smart as heck. Like, you know, just like same degree comp sci and all that kind of stuff like that. He's really smart outside and in the game. Cootie is insanely improved from last semester to this semester. I'm just like watching him play in matches, but also just out of the matches, like doing stack 5s and stuff like that. He's crazy now. I was like, oh my God, is this the same guy? Like, that's crazy. So.
Who do you give the best odds to clutch between the 2?
Right now, I feel Cootie is really hot, so like I'm rooting in like for. You know,
all right. So you didn't stay on the fence completely. So I respect that at the very least. All right. Well, you guys are 1-2. Moving on to the next round of round robin. What do you guys want to see adjusted for your team at the very least to make sure that you get yourselves into the finals coming up?
I think we did pretty well for the first day, even though it was unfortunate getting 2 first losses. But I feel like there are definitely ways that we could have won both of the games, and I think we just have to make small adjustments. We're not going to like completely rewrite the whole book. It's just like we have to tweak a couple more things, and I think we can take those matches. So, yeah.
All right, well, 3 more matches left to play here today. We'll see if you guys can make it to the finals. But, Nick, thank you very much. Appreciate you, my friend.
Thanks for having me on.
We'll see you guys later in the day. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more action. Round number 4 after this in the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies.
Community media, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access, to me, gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
What we're doing is critical, it's important. We have to stay energized and motivated to do this work in our community, but understand that our real mission is to hold up our part as we encourage others to hold up their part around the planet.
So I was 14, I joined SPNN, Set It Up program, which is after school program. We created our own TV show that was put out in the public, and I went along, did that till I graduated high school. Currently, I work with Youth Prize. I'm their youth storyteller. I create all their media and content having to do with telling stories.
It seems like there's been an incessant attack on Black leaders and on Black interest. And we believe we have a right and a duty to respond.
Too often we are encouraged to think of ourselves as insignificant and as meaningless.
Getting involved in a way is telling the world no. And we need more people to say no.
People in neighborhoods can now do what only corporations could do a generation ago.
I'm here live from the mud pit.
Disability Viewpoints can cover disability issues at a little longer length, which the local news hasn't been able to do.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Conscious programming to me feels like where we want to go as human beings, where we want to feel alive.
It gives me an opportunity to talk about theater, the arts, writing, directing.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that gave me the opportunity to go out in the field and actually use the equipment and get more hands-on experience with it.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am doing what I'm doing today.
Not only did people come up to me and say, I saw you on TV talking about your organization, they asked about it.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there, brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
This station broadcasts a lot of different things.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
And I think public access allows that.
It's given me a chance that I wouldn't have had at the bigger markets or the bigger studios.
It's a powerful mechanism that actually makes people think about things. There's news shows, there's entertainment, there's dialogue, there's debate, and that's all healthy. And I think public access gives that opportunity to everyone. I think without it, we'd be less fulfilled, I think, as a community.
Technology affords collaboration that is global and local, and it's accessible. And I think our mission has to be to continue to ensure that this technology remains in the hands of as many people as possible on planet Earth.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies. We are in now round number 4, a.k.a. the second half of the round robin and the second go-around here of the round robin schedule. So we go back to where we started here, University of Hawaii taking on Michigan State outside. And inside, we've got the farthest distance matchup, I guess you could say, between these two schools. 5,002 miles separates these two schools from their main campuses here, UH HPU, to the Stony Brook, New York over there. So this is going to be the battle of distance, a.k.a. the battle to see, I guess, if you were to put these two together, not on the land and back at their home campuses, the ping would go nuts. The ping would be
would go nuts. But now there's no excuse for long-distance relationships, because if these two teams can join up together, you can join up together.
Yes.
But we did finish that first round robin, like you
Yes.
mentioned, and now we have our standings as is. On stage right now is a 2-1 team, I believe, in Stony Brook, and the 0-3 team in HPU.
Yeah, so you're looking at the standings in general here. Michigan State did beat Stony Brook there in the previous round, in round number 3. So with Michigan State defeating Stony Brook 13-7 back on split. So we saw a split twice, essentially.
Yes.
On both ends. But now we get the record standings here for Michigan State 3-0 with a round differential plus 17.
Wow.
Stony Brook on their hand 2-1 with a round differential plus 2, so over the even mark.
Very close.
UHM with a 1-2 record, round differential minus 1. So that game outside,
Wow.
super important for them right now to make or break. HPU 0-3, like we said, minimum threshold right now is 4 wins to essentially automatically
guarantee
get yourself a spot into the finals. But with 0-3, it's not impossible. You just need help, and it starts right now if they were to win against Stony Brook here to force the 2-2 record to Stony Brook, the Seawolves. Otherwise, a win for the Seawolves here gets them 3-1, and they're only one shy of basically what is that magic number at 4 wins. So let's go ahead and introduce these two teams. We'll start off with the Stony Brook University Seawolves. Again, this team from Stony Brook, New York. We got to see them a little bit yesterday, and it was a fun show to watch overall, with both of the teams going 2-0 from the mainland, from East Lansing, as well as Stony Brook University. You can see your starting lineups here for the Seawolves right now. You've got Abel, Zepho, Jord, Kaiser, and Pocket right there on your screen, although maybe not in that same order that you see on the bottom. But one of the players we do want to take a look at there is Abel. Last game against Michigan State over on the second stage, I guess you could say, 21-17-5, despite the team loss, was the team MVP overall with a good ACS score, mind you, about right in the 250 range. So 21-17-5 for Abel, the freshman, by the way, on a flex roll. So it's one of two. He is one of 2 freshmen here. No sophomores on this team, 2 juniors and 1 senior on this entire 5-man roster here. And the only senior on this team, Zepho, the chemical engineer. And really the two very interesting things about this: computer science, computer engineering for 3 of the players. The majors, on the other hand, chemical engineering for Zepho and chemistry for Pocket. So those are 2 tough.
Wow. Yeah, because we've seen a lot of comp sci, we've seen a lot of business-related ones, right? But I think the ones that are out of the normal scheme of esports kind of really show the diversity that we can offer, in terms of it doesn't matter what your major or what your aspirations are. It's always ready to, open arms in terms of esports. And now we're going to be introducing Hawaii Pacific University.
Yeah, let's go down to Hawaii Pacific University's roster right now with HPU, the home team, I guess you could say. Essentially, in this matchup, Stony Brook is quote-unquote the home team. But
the nest team.
True home team is the host here from the Hawaii Pacific University Sharks. X Factor, Dolo, Andre, Lil Scooby Boo, and GK, your starting lineup here. All 5 we saw earlier on play against the University of Hawaii. And not to say the least that they did have a good showing in their last matchup. Again, overall, against the University of Hawaii, they scored 5 straight in that half, and then scored the final round to tie it up in the half before University of Hawaii scored that 7 straight to end the entire game. But one of the players we do want to highlight was from that first half was Dolo. Dolo's doing an excellent job getting those opening picks at the same time. And for Dolo, Alexan, the junior in computer science, the controller overall, playing the Omen earlier on in that last matchup. That was a very well done for the Omen, because that's opening picks that you'd love to see, and that's opening picks that are key to winning rounds.
Yeah, and Dolo had one of the biggest movements going from that momentum swing we were talking about. 5 rounds in a row. A huge part of that was especially him leading the charge, making sure that we were stifling out any of the flanks that were happening on the side of UH. And I'm hoping to see a continued strong performance heading into this next game. I definitely feel like as the tournament goes on, the players are starting to understand their opponents a little more. That is sort of the reason why a double round robin can have varying results towards the end, because you did play 1 match against every team now.
Yes.
And now you get the chance to see what have you learned from that first round robin, and how can you apply it into these next 3 games?
And obviously for these teams as well, this is the earliest that they have been starting to play at the very least here at this tournament, because yesterday we started this in the afternoon after Castle High School won their tournament in a 2-0 fashion, 13-5, 14-12 in the finals for that Surfboard High School Championship.
Yes.
By the way, what a day for Castle yesterday, by the way. Not only did their school for the esports win the Hawaii Esports Invitational, their soccer team actually winning the OIA Division II Championship there as well. So Castle High School having a pretty good Saturday night for themselves overall. But now we get to find out which one of these teams is going to go home with the surfboard, whether it stays on Oahu or it has to get shipped out using probably a shipping service. But anyways, we'll get into the map selection right now. Best of 1 the entire way through here in the round robin style until we get to the finals. And the map we are going to is Ascent.
What did I say? I told you. Thank God we did not start with this, because we might have this for like 18,000 more times throughout the rest of the day.
Collegiate special.
Yes, of course. Collegiate special. Got a lot of the extraneous ones out of the way. You can see Sunset and Lotus, the first spans on both sides, immediately out of the equation.
The only 3-site map was out of the way.
Yes, and they don't want that variance, right? New maps or maps with 3 sites, those are the ones that can have the craziest outcomes. So we have seen them banned towards the later half of the bans, but we're starting to see them gotten rid of earlier and earlier in the ban phase.
Now, if you're looking at both of these teams, both of these are going to go into agent selection here in a little while. But if you take a look at both of these rosters, really, I mean, you're looking at it at a setup for HPU where it's double initiator, and then they're going to probably go. Most likely, we're going to see Sova out here because Sova's very predominant. And
very good.
How many TikTok clips have you seen of the Sova lineups? I mean, let's just be honest here. If you're a Valorant person, there are so many TikToks out there with the Sova. So it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. What's also guaranteed is probably going to be a Killjoy, which I absolutely love, and I'm hoping to see some lineups here and some setups, if you will, from both of these teams. KJ is already going to be locked in, I'm assuming. But the bigger thing as well, that if this is a mirror matchup, oh boy, this is going to be fun to see who gets the better of it.
I'm starting to think you only like this map because you get to see KJ on both sides. So if we have a new KJ-able map, you will no longer like Ascent.
Correct.
Oh, okay. I'll tell Riot.
Don't tell Riot.
In the meantime,
we had some friends there. Just don't.
You did mention something interesting, which was the mirror matchups. We saw it in the previously broadcasted game where there were 4 agents on both sides that were the same. The only variance was the Viper and the Breach. It is possible here that we do have an entire mirror matchup going into this game, which I think shows there's kind of a meta that has already evolved in the collegiate scene and in the professional scene around Ascent, and people are starting to figure out the optimizations of it. But you have to keep in mind, one side starts attacker, one side starts defender. It could be possible that because the meta has evolved so much that you end up 6-6 evenly, but we've talked about it. KJ can defend B-side all by her lonesome. She does not need any extra help whatsoever. So, defense typically favored here, but that wild card of mid, we saw it so much in split in the first half. UH used it very wonderfully throughout their attacker's half, and it really, I think, is going to come down to this one right here.
Yeah, so we are going to go ahead and see for the first time in this entire weekend, by the way, all 5 agents on either side match up. So it's a mirror matchup completely the entire way through. Yeah, twinsies between HPU and Stony Brook. And why not? Hey, on Ascent, again, collegiate special, pretty much everybody has their eye on this game already, on this map. So they pretty much know the standard KO, Sova, of course, double initiator is what you're going to see. And for Stony Brook, having that flex player in a 5-man situation means you can be flexible. You can have that double initiator. You can have that double sentinel, double controller setup. If you have a person that can play any single role, hey, that's going to help you out on a lot of maps, especially a map like Ascent where you could play double of anything and it really wouldn't matter. I mean, this is essentially just pick all and find a meta, and obviously with KJ being so prominent, Sova being prominent as well. KO, I think, has been prominent ever since he came out on this map.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is just one of those maps. It's a classic map. It's the starting map, the first ever map. And now we'll get to find out what these teams bring out to the table. So as we load into the game here between these two teams, want to let you guys know that a part of the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies is also brought to you in part by Twitch Hawaii. If you want to get into streaming, go and connect with over 1,000 content creators to help you get started and join them online. Join them for online and in-person events all year round. Visit meetups.twitch.tv/Hawaii or join the Discord to join the community today. And I know that Discord is very much popping right about now because about 3 months from now, there's a certain convention that will be coming around. And a lot of people in that community are vying for a spot. I know last year I know last year we were. I was there. Although after we were done here, I did the late
Yes,
night.
yes, you did. You
I
did.
went down
Yes.
to the second to the third floor, I should say, because we were up in the fourth floor in the ballrooms.
Yeah.
I was in the third. I went down to the third floor, the Kamehameha room, I believe it was. Or I'm sorry, not Kamehameha room. Excuse me, that's the Kamehameha ballrooms. Oahu room, where they had the Twitch Hawaii setup, and I was kind of streaming there just for a little while. Although it was Hi-Fi Rush, and I died like once or twice. I think on Hi-Fi Rush is just like almost impossible if you think about it for a band member to die on a rhythm game.
I know. I was
usually
gonna
not
mention,
a good thing.
You've peaked.
I don't know if you would say that's a peak.
Your days were numbered there.
I guess so. I guess I hit the ceiling somehow, some way. But anyways, in the middle of a tech pause right now. We're trying to get the teams in a couple of moments. So regardless here, we will keep you updated on the game outside. And remember, folks, this is a double round robin, and there is no semifinals going into it. It is just the double round robin. Then you have your two teams into the finals and two teams playing for the third place. Now, overall, and once again, a big shout out to our presenting sponsor, Zippy's, here, because they have been generous with their entire gift card spread. Third place will get gift cards for Zippy's, and I'm the teams that, if it's a mainland team, they'll probably use it right away. And I mean, I would assume the same thing. They'll probably take home some Zippies if you're in first or second place. They'll probably just get as
Bring
many
it on
as
the plane, bro. You know, like
I'm just saying,
take some home.
Yeah, I mean, take some home with you. Hey, if you can get that plate through TSA, oh my God, that in-flight food's just gonna get that much better. I tell you what. And you know what? It would be kind of interesting now that Zippies has heard that teams love Zippies and all that. I wonder, right? Put a Zippies inside of the airport at Daniel K. Put a Zippies inside of the airport. I'm telling you, you're gonna make bank.
Okay. I wonder if they're listening in.
If anybody can page Kevin, the VP of marketing and communication, if somebody can page Kevin to over here real quick. We have an idea for him, just slightly. Anyway, so going on, like we said, right now, Michigan State versus the University of Hawaii. We'll keep you updated on that game, as well as the standings, because if you look overall, this game right now really becomes of importance for not only HPU, for Stony Brook as well, to try to keep up with Michigan State, who they lost to 13-7 back on split earlier on in that round differential at +2. UHM is right in that neighborhood, only a -1 round differential now with that 1-2 record.
Yeah, I actually wanted to mention, because if you look at the standings, second and third are about as razor thin as it can get, right? They're only 3 rounds apart, and if you're Stony Brook, not only do you really want to win here, because then you can keep up with the upper half of the standings, but you want to win convincingly, because that round differential is super close. Not only that, you're kind of banking on UH to kind of choke a little bit out there in the main room, but it's not out of your hands. We talked about how 4 is the magic number to guarantee yourself a spot in the finals, but it's not out of your hands because you still have 3 more matches to play. The best outcome you can have for yourself is a 5-1. So Stony Brook looking for, business as usual. HPU looking for an upset and potentially their first map win in the tournament here.
Now let's see. HPU's got to get a win here to help themselves out. Otherwise, a little help is going to have to turn into a lot of help to give themselves a shot at the finals. Meanwhile, for Stony Brook, a win here propels them to 3-1 and might even give themselves a shot towards the finals in the very next game when they go into the next round of the round robin. 1 second left to go. Here we go. HPU, Stony Brook, Sharks and Seawolves. We go underway with 100 seconds on the clock. And they already go underway. What an arrow, by the way, to spot out of Silva already, and that wasn't even towards A main. It was going to throw out the flash right away just to see if they get anything back in the spawn point. Pocket's going to run up, but that flash did not last long enough as little Scooby-Boo gets one, so a little bit too aggressive for the Seawolves to start.
Yeah, very aggressive. This isn't something that you typically see on a first round, right? I mean, granted, it's the second round robin. You've played against each other one time, but I feel like pushing up all the way past A main, all the way past the fence there, and checking all the way in attacker spawn is not something that is very normal, I would say. And just by doing that, you give the numbers advantage away for free. Zepho is going to be able to even it out, though, on the opposite Killjoy. And so now, 4v4 remaining. HPU do have that mid control walking into tree. It's a matter of if Jord can stop the push here. Is it going to happen? They do spot out 1, but 1 HP left on the Omen. Not where you want to be, especially with no healer on your team.
What's the saying? One health in a dream?
One health.
One health in a dream to stay alive here. That Omen bar is like legitimately
it's not even there.
Non-existent, really. Spike gets planted down on A, and here we go. 4v4 on the retake from Stony Brook making a 4v3 as Zephyl gets the headshot on the little Scooby-Boo already. A little bit of a misfire from the nade. That's okay. Stony Brook is finding that right now. There's a little bit of a suppressed, and Andre and Dolo both finding their kills. They'll trade this out on a pistol round, and the last one standing is Kaiser on the Sova to defuse. A crazy round lands up with one left alive, but it's enough for Stony Brook to get the first point.
It is enough. The flank was stifled so quickly. You would think the Killjoy was able to get a little bit more, but, you know, one person standing is all it takes to defuse the spike. And SPU, they're going to start off with the first point to themselves here in this game number 4. And honestly, if you look at just the kill distribution off of the first point, it's a pretty even spread. I mean, granted, it's a pistol round. It's like the most likely scenario for a team ace or anything like that. But you can tell just based off of the results of that first point, both teams feel confident enough, especially HPU. They feel confident enough to buy up here to match and contest the pistol bonus.
This is a different setup here, covering with the alarm bot in mid, and then only one, at least Nanoswarm on to B site, and that's just going to be the turret covering as soon as it fires on something. So Killjoy's setup is set for 2 lanes instead of just one, which you usually see just one on the catwalk area. But anyways, there's going to be the knife that's going to suppress the KG for a little while. If they wanted to push this, now would be the time, because there's no utility that's going to go through. However, now that it's going to come back up with that suppression down, but they get rid of the turret and they get rid of the Nanoswarm at the same time. That's huge. That util's gone.
Yeah, that's one of the things that people don't really think about. The KO knife does disable all placed materials, including. So all of that KJ stuff was virtually exposed because it was suspended for a while. And that's one of Killjoy's biggest strengths, is all of the utility you can place in lanes and preventing people from entering onto B site. It's all gone. It's all offline. And now HPU, they have the option of rotating to B if they would like to, but they have that mid control, and that allows them to kind of pivot between the two sites as they wish.
Well, let's see here. The blind will go out. Let's see if they run it right on in. Abel's also suppressed at the same time, but they're not seeing Abel whatsoever. What they are seeing is Kaiser go down. Kaiser, the last one alive last round, the first one dead this round. Andre's got the kill, and the lineup is there, but Zephyl gets one back for Stony Brook. So now it's a 4v3 scenario where HPU's got to start planning a spike if they want a chance at this. In a 4v2 scenario, they will get that plan down on A yet again. So here we go, 4v2 this time instead of a 4v4 start. Here for the retake for Stony Brook. This gets a little bit more tricky as you've only got a KO and a Killjoy to work with. Not a lot of utility that KJ can use, at least on the attacking side when you think about it. And good kill from Dolo, and another one from Dolo as well. Talk about our player highlight there, and in a round, which is technically a bonus round for Stony Brook, HPU brings it back.
This is, I think, the first pistol round that was genuinely contested by a different team. They push pedal to the metal. They buy up with Spectres. They say, screw it, if we lose this round, that doesn't matter to us. They completely stop Stony Brook in their tracks, and they contest it. And now, Stony Brook, even though they won the pistol round, they are at the disadvantage in terms of the credits. And so many people stayed alive on the side of HPU. Shout out to Dolo, who got that 3K. This is now their bonus, which is not something we've said at all.
Yeah, first time, by the way, since yesterday. Castle versus Campbell High Schools did a team win a round when they were down after the pistol round. So that's big for them. Castle came back to win that third in the 14th round. And so now Dolo getting a kill on the bucket already. That's a big opening pick. And like I said, Dolo is one of those people you got to watch out for. If they get the opening pick, the door opens so wide. And Dolo is the one that keeps getting these opening picks. So now, for HPU, door opens up a little bit more, and that KJ falling oh so low. And once, folks, if that Killjoy goes down, then that means utility's down as well.
Absolutely.
No more utility anyways. Here we'll see where they want to place it. They're in tree. They place down the knife, but George gets the headshot there before anything happens. X-Factor, though, making themselves a factor in this one, and the Sharks are up on the Seawolves 2-1.
What a performance coming out from the side of the Sharks. We talked about how it's the second round robin. You've played each opponent once. You have a read of what your opponent is capable of here. HPU starting off with a strong performance here in the first half. We talked about it. They had a 5-round win streak in the last game that we broadcasted. It's very possible that they replicate that success here. And starting with a 5-round win streak this early would mean absolute crazy repercussions heading down. We're going to have to see if they can keep this momentum going. We talked about how Dolo is already a very powerful agent as is. he now has his ultimate available, and it's round 4.
I also would like to point out, I love KO lineups at the same time, too. That was thrown from tree all the way to mid to spot out, too. That's an insane knife lineup to have, especially when the Seawolves are trying to figure out where the heck to go here. So now for Stony Brook, just trying to find their way around the map. Do they want to run into this Killjoy setup? Now again, the Killjoy setup is there. There's the knife, but hits nothing. So that means utility is still up regardless. They have no idea where the util is. And the Killjoy, the best thing about what Zepho is doing, at least on the Killjoy side, changing up the looks, changing up to make sure that there is not the same looks twice in a row. We'll go with the same setup, though, with the Alarm Bot and the Nanoswarm in front of being made. But HPU knows they're kind of getting on Stony Brook's nerves here because they're playing this slow.
They are playing this slow. I think they're trying to look for picks. That's kind of what they've been doing this whole time. They've gotten the pick. They rotate up catwalk. They're playing, they're spread out. They've always been on the side of HPU, and they're trying to see if they can find anything. Scooby Boo is spotted out, tagged by the Bolt.
But it's on catwalk. They can't do anything about it.
It's on catwalk. You know they're going to be on catwalk. This is the play that they've been doing time and time again. X Factor, true to his name, is going to take down Zepho and all of the utility with it. Andre guarantees the entry onto site and rinse and repeat another A plant for the side of the Sharks.
It's A site for the 4th time straight in all 4 rounds, planning on A 3 out of 4 of those times. That 3rd round was just way too quick for them to even plan to spike down. Andre, and you can see Jord trying to cross fire. Pocket, though, in the meanwhile from Tree, able to find one. Kaiser, though, through the corner of the walls, able to find another. Makes it a more manageable 3v3. But the spike timer is starting to run out. They do get a cloudburst on to that turret, making sure that it's not available. Able from the top rope is able to make it a 2v2 now. Jets versus Jets and a Killjoy.
GK!
Oh, and GK on the flank. You gotta watch out when the KJ's on the flank as well. This KJ can go anywhere. It's 3-1 for the Sharks.
It's the flanking KJs on A main that we've seen literally like half the game already.
I am learning as we go along here. Oh, man. What a setup there. GK, though, I mean, has all the setups on B, and then all of a sudden when they're not hitting B, right, goes A instead for the flank in the meanwhile. I mean, things maybe was path through mid and then all the way just right behind him. Had no clue.
That's me right now. That bear, that's me right now. What is going on?
What's happening?
KJ util on B be damned. We're just going to get our pick. We're going to rotate to A. It's been a winning game plan. Why change what's not broken?
Yeah.
And HPU now riding their 3rd consecutive round win in a row. Stony Brook's credits are low. You can already see sheriffs in the hands of the players, making sure that nothing goes too crazy here.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking essentially for Stony Brook. Your key right now is to try to find some kind of opening pick. That's not going to help you when your Jet is down already. Andre gets the pick on the pocket to start. And it's not Dolo this time, but it's still a very big opening pick considering that's the only duelist gone. And now Stony Brook on their end can't really get anywhere quickly unless they're running under.
But Zepho!
Not watching is Zepho coming out of the, I guess you could say, the B side hole, if you will, because that's usually where the KJ stands. But comes outside of it already and is all the way in T-spawn.
The flanking Killjoys in this game
dead,
are
dead,
just insane.
Okay.
Don't take notes on that part. The first part was really good, actually. Like the headshot, it was good crosshair placement, but you can only do so much when you're down your SMGs or any type of actual ability.
Oh.
Kaiser's just found out.
GK getting 2 more down mid as well.
And the plant to go with it, so that's a little bit of bonus credits for each member on the side of Hawaii Pacific University. And we're mentioning it. Normally, what we've been seeing is that the rounds are very scrappy, that a lot of people fall, and therefore the credit economy is not good on both sides. Only Dolo fell in the previous round, which, kind of ironic because we've been talking quite a bit about him. Yeah, but he's doing what he needs to. He's 5-4-0. He's trading his ones if needed. But only dropping 1 member means you get to save up your credits. And now this is Stony Brook's opportunity to bounce back into this game. They bought out here. They have what they need to in order to succeed. It's a matter of whether they can execute it. The HPU have been kind of playing the same game plan, so it's not difficult to read for the time being. The shoe is now on your foot to force them to adapt.
Yeah, and at the same time, too, both of these teams want a win because, technically speaking, they're 0-1 on the day thus far.
True.
So, really, a win would help you out on your way up to what could very well be a final spot. Remember, we're only in round number 4. Michigan State right now, the only team that has a chance to secure their spot into the finals as they go up against the University of Hawaii. So, really, we got the storyline here, 0-1 for both of these teams right now, and outside the 1-0 teams fighting for a chance to give themselves a chance at the finals as well. So, we'll find out GK falling also low. How much health do you have, my friend? Oh, my goodness. Got the alarm bot triggered as well, and there's the Nanoswarm to help out. Abel's got that at the same time. Andre has nowhere to go. Not only setups on A, you got setups on B and A at the same time. There's going to be the no command out. That no command is nowhere to be found, at least on A site, so it's just GK being suppressed by it for right now. Where do you want to go if you're this team right now? You've got 30 seconds. A decision needs to be made now or never.
Decision has to be made, and you're going to one of the scariest parts of B site. You could see the pings on the side of HPU. Like, where are the players gathered? Where are we going to be? That's a good lineup. On that shock dart does tag Dolo for a little bit, but 13 seconds left to plan. They're going to close the market gate. Smoke is going to dissipate here on the side of CT, and it's the story right here. We've mentioned it. It's the flanking killjoys, bro.
They get the flanking killjoy kill in the process. Makes it a 4v3, but still manageable for Stony Brook to retake the site. You do have the Omen, the killjoy falling also low, though GK is at no health whatsoever. Dolo now at no health with a headshot. They're going to have the lockdown, and this is pretty much just going to secure it at this point. They have to go in. It's going to be Little Scooby who are having to fight this all the way around.
It's done.
It was lockdown or nothing. It's going to be the spike defusal, and Stony Brook brings it back.
And you can see the switch up in the game plan here. Killjoy, for the first time, did not set up onto B. Actually chose to opt for that mid-A-ish area. Knowing that, okay, if they end up rotating into A site, then fine, whatever. But if they end up taking B, if we can get a pick first and have that numbers advantage, we can put them in checkmate here. And you can see, rinse and repeat. It worked last time, they're gonna do it again here. And I know you're looking at the nanoswarms like, where is this guy putting them?
No, it's perfect, because if they decide to go A, which unfortunately they're not in the process, that covers A main, that covers tree, so you got nothing on the door anyways in the turn at the same time. That's protecting everything you got as they head towards A, so that's a great setup. I will take a picture of that afterwards. Anyways, but unfortunately for them, that means there's no util on B, and so HPU's got a free site, and this is a 5v5 here. Watch out for the Jet, though. This Jet is on the flank here on the side. Dolo spots that out right away for the first pick yet again.
Dolo, playmaker here on the side of HPU. It's going to have to matter here at this midnight hour for them in terms of gameplay. Zepho is going to kill one. Kaiser claiming one with the shock dart, and now numbers advantage on the side of Stony Brook. Going to be walking in, stifled out with the blind, though. Jordan is not going to finish up GK.
Well, they have the Hunter's Fury out at the same time. GK around the corner, spots one. It's him versus Abel. Able to win it, but you have the Hunter's Fury spotting out the KO for right now. There's the start the fuse, just the tap. Abel's got to win a 1v2 here, but that spike just has no time left.
That's not enough time.
There is no time left. I don't even know if Abel's able to get out here, and the spike will
They're gone.
go off, and they're both gone anyways, but HPU gets one back after Stony Brook gets one. So HPU one round away from at least guaranteeing themselves a tie at the half.
Absolutely so, and they're okay with sacrificing themselves if it means the spike detonates. They have the credits to spare. And Stony Brook really hoping for a victory there, but GK just sitting there in Boathouse, being that wild card, not falling down to either of the two members that took him on. And that's exactly what you want to see if you're on the side of the Sharks here. 5-2 winning scoreline here, up 3 rounds. And Stony Brook facing a little bit of a credit save here. But we've seen teams win credit save rounds. They are not out of the picture in entirety. In fact, Pocket has the Blade Storm.
I was about to say, HPU won the second round after losing the first one to Stony Brook as well. That pistol round just became also important for the momentum anyways. And econ-wise, yeah, same thing. GK again with the kill. And another one onto Zepho at the same time. Killjoys gone.
Battle
no
KJs.
utility whatsoever. Oh, defense KJs be damned. It's the battle KJs that are out right now, especially for GK putting on the show. For the HPU side, GK, the freshman, doing some work here for the Sharks.
It's always the young talent. They're always so good.
We've been saying freshman a lot.
We have, even in the high school scene.
Yeah, we've been saying freshman a lot. So a lot of local talent here, I guess you could say. And this is going to be a scary team heading out whichever way you want it. As Dolo through the smoke, blind fire and all, is able to get the headshot onto Abel, making it a 5v3 scenario. GK on the at Peaker's advantage, by the way, be damned as well. GK gets that kill for third. and it's just up to the omen of Jordan. Is this question of the saving at this point, but only a Spectre in hand, probably not.
Only a Spectre in hand. Kuronami, of course. You very much love that bundle.
Oh, although the red variant. I love the blue or the purple variant, I will say. I'm one of those. And GK gets a 4K. Kuronami be damned as well. And so GK gets another round. HPU guaranteeing themselves a tie at the half, but 11-3-2 for the freshman from HPU, and that forces a timeout from Stony Brook.
Forces the timeout, and you said it. Six is the at minimum guaranteeing the what's it called, going even into the second half. So this is already quite the lead, especially because we have 4 more rounds in the half to go, possibly ranging anywhere from a 6-6 to a 10-2 in this first half. 10-2 would be absolutely momentous if you're on the side of HPU, because think of it this way. They have the Killjoy and they're playing at this caliber. Imagine when they set up defense 4B in the second half.
Yeah, and while we have a moment here during the timeout, the Hawaii Esports Invitational was brought to you in part by Aloha Pacific Credit Union. Go over to their booth, which is right outside next to, I believe it was Mobile IT Force out there. But go ahead and check out Aloha Pacific Credit Union and receive a free Mahalo gift when you open an account. Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union has been helping families achieve financial wellness for over 85 years. And speaking of financial wellness, there are opportunities to earn scholarships when you open up an account with Aloha Pacific Credit Union. So go check them out today. Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union, building lasting relationships. So here we go with these. After the timeout, I mean, what are you seeing? This is going to be a rifle round. With Stony Brook taking this timeout, this is going to have to be a big round for them.
Absolutely, and if you look at the economy chart, or if you look at the ultimate charts, as I should say, we have a couple more coming up with just a single killer and ultimate orb ready for Dolo and X Factor. GK and the Bladestorm on the hands of the Jet is already available. Unfortunately, Pocket just used his and got sniped out there by GK. So, I mean, we've been seeing HPU has been planting spikes very, very consistently. With the lockdown available, it makes it that much harder for the retake on the side of Stony Brook, and now it's a matter of whether they can prevent that initial planting to begin with, because you cannot imagine what comes afterwards.
Pocket in the zone right now. What a flash!
They lines up!
What a flash from the KO. Pocket gets them all. They want to play aggressively out here. It's only 1 left to go. X Factor can do all they want, but it's a flawless even with the blind on. Amo finds 2. Pocket finds 3. The full house of kills for the flawless. A turnaround for the Seawolves.
That's exactly what they needed. They needed to prevent the spike from even getting onto site. Pocket getting there without any knowledge from the side of HPU. Did not know he was in wine. And the lineup. I mean, where else can you stand in such a narrow path? Double kill, triple, and then the full house to close it out on the side of X Factor, or on the side of Abel, I should say. And that was about as clean as it can get from denying entry on site.
That's clean. I mean, it's a flawless round. You can't get much cleaner than that.
They mopped the floor.
Yeah, they mopped the floor. Unless Pocket got the ace there, yeah, you can't get much cleaner than that. Another arrow that spots out everybody. I mean, I guess the timeout does wonders for teams, because that arrow is insane. That's so much information on site. They're going to stack this up fully. They are going to get the plan down. HPU trying to turn their favors. They go down towards B. Nobody there, so they start planning the spike. There is an alarm bot waiting for them at the same time.
Wow.
However, nobody running into the alarm bot. Knife is gone, so no suppression either. There's going to be the lockdown already.
Zepho.
Can they beat the lockdown? Timing is the question. Zepho finds 2. They have the lockdown for HPU, but they got to stay in it. But the lockdown now destroyed. It was outside of the corner. GK gets 1, but it might not be enough. 2v4. Here comes the cavalry from Stony Brook. The Seawolves, a pair on each side. One gets 1, and the other from Jordan gets Dolo. And Stony Brook has turned their fortunes. 2 straight rounds for them.
Very strong performances, attacking 2 of the strengths of HPU. Number 1, they get onto site so fast. They stifled that in round number 9. Number 2, they get onto site very well. Their retake. So now both strengths of HPU have been addressed. They tried 2 different strategies in the last 2 rounds. Both got defeated. It's now up to HPU. Yes, you can tie at the half, but you want to have a better, a better scoreline, a better round differential heading into the second half. But your 2 strengths have just been addressed. What else do you have for us? Because you're down 0-3 in terms of maps. This is now or never in terms of showcasing what you got.
Yeah, also, this is basically throwing out the playbook and going for something else. Throwing the one that's dusty and old, but still pretty good. They
reliable.
Reliable is what they pulled out, apparently. And Stony Brook on their way back. They were down as many as 6-2. now they brought it 2 straight back. There's the Aldrin that's able to find 1, and this Killjoy is going to have to run. Shock Dart lineup's going to go outside of the wall. Doesn't hit the KJ, barely does. Maybe just scratches the shoe just a little bit, but just outside of its range. Now it's going to be from the shadows there, just figuring out where everybody is. But this is from HPU. Slow and steady wins the race here. They want to play aggressive. Let's back off. Let them play aggressive. Let them come to us, even if they're on the defensive side, if you will.
Absolutely.
Now just got to make sure that they have a play here. There's a knife that's going to, I believe, spot out at least the Sova and maybe even the Jet at the same time, suppressing them. So no entry in for right now. Blind fire from Pocket doesn't get a hit, but knows at least there is something there.
Yeah, something's fishy. Something's going on. Both Omens using 1 smoke apiece. A main and in mid, so they do have a little bit of utility available to them. HPU playing it so slow and steady because they're always opting for a pick. They go pick, site, plant, and then they kind of win with the numbers advantage. Andre
didn't see his foot. Andre had the foot of Pocket, but Pocket got there first and didn't see the foot whatsoever. What a flash around the corner though. Little Scooby Boo's able to get rid of the no command for right now. Jord though getting at least 1 headshot, looking for another. Jord gets it back. And now it's a 2v2 scenario, make it a 1v2 essentially with that KO timer running out. So it's a 1v2. Little Scooby Boo picks up the thing, but do they have enough time to rest? No. Abel goes down, but that's okay. Stony Brook brings it back. They're within 1 to tie it at the half.
Absolutely so. Very good. Unfortunately, sorry, Abel. Just timer ran out. You know what I mean? The homie stock wasn't there, but the round win for them was there. And so now...
What do you think the comps are like right now? You let me die.
Rest. Please.
You let me die.
Anyway, last round in the half is what the announcer normally says.
Yes.
Right? And so the buyouts here are going to be about as good as you want them to be because 6-6 is what we saw last one. It made a huge difference in the second half. 7-5 potentially on the side of the Sharks here. So we want to see where they end up. A couple of different weapons that have been chosen here. Pocket opting for the operator. And I believe we also saw an Odin somewhere.
Oh! Andre makes sure that Pocket's no smooth operator this time around. Gets the Blade Storm onto the op. And oh man, what a shot.
He can pick that up for himself now.
I know, can pick it up as well. I mean, hey, Jets love the operator, I guess.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, you're looking down mid right now, and it looks like HPU wants to change things up. Maybe they know that there's something on A. There's a nice flash around the corner, but nothing doing there to hit anybody on the opposing team. Kaiser's got the Aldro, knowing that there's
so much information
there. That is a lot of information to help out this team. They are just going to fire away here. There's the Odin that's going to fire.
Close.
And a couple of shots with a rifle, but it's not even going to matter anyways. It's just a Sova left to go. Little Scooby Boo's got to find a miracle here in a 1v2 scenario. 40 seconds left. Spike is down right in front of him, so he could take that. But the health bar is still in their favor for right now. Just got to find some information.
Absolutely so, and the Odin's still up, which is very scary in Kaiser's hands. You have to be so wary about it. Are they going to meet up here? Are they going to have a little dance with each other? The tower defense, is it going to work? It is! Kaiser
had the crosshair.
They did.
But it's just the Odin.
It's the Odin.
Way too powerful. Can't do anything about it anyways. Well, folks, lots of great sponsors here all throughout. And during the halftime phase right now, we want to give a special shout out one more time to PC Gamers helping us out throughout the entire tournament. And, of course, it is the Hawaii Esports Invitational that is brought to you in part by PC Gamers. And we'll check out some of their setups later on. But, man, big shout out to them because they have a table setup and they actually helped us out here. And the broadcast computers as well, all brought to you by PC Gamers. So big shout out to them as we head into the halftime now. What is, what is standing out here? Because the big thing is SBU down as many as 6-2. They bring it all the way back for all the rounds essentially, and now we got ourselves a little bit of a game.
I think what's standing out to me is we have both representatives of both schools in the room with us right now, and they look about as nervous as you can get heading into the second half. 6 rounds apiece for them. But the sides have swapped, and we saw in the previous game a side swap can mean big repercussions heading in. I mean, UH won the next consecutive 7 once they entered the 6-6 half, and so we're going to have to see how HPU's defense is and how SBU's offense is going to be. But Jord does strike first blood here. Andre not going to be able to find anything as Pocket claims his opposite member, and that's going to be a spike planted. Everybody on the side of SBU is going to get those credits. Dolo does sense something is up. Gives away his location for a little bit, though. Is anything else going to be found out, though?
Well, let's see if there's any information right now. That arrow doesn't find anything for the moment. Pocket, though, runs right out of the smoke and says hello to Dolo. And only one person left to go. Scooby-Boo making work with the classic. Make sure that that flawless isn't there.
Oh,
but when
my
you're staring
Lord.
down the tunnel of 3 people, oh, boy. They're just going to run right at you. Maybe the turret gets the kill. There's a knife as well, but Abel's just going to shoot around the corner to guarantee the kill. Stony Brook brings it back, and for the first time here since round 1, they have the lead.
Since round 1, it was a... Oh, wow, that's crazy. That was a while ago, it feels like, because this game has been very tense back and forth. I mean, you can just look at it in terms of the kill distribution for each of the members, everybody pulling a little bit of weight where they possibly can. And,
we'll give you an update on the Michigan State University Hawaii later on. Actually, we'll give it later on as we get through this for this close game. In fact, when all the focus should be really here, because this is really going to determine some standings. And the way this is close right now, HPU needing a lot of help. This might be essentially an elimination game for them if the help isn't there. But we'll find out what the score is later on. Meanwhile, 7-6 between the Seawolves and the Sharks, the local team versus the team 5,002 miles away. So the farthest distance matchup, if you will, between these two right now. Pistol round went to Stony Brook University, and they have a Vandal in hand. That is a KJ with a Vandal in hand in the second round, mind you.
Yeah.
And HPU, last time during the second round, in the pistol round in the first half, for those that weren't watching, HPU won it, and that was a swing in their favor. So who knows? But down already one person, and that's Dolo, especially, who usually gets the first picks. Well,
yes,
it gets a little bit harder.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really see the bonus contest too often here, and Vandal is pretty strong of a weapon. It's definitely something HPU could not have physically purchased with the amount of credits given from a loss, and I think they understand that, which is why they decided to play the back foot a little bit more here.
They're not going to find anything suppressed there, but the KJ setup there for B main essentially means that they could fully rotate out without all the information in the world, so they can make their full way around, and HPU would be none the wiser to do so. So they're going to plant down on B here. They're going to get the plant in a 5v4 scenario now. Stony Brook with the advantage, at least on the man side. You don't have any smokes either, unless, I mean, if you're kind of the classic doing work, and hey, the free gun for little Scooby-Boo, making sure that they get at least a pick here, denying the flawless, and making sure Stony Brook's KJ is having to buy up a little bit and making sure that they maybe regret their purchase from the start at the very least. There's a dash into the jet right now, but the Bulldog's going to be able to win it for Abel. That gets traded out. GK and X Factor both getting theirs. It's a 3v2 scenario now. HP with the man advantage on the retake, but a spike running out of time. They need to go now or never here around the corner. The reload, the switch to the classic. Little Scooby-Boo's able to help that out with that for right now. They start tapping it, but through the window it will go, and Kaiser finds the last two and clutches it out, and the Seawolves, with one person left alive, though, wins the econ round.
Oh, it was just a moment of being pressed for time. You could see GK Baby, he didn't have any ammo in the barrel, in the mag, and so that just led to a little bit of panic. He was just like, okay, I'll just defuse, you go and push up, and unfortunately it didn't quite work out. Kaiser able to hold it there in Boathouse, and that's going to be the 6th round in a row here on the side of Stony Brook, now having the momentum in their favor, but this is that round, the 3rd round after the half, where the bonus is in play. HPU have the stronger weapons now. This would be their time to change it up.
To change up some looks here if they want some kind of progress right now. Stony Brook, 8-6 lead. Now just looking around to see if they can give themselves a chance. There's the turret already gone, and this is a lot faster than what previous rounds were. Last round, Stony Brook was all kind of just listening to elevator music. This time around, they're listening to heavy metal. They got themselves already 2 kills with the Sheriff, mind you, and the headshots. Seawolves already got B, and this is just a harder sequence to work with now. Dolo's got some information, at least from the sounds of all the walking around the corner. But Dolo now spotted out by the jet. They know they can't really do anything about it. This is a hard retake to work with.
Absolutely, and they've got to keep in mind the timings of everything, right? They know that it's been a little bit tough for them getting onto site, and Abel getting a 3K with the Sheriff in hand. Absolutely insane performance here. Crosshair placement is just very, very good, and we are seeing it, same pattern again. Not on the same page, needing that little bit of a breather, time out active on the side of HPU. Dolo being the one to call it.
Yeah, so HPU and Stony Brook in the middle of a timeout. HPU using their only timeout here in the second half. And for this team right now, for Stony Brook, looking very impressive on the way that they have. And actually, since we do have a break in the action, we'll give you guys a little bit of an update. University of Hawaii versus Michigan State just ended 13-3, the final score there between the two teams in favor of the Spartans from East Lansing, Michigan, meaning at a 4-0 record, Michigan State books themselves a spot into the finals already. So their next games are just to either play spoiler or to help a team out. If you're looking at the standings overall, who the heck knows?
Who can we get into the finals?
Michigan,
with us?
I believe Michigan State will be playing the let me see. Michigan State, I believe, plays HPU up next. So in the round robin, Stony Brook would be playing the University of Hawaii in the next round. So this will be a big challenge here for HPU. If they can bring this back, they keep themselves within range at the very least, although would need some help. There's still a 3-3 record possibility ties, I believe. So if I'm doing math correctly, I don't know. You're the better one out of us on the statistics there. But regardless, though, HPU needing to win this, but they're down 3, and they need to find something here. That timeout worked wonders for Stony Brook. Will it happen for HPU?
Yeah, timeouts can sometimes do a lot of different things, but do keep in mind this is going to be their save round. So hopefully they talked about more than just the current round that's upon us. But again, we've seen save rounds be very successful. If you're able to capitalize, not like that.
Not like that. I mean, Andre rushed in. There was an idea there.
Yes,
the idea was there. Andre rushed in thinking maybe nobody was there around the corner, but maybe could have cloudbursted as well just to get some kind of hit. They also have the owl drone. Dolo's got to run for their life here. Even using the door, which is bad news bears, because that means there's only one look around here for HPU to look down. Little Scooby Boo does get a kill. Little Scooby Boo has been so good with these pistols, mind you.
Yeah.
And gets the kill, but it's a 42 advantage now. Abel does get the kill onto GK and also onto Little Scooby Boo around. But on the Sheriff 2 gets another kill regardless. 10-6 for the Seawolves here. And now 3 points away. Talking with from the Seawolves, we were talking with Kevin earlier on, Kevin Craig from Stony Brook. He just said from the game earlier on against Michigan State, during their time, just needed to get the jitters out. Even if it was a loss 30-7, needed to get the jitters out. Got to adjust, play calmly. And apparently after that timeout, something happened where the jitters just went away. Apparently a timeout gets rid of everything like that.
Who needs doctors when you have timeouts?
Yeah. Just have a natural life timeout, apparently, just to get all the jitters out, really. 10-6 your scoreline here, and both teams having to buy up. Stony Brook needing a win here, essentially puts them at match point, considering HPU's bank has not been pretty since the start of the second half.
Yes, but they did buy up this round. This is going to be the do or die round for them. It has major implications heading into the next little bit. GK is able to take out one, but unfortunately, it's the no command immediately rezzed up, so it's as if they didn't lose a member. Hunter's Fury going to be coming out, but Pocket is just causing so much chaos. They do have an operator on the side of HPU. It's 3v4. It is.
Because now, I mean, you're in a 3v4 scenario. HPU has the operator in hand. Andre needs to make a big commitment, big hit here. Does get Zephyr at the very least, but is not able to find any more. Abel finds 2 in the meanwhile, lined up onto Andre and Dolo. So what do you do here if you're a little Scooby Boo? You have the rifle in hand. But the way this is looking, do you want to save? Or do you try to play hero? That smoke goes away. Little Scooby Boo's trying to find that headshot around the corner. Spike is going to run out of time anyways, but George's going to run up to Little Scooby Boo, says hello. And Stony Brook now 2 away from a 3-1 record.
Very, very close. In HPU, we saw this in the previous game too. The second half, that adaptation in sides needs to come a little bit sooner for them. This game, I will tell you, is not just big for the two teams that are on this screen, right? UH right in the middle of the standings right now would love to have an HPU victory here. It just helps in the little shuffling and the round differentials a lot more than you expect. But, that's out of their hands. It is up to the Sharks to kind of pull up this performance, and we're going to have to see what they do. We're seeing a little bit more aggressive positioning, though, from the players here on the side of HPU.
So let's see. HPU trying their best to move right on in. But Stony Brook moves on even quicker. They've got A site all under their control already. And we're not even 22 seconds into the round. Already they get it. They get the site. The spike is now planted. It's a 5v5, all hands on deck scenario in this round. Pocket's able to get at least Little Scooby Boo out. It's a 5v4 now, a little less manageable, especially with less information except for a knife. You would love to have that radar arrow. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen regardless. GK, though, getting theirs. Andre trades that out with a blade storm of their own. This is getting a little bit more scrappy. Abel and Kaiser getting theirs. 1v1. Sova versus KJ. Who wins this? Trying to find the headshot here. Spike running out of time. It's going to be Kaiser taking on GK. Saw the head for right now. Pulls out the Sheriff. Tries the wall bang. But the Spike is just running out of time. Around the corner comes Kaiser. Just the timing of it. And Stony Brook getting to match point.
It's the mind games. It's always the mind games. But in the end, Stony Brook now match point. This would bump them up to, I believe, 3-1 in the standings here. And again, that magic number is 4, already secured by Michigan State. Stony Brook would love to join them up there in that second place, or potentially even winning the head-to-head in the second round robin. Tying it up there 5-1 if possible, but HPU, they're not out of it yet. It ain't over until the spike defuses or 5 members fall. They're going to have to make this round count. Starting with Little Scooby Boo. We've been talking about him all night. He's starting off this round with a first blood.
And it's not a pistol, by the way, too.
Not a pistol.
That's shocking to me. That is not a pistol. GK, Little Scooby Boo, both finding their picks as well. Abel's able to get through to trade that out. 3v2 scenario now. Sharks have man advantage, but they've got the spike flying it down onto B regardless. So here we go with the retake from the Sharks. Sharks needing this 6 opportunities at match point for the Seawolves. HPU needing to bring it all the way back to find themselves at a tie at the very least and send this to overtime.
What a blind.
There's a blind right now, but are they going to be able to take advantage of it? Yes, they are. Andre's able to get one. They clear it out, and HPU clears out the site, and they stay alive. It's 12-7.
It ain't over yet. And I gotta say, all of the games that we've seen throughout this weekend, most of them have ranged between the 12-5 and 12-something. We did have that one overtime, which means it's very, very possible.
The only overtime was in the high school finals against Castle and...
Yes. Yeah. But that's not to say we can't have a collegiate one.
Who knows?
Who knows?
I mean, best 2 out of 3 when we get into the finals as well.
That is true. That is true.
So that could happen. I mean, that happened, it was 13-10, I believe, in the finals yesterday.
We don't have our lates in here, though.
No, it was 13-5 and 14-12. And for those that don't get the reference, one of our usual producers isn't here. So I don't know if there's a curse that is bound to happen. But anyways, I don't know if you heard the screaming laughter in the background over here from our producer. 12-7, your scoreline. Stony Brook leads it, needing to find... When hearing Andre doing basically what Pocket did.
Yes.
No flashes available. Zephyl, though, sniffs out GK, and that's a big one because all the KJ utility down now.
Down. Gone. Vamos.
Around the corner, spots Andre, and Andre's in a heap of trouble. Does not have a dash. And there is the shock dart. Runs right into it. Could have just backed away from it, but no. Runs right into the shock dart. HBU down 2. And the Swan Stong is starting to begin.
They smelled something fishy. They were like, you can't use our own play against us. We already did this.
There's another
down one more.
Yep, Abel gets one. There's going to be the lockdown. Brought out from the Killjoy. X Factor gets it, but that lockdown's going to be oh so important. They could take care of A. However, lockdown's on A, but look where the rest of the team is going. They're going to go up B instead. Well, it's a 1v3 scenario now. Someone's going to run away for their life. Just gets out of it in time. And now... watching around the corner. Left. Kaiser will start to plant this one down on B. Very well could be the end as we speak. Someone's going to have to make the hero play, but if it's anybody, it's a little Scooby Boo, although not with a pistol in hand. Has the Vandal in head, shoots, and it's going to flick onto Abel. What a swing, what a flick. Does it keep HPU alive, though? Spike is starting to go down. Time dwindles away. Not a lot of information to work with either. They're not going to peek this owl drone. Both of the players are inside a boathouse right now, but you got to go now or never, especially in a 1v2 scenario. Blindy's going to hit, but they don't know that just yet. Spike's starting to run out of time. Can little Scooby-Boo make this alive for HPU? Gets hit at least by 1. Only needs 1 to peek. Kaiser around the corner does it, and Stony Brook, a 13-7 victory, gives themselves a matchup at a 3-1 record. They're now 1 win away from that magic number to match up with Michigan State in the finals.
Absolutely. Only 1 win away is what they need to secure that finals position. And what a momentous occasion it would be for the 2 visiting colleges to make it to that finals, right? Kind of putting a statement into the placements of where we would rank our collegiate teams here. But, you know, fist bumps all around. You can see the players very happy with getting the opportunity to even play with each other.
Yeah, and this might be very well the last time they see each other at the same time against, I guess, each other in
until next
competition. because this is going to be one of those where Stony Brook now needs another win. They know
They
that
do.
for a fact that they're 3-1, 4-1 to get would be into the finals. 4-0 right now for Michigan State. Michigan State books themselves a spot. Stony Brook would love to meet them in the finals one more time to be the mainland versus mainland matchup. So let's go ahead and check out the stats here from our player. We'll check that in a second, but man,
Yes.
what a game overall. And we saw the momentum here earlier on as well. Even towards the end of that game, second half, it was 6-6 at the end of that half, mind you. And then at the end, Stony Brook brings it all the way back. Talk about a run here for them. That was a total of a 11-1 run to end that entire series.
Yes.
And let's take a look at one of the players that made it happen. Your match MVP, presented by Zempis here, is, of course, Abel. That was really good on the race. 342 ACS with a 2.17 KDR and 26 limbs to go with it.
Yeah, bought so much space, to be honest, right? And really the entries onto site and all of the things over there worked out pretty well for him. 342 is actually higher. I know why you're looking at me like that. Jet.
Yes, it's actually Jet, not Rays. Yeah, so I think it was Jet.
But either way,
instead.
a
But
very strong performance regardless. The agent really doesn't change the outcome, still performed very, very well. And if you're definitely, if you're Stony Brook, you want to keep this momentum going, you are going to be on stage for the rest of the round robin. It's good to know that there's no stage fright going on, at least for Abel's regard.
Yeah, so at least for Abel and the rest of the team from Stony Brook, they have themselves at least the key to try and win it out. We will have an interview with one of the players here from Stony Brook in just a couple of moments. Short break. We'll be right back with the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies.
Not happy.
Zeffel joining us, in senior, actually the only senior on the team here from Stony Brook. So do you ever get called old on this team right now? Do you ever
A
get
lot,
called
actually.
old? Who would you say does it the most on your team right now?
Aiden or Abel.
Oh, well, I mean,
really...
Abel's a freshman, so I mean, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Well, anyways, good job to you guys in that last match against HPU. Talking with Kevin Craig from your team over there, just essentially getting the jitters out after that matchup against Michigan State. I mean, in your mind, what did you guys do differently here between that match and this match against HPU?
Not much. We just regrouped, recollected, made sure to mentally reset, played our game, and worked out.
Now, we saw, and we'll bring up the stats here from Zephyr from that last game here, courtesy of our stats monitor presented by Zippies right now, as we can see on Killjoy. So 219 ACS along. But as Killjoy as well, you have a lot of setups involved. So tell me right now, how many setups in your mind do you have for Killjoy on Ascent? Let me just ask that.
About 2.
About 2?
Yeah.
That's it?
No. I have quite a lot, but it's more about like playing reactively to what the other team does. So like, it's not like about like certain setups that you put down and then do it every time. It's what the other team does, and you react to that based on your utility.
So let me ask right now. I mean, you saw that against when you guys were on the defensive side or on the attacking side at the very least. What's the thought process for a Killjoy player, at least on Ascent, right, on the attacking side? Like, what's the mindset there?
So mindset is mainly like being the solo anchor and having your team just work the map, and then you being the either stopping the pushes or just anchoring the site.
Well, okay. Well, we'll wrap this up here in just a couple of moments because I know you guys have another matchup here with the University of Hawaii in just a couple of with the University of Hawaii in just a couple of moments as well. Let me ask you this though: your team right now. Let's throw a little bit of a wrench here in the plans for you. Who is your favorite member amongst the rest of your squad here? Who's the favorite? Who's the number one here?
Anyone but Aiden. He hates me, bro. He hates me.
Oh, but
I'm just jokes.
Just throw a rift inside of the team right now. Well, anyways, Zepho, good luck to you and your team. Only need one more win to get to the final, so just need one more, and you're playing for that surfboard at the end there. So I got to ask, though, real quick, who's going to use that? Are you guys going to use that surfboard if you guys do take it home?
No idea.
No idea. Okay. Well, we'll see if you guys do win it in the end. Zepho here from the Stony Brook University. Good luck in your game.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you very much for joining us. We'll be right back here with the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's, live here from the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena in the iconic Aloha Tower Marketplace. Clutchkey alongside Henry with you here for what is the 5th round of the double round robin, a.k.a. round 2-2. As we get into it, the University of Hawaii taking on Stony Brook University. Stony Brook on stage right now, as well as the UH Esports team. And this game has a lot of implications right now outside Michigan State and HPU playing. However, that game really doesn't have anything to do with the finals. Michigan State does already book themselves a spot into the finals. HPU just trying to maybe play spoiler to the record and to see who doesn't pick first. If they win that, then it gets a little bit dicey to see who gets up at the top afterwards. Meanwhile, this game has a lot of implications for this matchup because if UH wins, they stay alive at a 2-3 record. But if Stony Brook wins, they're inside of the finals. We have a guaranteed finals, even though they will have to play each other one more time into the round-robin staging area. So let's go ahead and reveal our rosters real quick one more time. And we'll start off with Stony Brook here, which is technically the home team to start us off.
Yes.
Stony Brook with the lineup one more time: Abel, Zeffel, Jord, Kaiser, and Pocket. And for this team, again, a lot of different opportunities: Sentinel, Controller, Initiator, Duelist, but the player able to flex. But the player we do want to profile real quick, Pocket. Pocket was making a lot of space on the Initiator role.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, not on the Duelist role.
The Duelist.
On the Jet last round on Ascent, where we went to, and doing a lot of good jobs for Vincent Wen, the junior, and the major chemistry. So, like we were talking about, one of the two majors here that it's kind of off.
Yeah, one of the
center,
not as popular ones that you see in the esports field, but definitely a playmaker nonetheless. We saw beautiful plays on the Jet, both on the offensive and in the defensive half. One of the ones to highlight was that wine play that led to the full house in terms of denying HPU entrance onto site. But yeah, we do have the other half of the teams ready. And like you said, this is the do or die game for UH Esports. If they win it, they're not guaranteed they stay alive.
Yeah, and I know Kevin Nguyen from the University of Hawaii team also watching the Ravens and Chiefs playoff game going on right now. Want the Ravens to stay alive. Well, his team here right now
similarities.
Also needs to try to stay alive here as we reveal the roster for the University of Hawaii. Here they were playing outside earlier on the peak. Krudi, Messi, Encrypto, and Ghost. All you can see right there at the bottom of the screen on the right side of the stage for the University of Hawaii. Did not have to travel far to get here to the HPU Esports Arena, but player we're profiling here is what was earlier on. We spoke with Ghost, a.k.a. Nick Takamatsu, earlier on, and profiling one of the players, the freshman Messi, that was basically, I guess, the freshman superstar, if you will, the only freshman here for the University of Hawaii, computer science major, Jesse Mashburn, and the controller player, if you will. So going to see a lot of smokes out here. And the question really now, I mean, you have Duelist, Initiator, Controller, and then Sentinel, but for Crypto could really go any which way you want.
Absolutely, and we keep highlighting the freshmen not just because, I mean, they're just straight up good, but they're going to be here for potentially maybe 2-3 more years down the line, and they're the new guard right now, but they're going to be the ones that kind of bring in the next generation of players, and so...
And there's no transfer portal, by the way, like there is in like college, in traditional college sports, so hopefully there's no transfer portal in the esports realm when you look to it. But yeah, I mean, you're right, they're 2 to 3 years later down the road, they should still be here, and maybe we'll see them in a future edition of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. So let's go ahead and reveal our map here, and we were talking about what map we do want to see. I know it was down to 2.
I'm nervous, actually.
We're nervous for this. Let's go ahead and reveal what it is, and
we're back.
We're back. What I believe is for the 4th time today. The only other map we've seen today was the last matchup between Stony Brook as well as HPU. That was on Ascent, but that's the only time. Otherwise, Split has been played 3 times previously, and I say 3 times, yes, because both of the matchups in the last of the round robin, a.k.a. the 3rd matchup today, or the 1st matchup of the day as well, that happened off-cam. UH played against HPU on Split. Michigan State played Stony Brook on Split. And the scorelines, by the way, very similar between University of Hawaii as well as Michigan State defeating Stony Brook in this case. UH won against HPU on that map 13-6 earlier on the local matchup that you saw here on stream. Meanwhile, off-screen, Michigan State defeating Stony Brook 13-7 on that matchup as well. So this gets kind of iffy, I guess, for Stony Brook because we haven't seen them win on this map as of yet, at least for today.
Right, and for Stony Brook, there's a little bit of leniency based on this because we have this match and we have the next match for them. They only need to win one or the other to guarantee them their spot in the finals here.
And it gets a little dicey when you talk about that as well, because that if they do lose both and the University of Hawaii is able to pull out a 3-3, because HPU is now technically eliminated from getting themselves a spot. But if the University of Hawaii can pull a 3-3 and Stony Brook then falls down, there's a little bit of controversy that goes on afterwards with this tiebreakers afterwards.
Absolutely so, but that's a conversation for when we get there. That is only quite literally the one scenario in the dozens of scenarios that we have still left going for us in the last 4 games, 2 that we're broadcasting and 2 that's happening in the other room, so we can speed things along. But split once again, and you mentioned it, UH won on this map, Stony Brook lost on this map, but regardless of how that game ended, you already have so much experience playing with it in just today alone. So I'm hoping to see some strategies, some changes. We did see, if I recall correctly, it was 4 mirror agents and a Breeze and a Viper, which means that there's going to be probably some similar things again. But I think the variance is the duelist. Once again, you can, what's it called? You can just dash onto site. You can use the raised satchels to hurry it up. But I think there might be potential for double duelists.
And what Abel was hovering it for a second. We could have seen the newest agent here was hovering it, and what Stony Brook will do is just hover everything on Reyna right now, and who knows what that. Are they going to play the randomizer game, I guess?
Oh, they're not. But first deadlock of the day.
First deadlock of the day,
on stream at least.
On stream. We don't know what was picked up outside here, so we didn't go that in depth, unfortunately. But we almost saw ISO being picked up on 3 or 4 players. We will not see ISO. Instead, the only duelist to be seen on Stony Brook's side for the Seawolves is Pocket on the Rays. So that's the player we featured. So keep your eyes on that duelist. Meanwhile, on the other side of the University of Hawaii Manoa, like you were saying, unique pick for the Viper at the very least from Messi.
Yes.
And then you've got the Initiator Kuti. Otherwise, everybody is just hovering as of right now. So for those that don't know, if you're just joining us here from the Hawaii Esports Invitational, if you're joining us on the stream, and you're on the island of Oahu, come on down to the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena. Plenty of time left to go. Right now, outside, a lot of people out for the Super Smash Brothers tournament that is there. I think it was like 63 people or so.
Quite a bit.
That was out there in the seating area. Meanwhile, there's also Apex Legends going on. I believe there's like 4 or 5 teams that are out there as well, including Moanalua. So shout out to our producer, Kate.
Shout out to Kyler.
And then, of course, you also have the Madden competition going on right now, and that will happen all throughout the rest of the day. So come on down and join us. There's the final starting lineups here, and we'll get to them in just a couple of moments. But we go to split yet again.
One more time.
And we get to see it for the second time today.
Yeah, and we saw the split compositions from earlier, and that's what I wanted to draw the comparison to. But one of the craziest things that I noticed is that Stony Brook have opted for a lot of different things from what we saw in the first map that we broadcasted. And I think the thing here is the adaptation. We were talking about how the implications of the double round robin meant that you have played each team at least once already. So what changes do you bring to the second round robin? Especially because if you're on the Stony Brook side, you don't really have to reveal that much yet. You can choose to reveal it and kind of scare your opponents and not give them too much time to think about it heading into the potential finals for them. But if you're on the side of UH, this is where you put it all on the line. This is your do or die. And it looked like they picked a lot of tried and true, a lot of comfort picks here. We're seeing Sky, we're seeing Omen, we're seeing Viper. These are agents that we routinely see on the side of UH Esports. And on the side of Stony Brook, we have quite a few different things. I mean, the Breach has been picked up. The Deadlock is something that we're not even seeing that much in this tournament, let alone on this map. And so it's 2 different styles of gameplay just clashing into each other here.
Yeah, and while we wait for the game to load in, want to let you know Hawaii Esports Invitational is brought to you in part by Mobile IT Force. If you're looking for top-notch tech support and IT services, look no further. In fact, look no further for a booth that had Palworld up earlier, one of the newest releases that has been just addicting for everyone, I guess, in the gaming realm. Visit mobileitforce.com for services they can provide for you. They are another proud supporter of the Hawaii esports team. So check them out and check the booth out because that computer looked very impressive as well. Right next to PCGs. So 1 minute and 40 on the clock. Here we go with the Stony Brook versus University of Hawaii matchup. Around the corner they will go, starting in mid. Kaiser gets one kill at the very least in Crypto, finding one to trade. This is a very quick matchup here between both of these teams, and it will be even quicker with 2 pistol kills falling in either side. Now on the peak, gets Zephyl caught out. It just looks to the left side, and Zephyl just did not know on the peak was right there, and just can drop down into the Ben's side. It's a 3v2 scenario with UHM looking for a site to plant.
Yup, and Sky is going to be stuck at that half health just because can't heal herself. Kind of the thing that we've been mentioning time and time again. But with the mid control on the side of UH, they now have the option to pivot from site to site. That Viper wall is going to be staying down, so they're not going to be able to do anything about it. And I bet they're hearing that there's going to be some noise being made on the side of B, so Kuti is going to be planting that right away. That's guaranteed credits for them right off the pistol round, which you love to have if you are the attacker side. Abel going to meet Onda here, checking the wrong angle, but not going to be able to complete the kill there. And that's now going to be the classic's better.
Yeah, the class, well, in that case,
in that case, no.
Yeah.
He should have right-clicked.
Yeah, well, should have right-clicked. But anyways, Pocket gets the kill on the peak. Kuti stays safe for right now. And Crypto's in a little bit of trouble with the paint shells. So now Kuti and Pocket 1v1, do-si-do, low health bars in the red on either side. Who's got the better of it right now as the spike starts to tick away? Kuti's got it on the defensive side, and Manoa gives themselves the first point.
It was hard-earned, let's just put it that way. But they are able to complete the round. Unfortunately, Pocket not checking the right perspective there, the right angle, and a little bit too late on the trigger means that it is going to be a first round secured here for the side of UH Esports, as we are now heading into round number 2. No contests, though, as we're seeing right here. I think they're not as confident, but, 2 kills or less does mean you can't really purchase a Vandal without having to downgrade to a light shield. And so I think they're just going with it just in case that there is a potential for the Vandal to show up. We're not going to be able to match it. They're just going to stick with the pistols. On the peak, just taking firing range from the Classic. Messi's going to avenge his fallen brethren, but Snakebite out onto Heaven, seeing if they can get any more space bots, but backing up on both sides here.
Well, the big thing about this, too, is that's a Raze versus an Omen. Raze, that trade, I think you take any day because that smoke's gone for Stony Brook, and that means that it gets a little bit harder maybe to just take over a site. Now you're reliant basically only on, if anything, a Cypher Cage and the Deadlock utility, if anything, to get you in. So, and, you have the Initiator as well from Breach, but at the same time, just no more smokes in general here. Zephyl, though, is going to make the big difference on the pistol round for them, and Pocket picking up. The Spectre is able to get that one, but Encrypto takes it right back. Encrypto will TP away, but now knows the position, but there are 2 people so low in the mid lane area. Ghost will provide backup here as they run it all the way around, and that Spike is stuck.
Spike is stuck, but they do clear it up. They walk up. It's clean. It's good. 2v2 remaining. No healers on both sides, so this health is about as high as it's going to be getting. They did hear a little bit of noise, and Abel with the Sheriff in hand, looking to see if he can get anything. In Crypto, trades 1 for 1, but he's not the one with the spike, so the plant is initiated. It is going to begin, but it's not going to complete. 10 seconds left on the clock.
10 seconds
left. Not in Heaven, coming down from the backside here. 5 seconds left to go around the corner. It's going to be Ghost versus Kaiser. Plant will go down in time, but it's going to be the battle with the one peak, and sees it. And in the round where the Econ, we didn't have one all the way through.
Didn't expect this.
But in 2 games, we've had 2 rounds where the losing team in the first round gets a Thrifty in the next.
There's always a fighting chance, and I feel like this round was a lot of UH just not checking their corners and not accounting for where the players could potentially be. We saw, we saw Zephyl taking advantage of the vents area. We saw Onda falling also in that mid. And so, yes, they pushed up, but they didn't really account for all of the areas where Stony Brook would be lying in wait, just ready to pounce onto their prey, and they do here. They finish up the round. It's 1-1 tied apiece, and we talked about the advantage of winning that second round. You get to buy up, and the other team is stuck not just on SMGs, but on pistols.
That's a scary combination.
Well, that is a scary combination.
And the paint shells, oh my goodness, that's scary. Think about it. Luckily for UH, nobody there. They'll look for mid. for just a couple of moments here, seeing if anybody is in vent. And look at the split right now. You've got the split up in heaven as well as the split down on A looking in vents. Does anybody want to take that fight as the question? Around the corner will come. Messi tried with the Sheriff. No luck. Zeffel finds the head first. And the head will roll down on the ground. Zeffel also getting Kuti while Kuti was going for the guiding light, mind you. And now it's going to be George getting the drop down kill. Pocket will turn around and find Ghost. It's a flawless round here in what was an econ round for UH. Doesn't matter. Stony Brook gets the flawless.
They get the flawless, they lose nobody, which means an excellent credit save coming in for them. And it does mean UH is going to be buying up this round to make sure that they negate some of the bleeding, stem it from continuing to pour out. And that's pretty important, you know. This game does have major implications for you. This game is your do or die. You've got to have a good performance. It doesn't matter if it's the first half, because we've seen the effects of the first half echo into the second. And we talk about it, split. What did we say yesterday? Attacker-sided map, was it?
Attacker-sided map. Not so much right now from the looks of it. Stony Brook's making this a defense-sided map apparently, and they have for the for UHM rather, they're trying something different. This is the 4-1 look here, towards B side at the very least, and this Viper looking to play and using the util. The only util though to use is the wall, but be careful because right around the corner could be a Cypher waiting for you in the rafters. And Zeff was able to get that. Now George jumps on top of the boxes over there and gets out scot-free, even though the Trailblazer was right on their tail. Is able to jump away, but that's still, you lose out on a Viper. Now everybody else is split, 3 down mid, 1 down A.
And I want to point out something that we noticed because we watched UH for the first game, right? We saw Onda on the raise play very aggressive, push up mid, use double satchel to get onto B heaven or into vents as quickly as possible. We're not seeing that as much already in the second game. You can call it respect for the enemy team, but they're just playing a slow, more methodical, looking for picks type of style. And so far, I mean, it's a sample size of 3 rounds, but so far, not looking as good as it was in the first rendition when they were playing more aggressively. Kaiser is going to claim on the peak there, as we see. And, you know, UH, they made it onto the site. They're going to plant Spike for the 3rd round in a row, which is something that they have been doing consistently, but is this retake that they need to improve on. And Crypto, with an angle, is only able to trade 1-for-1. Ghost blinded, though, doesn't see Abel coming in. And now Curie, half health, no health, going down. And 3rd planted Spike, 3rd diffused Spike on the side of Stony Brook.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 rounds here planted, at least 2 of them on A, 1 on B. All 2 times, though, both on A, both fail.
Yeah.
At least for the planting side. Their only success was planting on B.
Yes.
So if they realize this, maybe there's a little bit of a strategy change. Who knows at that point. But thrifty, flawless, and then a clean round as well.
Surely it's not that simple. Surely they don't just go B and it suddenly works, right?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? Hey, a timeout worked wonders.
That's true.
And that's just the simplest calling for it.
That's true.
Right?
We don't need doctors. We need timeouts.
We need timeouts, yeah.
I'm going to tell the preschoolers that.
You're going to tell the preschoolers?
I'm going to tell the preschoolers. You need timeouts.
I don't think. What about your high school? No.
Well,
do they need more than? Oh boy. Okay, we're not gonna.
We don't call that timeouts anymore. Oh, but we do see the aggression coming in. Satcho in retaliation to the dodge. The showstopper works successfully, and on the peak is not able to get out of the situation he put himself in. Face checked 4 people. Not very good odds for him.
Yeah, not very good odds at all. Ghost though finding a headshot on the Sheriff. What a nice little flick there. Stony Brook, though, still with a little bit more of an advantage on the defensive end, at least. And look at this entire play. This is going to be both the Omen and the Cypher playing up right now inside of vents. They're looking at it. Messi's looking, thinking that there's something fishy down there. Could pull out the snakebite. Has 2 of them. Could very well use 1 of them on that. Decides to hold on to it just in case they plant down on A. A is wide open, mind you, without the trap wires, but instead, Kaiser getting the headshot onto Ghost, and now Jordan Zeffel both thinking, hey, maybe we got this, and they're going to go around back, but what's waiting for them is Abel right around the corner. It don't matter. Abel's got 1, and right around, they pick up the gun, they pick up the Phantom. Kaiser knows that there's something over there, walks up, and now it's just up to Kuti and the Sheriff. Is able to plant the spike on A, but yet again, A goes 0 for 3 here as Stony Brook gets another round.
Going to be up 4-1 at the end of this. Assuming they defuse it. We've had some incidents of just fooling around and then not working, but it's all business here.
All business. All business indeed. Stony Brook gets the 4-1, and yeah, no tomfoolery this
No
time around.
tomfoolery.
Nope, nothing at all. They want to end it quickly, and I know there's lunch waiting for them as well, but HPU is going to make this game just a little bit longer with a timeout on the floor. So in the meanwhile, while we have a break, a big mahalo to one of our proud sponsors, the Hyatt Regency, featuring some of the largest guest rooms and suites in Waikiki and views of the ocean or downtown Waikiki. The Hyatt Regency Waikiki Beach Resort and Spa is your hotel for a vacation or staycation. Book your stay today at Hyatt.com. As we enter the timeout here, I mean, if you're the University of Hawaii, what the heck do you talk about here? You're down 4-1.
No, honestly, we have a few talking points that we can address. Number one, the B success, right? The A success is very good in terms of plant spike percent. That's almost pretty much 100%. That does guarantee you the 200 so credits, but I mean, you definitely want to be winning around here instead of just getting the spike planted down. But I think for the most part, they do have some successes onto B. They've been playing this pattern of, save round, spend round, save round, spend round. They did just go through their save, so I think this is a wonderful time to talk about offense when we're going for that timeout. And now with the timer ticking down, we're hoping to see the loadouts be a little bit more aggressive. One thing that I do want to mention is they have a lot of information gathering ultimates available. Kudi has the Seekers, which can find out who is where on a site that they choose to push up, and Ghost preserved the Neuro Theft up until now. It's round 6. It's about time for them to use it, and it can help quite a bit. Does hear the showstopper coming out on the side of Stony Brook. Isn't going to find anybody, and in fact is spotted, is triggered by the tripwire too. I hope they are aware of the information. Pulls out the paint shells at a terrible time, unfortunately. Able going to stop their own cabbage there, but unfortunately tangled himself as is. And now 5v3 with the plant. They were talking about A potentially because this is a different showing.
Yeah, this is a different showing. Timeout right away. Zeppo and Kaiser trying to shut that down. Run away though. On the peak gets at least one. Around the corner, no more concussion, but Jordan's there to get that kill. Rudy cleans that up. And now UHM in a 2v1 situation. Ghost cleans it up. And hey, no spike plant required. They get it anyways, but it's still, they get a point back.
They get it back. They only used one ultimate. They don't even need the Cypher one in order to succeed. And, honestly, I kind of like that they spent the time out talking about their aggression on A, because they know B is something that is probably going to be working out for them anyway already. And so they wanted to address their weakness point. This is exactly what you'd like to see from a timeout. Not saying it's a miracle timeout yet by any means. That record still goes to Stony Brook. But we're going to have to see where this now leads us, because they did win the round back. They did plant the spike, like we said. And so, the credits aren't looking too bad for them. They had 2 members, I believe they had 1 member left alive at the end of it, so they will have to be spending a little bit this round. But heading into the future, they might be cleaning up their A performance a little bit more with the rounds going by.
Let's see. They throw the boombot out already. Fault line will give it just a little bit more kick as well to make sure that there's somebody stunned out there. Meanwhile, you can take a look at the positioning. I mean, everybody's looking at A, already moving up towards A tower. On their side is pretty much all the players, 3 players on their side. Cypher's looking down vent right now. Oh boy, you gotta run, my friend, but you're gonna run right in to on the peak. Who's waiting there already? They get that trade though. Zeppel was already up in tower thanks to the rest of the team being up there. Spike is there, but Spike is gonna have to run away. Zeppel gets Ghost. At the same time, Mano's gonna have to run here. Trying to cross over with the Viper Wall. Good thing you had the Uto there in the first place to cross over.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, in Crypto in mid, it'll be them versus Abel. And Peaker's advantage be damned, apparently. So that's another kill for them. Stony Brook with a 4v2 man advantage. 30 seconds left. What's the call here?
I think that was a wall bang that let the deadlock live, but I'm not quite sure. Peaker's advantage not working to their advantage, like you said.
We're saying that a lot.
Cootie is gonna, huh?
We're saying that a lot.
We are saying that a lot. It might be the ping.
Well, Hawaii ping after all. Faki gets the headshot on the Messi. That ends the round. So Stony Brook gets 5-2 win here. And for that purpose, I mean, they're up 5-2. They get rid of UH's economy yet again. And now UH pretty much in the gutter. The only person I could say with any kind of economy sort is on the peak. But even then, that's pretty much a half buy for him.
Yep, half buy, saving it up. We've seen some Stinger shenanigans, but we're going to see if those shenanigans come to fruition on the side of UH. They did get to rebound that one round. Maybe it was already immediately stifled on the side of SBU, but we're going to have to see what the game plan is here. We have been seeing a lot of mid pressure. We have been seeing a lot of spreading out and kind of just playing the map as is. And we've been seeing this Viper Wall consistently, even if they don't plan on using it. So that might be something that, you know, can be used as a little bit of a distraction. That can be used as something to buy space. We're going to have to see how they use their utility. Abel is going to take out Ghost to start the round off. Nobody's going to get tangled into the utility there. Pocket throwing out a paint shells. Isn't going to find too much, though. Does land a little bit of it onto Encrypto. As the smoke dissipates, Encrypto is able to find one, able to find two with the Stinger immediately. Is able to get out of there, but that's going to be all that it happens. Team Ace. Wow, I think that's the first one of the weekend.
Yes, it is. Team Ace, first one of its kind this weekend at the Hawaii Esports Invitational. So, hey, headed towards B for UHM. Nothing doing there. By the way, usually I would do this at the halftime, but we're going to give you the update right now.
Because I think it's funny.
It's a great score. Michigan State and HPU. The game that really doesn't have any implication to it, but HPU trying to play spoiler to a perfect record of Michigan State. It's 6-6 right now.
Okay. I do want to say it's been 6-6 a lot. And HPU have had that 6-6 streak going on for quite a bit. It's a matter of whether they can finish up the second half, and it's a matter of whether UH can tie this up and make it a 6-6 for themselves too. Onda going with that aggression that we've seen time and time again, pushed up very far. They do know where Abel is. Saw him passing quite a little while ago, checking onto this corner. Is able to trade Ghost out, spots out Jord, but it doesn't phase him at all. And now 3v1 left.
3v1 left to go down here. Zeffel getting able to get the raise here, and that's also going to be the Viper Spit that's going to be pulled out. So the spike will be planted down inside of that Viper Spit. Stops the plan for just a couple of moments. Zeffel will enter the Viper Spit here. Zeffel gets one, looking around the corner. It will drop down to about 30 health, but we'll get the health back thanks to the DK. So real health is now it's at 70. Around the cage, we'll get another one. It's a 1v1. It's a more manageable 1v1 here. Health bar wise, Encrypto's the lower one, and Zeffel will clutch it up with the kill. And it's 7-2 coming up. Zeffel with 3 kills, all on the B side, and all of it to defuse.
It's the crouch tech. It works wonders sometimes. It's a simple button that you can press. It makes you a little bit lower in the headshot. But, yeah, I wouldn't know, of course. But 7-2, pretty good considering that we have 3 more rounds left in this half. Very big range of potential in terms of score left over. Of course, UH does definitely 100% need this map to stay alive in the tournament. Otherwise, they are looking at just finishing up the rest of the round robin, and that's going to be it for them. Stony Brook would love to be sitting pretty at a 4-1 record, guaranteeing them a spot in the finals with an extra round to boot. 2 very different timelines, I will say, though, for these 2 teams.
And so right now, Stony Brook Seawolves looking to book themselves a spot in the finals. They are only 6 rounds away from doing so.
Absolutely.
And we're still in the first half.
Yes.
They won't get it here, obviously, because you can't get 13 in the first half, but they're inching ever so closer to making sure that that second half is as short as possible. 20 seconds already gone down mid. There will be a few nades being thrown out, including for the paint shells. All 4 of them down mid. There's one Cypher that's just waiting ever so patiently for someone to peek out of B Garage. Nothing doing otherwise. Guiding Light will find something here. But will it be enough to find something? UH knows that there's something, but do they know what's up there? There's a deadlock from Abel waiting for them. The freshman from Stony Brook just waiting in the rack for something to happen around the corner. Able to find one, finds 2 before Messi gets the headshot down. On 50 seconds left to go. Abel finds 2 big ones added on with Pocket, getting Ghost and Messi. It all comes up to Cootie with a big headshot on the Sheriff, but he can't kill 2 with just the Sheriff. Stony Brook gets another point. It's 8-2.
Moving up in the world, and they did make it expensive on the side of UH, but it's not quite enough to secure the round for them. 8-2 now being the score. Full loadouts. This is going to be it because, well, let's put it nicely. The silver lining is you do have some ultimates available. The not a silver lining is you are 6 rounds down. That's an entire half that you've got to be making up here. And based on the credits that we're seeing across the board, it looks like Stony Brook could probably take on 1 or 2 more losses and still be full in the loadout. But UH, you're going to need this one or it's going to be doomed for them. Crypto does get tagged by the deadlock net, but nothing too crazy there. Just fishing a little bit. I believe Sky did have to use a little bit of the healing on the side of UH, so that's going to be not as prominent heading into this later stage with 1:15 left. Playing it slow and steady is going to be the race here. We've been seeing a slower pace for both sides heading as we go deeper and deeper into this map, but nothing too crazy. Deadlock putting up the net here. Is going to dissipate, though.
Yeah, puts up the net for right now, and they'll get out of it. There's the Seekers that are going to go to pops on the peak. Will also go alongside with it with a showstopper, and it's able to get the kill, also doing damage as well. But with the Vandal, will add on to the kill count, gets another one. And right now, UH with a man advantage for what looks like one of the first times in a long time, maybe even since the 6th round. They had that elimination all before the spike plan down on A. Hey, B has been successful so far, 0% on A. Looking like they could add on to the percentage here on B. Messi gets Kaiser, and it's all just up to Zepho, who we saw 1v3. Can he do a 1v5? And that answer is no. It's a flawless round for UHM, and a flawless round well needed coming to the end of the half.
Very well needed, and what a statement it is to have a flawless, right, at the eve of the first half, going into this aggression saying we're not going down without a fight. We may be down 6 rounds, but we've still got some gusto in us, and they're going to make it worthwhile. And I've got to say, it feels like every time I'm noticing Zepho is one of the last standing members on the side of Stony Brook every time. He is the clutch factor for this team. He is the person that is stepping up in order to garner these successes on the side of SBU. We're going to have to see if he's able to close it out with his team and make it a 9-3, or whether UH is going to bounce back and make it an 8-4. It is a good start, as Encrypto does take down one of the duelists, one of the big paces, but Zepho, like we said, cleaning up house, is able to claim 1, is able to claim 2. Neural Theft is going to tell the location of the other UH members, and just like that, from numbers advantage to numbers disadvantage for University of Hawaii.
4v3 using the Annihilation finds nothing. Encrypto was in there, but to no avail. Anyways, Abel saw Encrypto. I don't know if Encrypto saw Abel, though, because not looking in that direction whatsoever. There's going to be a couple of smokes being pulled out. Now, Abel gets, well, there's the Peeker's advantage, I guess. Gets the headshot onto Encrypto, and blind fire smoke. Abel finds on the peak, saw something fishy, I guess, and is able to hook, line, and sinker one more kill. Kuti is stuck here inside of Garage, but no longer here. Everybody else is either up inside of Heaven or making their way towards B site right now. Kuti's the only one alive, but does have Spike in hand. Guiding Light around the corner, finds nothing. Doesn't see the other two. There's the Spike cam that gets pulled out, and there's also going to be the fault line here. Kuti's able to jump away, but stays inside of B main for right now. It's got to be a now or never, though, considering you do have Spike in hand. Zepho versus Kuti around the corner, maybe. Who's got the better of it? George also looking down B main as well. Can't find the headshot there. Zepho's the one that peeks out next. Stony Brook's up 9-3 at the end of the first half.
It's the double peak. I mean, 1v3 is numbers advantage means something for a reason, and we keep mentioning it because it's so good when you are, just holding down a site and the illusion of time. It seems to go by a little bit faster every time, you need it desperately. And so we have our half-line score here. It's 9-3. UH really banking on that curse right about now.
Yeah, they're banking on a 9-3 curse, which some will mention, some will not, but we'll lightly mention it, I guess. Hawaii Esports Invitational is brought to you in part by Coca-Cola. They're inviting fans to imagine what the future tastes like with a limited edition Y3000 flavor powered by AI. Or go ahead and check out some Body Armor drinks perfect before, during, or after a workout. Taste real magic with Coca-Cola today, and Coca-Cola proud sponsor of Dance League as well. They were big sponsors in that Coca-Cola launch, which was back. Let's be honest here. They were part of the Hawaii Fall 2023 Esports League Championships here at HPU. So, again, big thanks to Coca-Cola this time around as well. 1 minute and 25 seconds left to go as we start off the second half here on the pistol round. Nothing happening just yet. It was quick in the very first half.
Yes.
This time around, it goes a little bit slower, but not too much to the point where we didn't have any action. Already a low health bar for SBU.
Yeah, and this is something that we didn't see too often on the side of UH or on any of the split maps, I would say, which is pushing Garage aggressively and making sure that you guarantee an ultimate point for yourself early. I will mention that, it's kind of interesting how Stony Brook decided to push this one up without grabbing their spike. They're moving as a 5-man unit. They're entering on the site, trying to see if they can get anything. Ghost going to fall with his signature weapon, 2-pocket on a classic. And now, how is the rest of this defense going to look? They're going to backtrack and grab the spike. They do have control of the entire site area. 4v3 now, but look at the low health bars on the side of SVU.
low health bars in general. SPU's a little bit worse for wear. They're still able to plant the spike down, but a breeze maybe takes down 2 players, if that. And they'll go around the corner on the peak, trying the jump classic. Well, with that in mind, the jump classic on the other side from Jordan gets there. However, in Crypto finding 2 of their own makes it a 2v1 scenario. Just for the Cypher makes it a 1v1.
Zepho.
Messi's trying to defuse this. Zepho, though, with the clutch factor.
Oh!
And the senior makes it, again, the oldest member on the group apparently, the best for the clutch scenarios. Yet again, on a 1v1 scenario, it's going to be Stony Brook getting the point thanks to Zepho on the Cypher.
Absolutely. Zepho seems to kind of be this kryptonite going on here on the side of SBU, kind of playing expertly, reading UH very, very well time and time again.
Well, with age comes experience, apparently. I mean, Zepho's been pulling off these clutches. Remember the 1v3 earlier on back in round number 9, and then has had a few 1v1s in this case go his way as well. So, just saying, the senior doing work.
You
right
can count
now.
on him.
Yep. Count on him whenever you want. Up mid, they will go. You can see the split right now. They are banking that 3 of them are going to be in mid. So UH wants to stay there for right now, using the Poison Cloud just to stay there. Guiding Light will come all the way around into mid, knowing that they got some information. How much information? The bird doesn't tell you how many there are. They just tell you that someone is there. The Aftershock there for right now, trying to find anything. Seeing if really, inside of the smoke, but there was that little pocket.
Yeah.
That pocket you can see before that kill.
And now, aggressive push onto mid means that UH is going to have to back up. Cootie gives away the location with a couple of Sheriff shots. Not exactly what you wanted to see there. And Zepho lagging a little behind, cautious of anybody that could potentially be flanking. But if you're flanking a 2v5, you better be ready to fight an entire army. An army meaning Zepho singular, as he's able to take down so many people. And that's 11-3, 2 rounds away from guaranteeing yourself a spot in the finals if you're Stony Brook.
Yeah, and what a wonderful way to go into this right now with what could very well be a dominant score. And to know that, right, if they know that Michigan State right now is in a little bit of a pickle with HPU, we'll try to get an update score here in just a couple of moments between these 2 teams. But right now, I mean, 11-3, Stony Brook looking very strong to go into the finals here. 10-9, Michigan State leads. So it's a very close game, mind you, between those 2 teams. Let's find out if UH can bring it all the way back on the defensive side. Pocket blinded, mind you, is able to still spot in Crypto.
Just ran it down.
Just ran it down right into him. That's a move-on kill. Very rare, mind you, in this collegiate scene. But the move-on kill, still rare as it is, gets 2 kills. And already UHM, at least on the side, has their opportunities. Now the spike is back where Stony Brook can get it, and nobody's peeking down there anyway, so the breach will pick it up. But a 4v3 scenario, a lot more manageable for this UH team than we've seen in recent rounds.
Very manageable, very doable, especially because Abel only has a Sheriff to his name. You can see that crouch tech working wonders. Abel is able to take down Onda first before falling, so it is a 1-for-1 trade. Moody still being alive, still clutches it up. No plant on the side of Stony Brook, and that's going to be a round back for them. They're going to need a lot more of these, but this is a great start.
Yeah, that's rare for Stony Brook not to get a plan down and not win the round. That's rare considering what we've seen from them so far. So UH has found themselves a way to give themselves a chance now. Make sure they don't plan. Don't let them plan at all, and be aggressive at the very least. You saw the way they played that very well, and again, even with the rundown, at least you got the raise out of the way, even if Crypto did get run down. Just a little bit. Just a bit. But now you see the split up here, 2 going B, 2 going towards A, and at least down on A main side, you do have the Cypher leaving Spike there, obviously, if anybody wants to try and go towards the Cypher, try to flank the Cypher's right there. So essentially right now it's a 5v4, although with the Omen peeking for the Cypher right now, who knows what the hell happens in that corner.
Yeah, and both teams playing that slow game. Nothing really happens in the first 40 or like even half of the time, given that, you know, everybody's just taking a feel. Everybody's just going for picks. Very traditional playstyle over here as Messi trying to shoot out and see if they can find any information. Rays on the side of SBU using a lot of utility.
Trying to throw prospects at each other.
Yeah.
It's not a snowball fight, guys. You're throwing explosives at each other. You gotta hit something here as the smoke. Actually, that smoke went all the way down below. That smoke is no good whatsoever here. So for SPU, just maybe a little bit of a waste of a util. You do get it back later on, but man, oh, and look at the Omen fight here down in the corner. It's right around the spike area. That spike is left there. And actually for UH, that's great information because they know somebody's going to have to come and get it if they want a chance at this. So really around the corner will go, and Crypto's got Jordan. And now that spike is stuck. If they want any opportunity, watch UH is going to go all the way around. And now for SPU, they got to run for it. They left the spike, but they left it in prime position, and now Ghost just catching anybody out. This could very well be a flawless round for UH.
This is no man's land for them. They have nowhere they want to be. And in fact, Pocket is probably using this time to save, just trying to run the timer here, because this is now 2 consecutive rounds where it's not looking good for the Stony Brook University. And just trying to save because the credits are starting to run low. These rounds are not going very peacefully. This is not a pacifist run game. Lots of people are falling on both sides, and you can see the credits. This is the final reserves they have in the bank. They're even going to save here.
You want to know what's funny about that? What happened that last round there?
Yeah,
that is the first time ran out with no spike down. That is
no round end.
And no round in the entire weekend.
Wow.
That is the first time we have seen a save completely and the time ran out with no spike explosion either on top of that.
Absolutely.
I mean,
that hourglass is not something common that we've been seeing.
Not at all, and that's something that it's rare to see. But UH playing that well to force SPU to kind of save a little bit as Cootie gets a headshot already onto Pocket, and
in Crypto!
Crypto's in so much trouble. Holy cow. How much util was that on a Crypto alone? All right, they almost lined up as well. But Zepho gets the kill on the peak, and now location revealed thanks to the neural theft. Your Cootie, they know that somebody's downstairs in vent. Messi drops down. And Messi, can they get the flank out of the very least? There are walls there to prevent him right now, and Cootie all the way away. Messi is stuck down here with a free sight, and now they know where at least the Viper is. It's free sight on A.
Free sight in. Oh, just the peak. Wow, that was really good timing. Yeah. I know you looked down and you were like writing something, but you just absolutely missed it. Messi went for like a little peek, but unfortunately, when you're peeking up, that does reveal head first, and so that was really good reaction timing.
The last second timeout will be used before we get to anything here. I want to point out outside right now, Michigan State and HPU. That game, 11-11, I believe, was the last update I heard there. So that is a close game between the teams. That is 4-0 and 0-4. And yeah, thanks to our camera operator and our producers out there. You can see the score on the board right now, 11-11 between those two teams at opposite sides of the standings, mind you, as well. So that's a very, very close game. Hawaii Esports Invitational, a big mahalo to our friends at Tetris. You can win a fair share of prizes. Yes, you can win prizes here in a tournament that's not included on the regular schedule, really. You can win a fair share of prizes this weekend by participating in the Open Tetris Tournament. Head on over to the Tetris Arcade right outside by the main stage, or to the outside stage, I should say, and get the high score of the day. You could walk away with some exclusive Tetris swag for first and second, apparently. And if there's no computer, play along on your mobile device. Play ends at the end of each day, so go ahead and get that high score now. Again, the Open Tetris Tournament, open to all, and those available that want to play some as well. But you wanted to say something right before I started that, actually.
No, I was just going to say that, everybody has a chance because I'm stuck here on the caster desk.
Well, okay, no. If you were here for our high school championship.
Oh, no, I don't stand. I'm not even close.
You don't stand.
I'm not even close. Roosevelt has produced some really good Tetris players, I will say.
What was it, 1, 2, 3,
It was first, second, third, and fourth at the last event that we had.
How many points was it? Like
all over a million.
All over a million. Jeez, I do not know how for the life of me. And mine is 500,000 most. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I guess my fingers are getting. I guess my timing's getting up. I don't know how the heck they play that to get over a million points. But anyways, 12-5, last chance opportunity here for HPU to bring, or for HPU, excuse me, for the University of Hawaii to stay in this tournament. Essentially, you have 7 opportunities at match point for Stony Brook. UH needs every single round to keep themselves in this tournament for the top prize and to keep the surfboard at home. Otherwise, we know that surfboard is going to the mainland.
Yes, it's going to get mailed out, or they're going to bring it with them. I mean, that's good.
I still don't know how you're going to get it.
Very interesting conversation to tell TSA. But
somebody's going to have to figure out what box they brought the surfboards in and maybe pack it in there. You know what I mean? Get the bubble wrap and everything and put it in there, essentially. So let's see, and we'll give you a quick update outside because this is going to get very interesting later on. But Stony Brook 12-5 in the lead, 7 opportunities at match point. Around the corner in the smoke. They will go.
30
you
seconds
see
left.
a lot, and the questions of this, kind of the nerves, if you will, because Stony Brook has not made a move. Nobody's made a move here. 20 seconds. They're not even on site.
Oh, no.
Alone. they're going to have to use from the shadows here, maybe to even just enter onto site here. Messi notices one, gets the headshot onto one, but Jordan is right there from the shadows working out wonders. 14 seconds left to go on the clock. Spike's going to get started in the plant. Ghost goes down, meaning it's a man advantage here for the University of or for the Stony Brook University.
Yes.
Seawolves with the lead and man advantage on 4-3. Spike down, and now just the silence here from UH is going to have to work wonders for them to keep themselves in it. This tournament lives on the line, just trying to stay in this for all intents and purposes. UH has to make some mono magic happen, but unfortunately not on their home campus. They are on the home of the Sharks of HPU. The Annihilation is there, and I believe the Annihilation does get one at the very least. Yes, it does. On Swing Crypto, and it's both of them down. That's it! That is it. It will just wipe away the Annihilation. It's the final blow there, and Stony Brook University wins it. They are now have a 4-1 record. Tiebreakers be damned. We don't need those. We just know that whoever's winning this surfboard trophy at the end is going to be from the main 48 states on the mainland.
Yep. That surfboard is officially going to have gone to more states than I have, which is a crazy thing to say if you think about it. But, you know, props to the mainland teams. They definitely brought something to show. They are going to be our top two. They're heading into the finals, both Stony Brook and Michigan. So wonderful representatives, wonderful to have them here. And I believe the last match that we're going to be broadcasting would be determining between the two teams.
Believe it wouldn't very well could come down to seeding at the very least.
Yeah.
Who picks bands first, because we're going to yesterday. You know, some of the rules were was that they had the pick one by one for each map, but we're going to standard rules this time where it's pick band, pick sides, and all that when we get down to it. So it'll be the normal standard rule set when we get to it. But let's go ahead and bring up some stats. And we talked to this guy earlier on the interview side during the break, and Zepho is our player of the match here from their end, and the score was was great for them. But anyways, overall, for the rest of the team of Stony Brook, they look like Kevin Craig said from Stony Brook, they got the jitters out, they got everything out of the system, and now it looks like the nervousness might be out. But speaking of nervousness, if you go outside, as of right now, from the update at the very least, you might be able to see something interesting. But before we do that, let's get some stats from Zepho right now. The only senior on this team from the from Stony Brook University, but 307 ACS with a 2.75 KDR. I believe that might be one of the higher ones that we have seen.
I was going to say most of the people that we've got MVP for is usually the people that initiate. They end up dying as a result, but we have not seen too much utility-based people or earning the match MVP. And I mean, rightfully deserved. This guy was doing it all. He was spotting out where people were. He was gaining intelligence. Neurothefts often found 3-4 people's locations, and it was just good use of utility, knowing where everybody is, and crosshair placement, man.
So now we know that we now know our matchups actually. So this next matchup here in the round robin essentially is kind of a practice round, if you will, for these next matchups, because now we know the third place matchup between the University of Hawaii as well as the Sharks from HPU. So the home team versus the home team essentially will get to play each other. But meanwhile, later on in the day, we know the final matchup. We will see it one more time, though, before that in the regular round robin between Stony Brook as well as Michigan State. It'll either head back to East Lansing or it'll head back to Stony Brook, New York. Who the heck knows? We'll find out later in the day. We'll take a bit of a break here, but when we come back, we'll have some interviews for you from some teams as well as more action coming up. As from the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena at the iconic Aloha Tower Marketplace, you're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart?
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there, brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
community media, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access to me gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
What we're doing is critical, it's important. We have to stay energized and motivated to do this work in our community, but understand that our real
Paul, thank you very much for joining us. First of all, how exciting has this event been for you so far?
I mean, it's been awesome. Obviously, Valorant is one core component to this amazing, show that we're putting on. We've got open tournaments out in the front. We've got Valorant here in the back, and to have these schools come out and show up in such a big way has been fantastic. I think for the local fans, maybe having one of the Hawaii teams make it to the finals would have been great, but I'm really stoked to see what the schools can do.
Well, you got two teams here from the mainland that are well-prestiged schools in both Stony Brook and Michigan State, so it was a tough run in the first place. But what's it like having these, how big is it to have two mainland teams? Let's speak about that. For you as a director of marketing, how big is it to have two teams like these prestigious programs come down here from the mainland?
I mean, it's been amazing. Obviously, Vanta is all about scholastic esports. That's really the backbone of what we do. We've done some amazing events here at this very arena in the past, which is great. So to be able to expand upon that and bring out these really prestigious universities to be able to join the battle here has been great, and they've been so great to work with. The teams, the coaches, the directors, all those folks have been fantastic.
Tell me about your favorite moment here so far within the competition, within this weekend, I guess, or even in the planning phases. Tell me what your favorite moment was from this entire thing.
Oh man, so we actually got a chance. So Michigan State came out a little bit early, just kind of get have a couple days in Hawaii. Of course, who wouldn't want to? And actually, Iolani, one of the local high schools, actually put them up and said, "Hey, come out to our esports arena, come out here and get some practice in, and to see them play with some of the high school students and actually have that experience here, and have high school students talk to them and ask the players what that was like." That was really fun. It was a pretty heartwarming moment. I'm not gonna lie.
And Vanta's had a lot of events. We know that some of them happening out here in Hawaii as of late. The Vanta League, the esports championships with high school and middle school at the same time.
Yeah.
Also had the Texas one as well. But let's be honest here. Which one's the better one? I mean, you have out in the mainland here, but you're out in Paradise right now. You got to say this one's the best one.
I mean,
right?
the crowd here today was nuts. That was fantastic. I mean, Texas, you got your work cut out for you for the next one if you want to beat this one. The crowd here today was awesome. It was so great to see so many people show up to get involved, and coming in here and seeing it absolutely packed with people watching, and the crowd out there as well. That last game going into double OT, woo! All right.
Yeah. Overtime in general is just an exciting thing to watch. Again, Paul joining us here, the director of marketing from the Vanta League. So let's see here, because we just got a little bit of an interesting situation, because we're all wearing Aloha shirts here. We got these Aloha shirts, especially for this event, but you guys have these very nice Hawaii Esports Invitational shirts on, so where's ours?
You know what? The person to ask for that, of course, has to be the lovely Ed Lallier, one of our VPs as well. So get him here, put him in an interview situation, put him on the spot. Good luck fitting him in frame. And then ask him, because I think we can try and get you some for sure. Okay. But size down, because they are very large.
Yeah,
oh my
they
goodness.
seem to be large.
Yeah,
but it's a very nice shirt.
It's
overall.
such a nice color, but size down one.
And we're also hoping that Zippies does come back for the next one, so that shirt just stays relevant the entire time as well.
I mean, the amount of Zippies we have eaten this weekend. I went and got 100 orders bringing them out here for all the players. So that was okay. Just for the record, that's not something I've ever seen at an esports event where every single player who shows up to compete gets free food. I asked Ed about it. He's like, "That's what we do in Hawaii."
Yeah.
And I was like, "That's news to me. This is my first time here on the island, so this is great. This is a lot of fun."
You get Zippies now and get Zippies for future ones, and you can just have Zippies all the time out here.
I mean, I have eaten so much Zippies over the last few days. Yes, please, Zippies, continue to be part of this, and I will continue to eat your delicious food.
All right. Well, Paul, we'll have you go work on that, since you are the director of marketing anyways. So
yes.
We'll have you go work on that for Zippies. Thank you very much, my friend.
Thanks
for joining us. We'll take a short break again with another interview right back here on the Hawaii Esports Invitational, presented, by the way, by Zippies.
Good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart?
Because it's us, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there, brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
Zippies at Aloha Tower. My name is K-Tad. Joining me on the desk is the director over at Stony Brook University, Kevin Craig. And so, Kevin, talk to me first. Let's rewind the tape. You know, we're going to talk about the event here in a second, but how did Vanna even reach out to you guys to be a part of an event all the way out in Hawaii? Like, what was that pitch like to be like, hey, do you want to travel across the country?
Yeah, so that's it was a pretty funny conversation. I actually met Ed out in Boston for the CECC's Northeast Regionals.
Oh, okay.
Our Smash team is one of the best in the country. We went out there to compete. And I ended up meeting him there while he was tabling. We kicked it off, and later that day he still goes, hey, you know, I know you were talking about your Valorant team and some of the successes you've had. I'd really love to bring you guys out. I'm going to email you in a few minutes. Let me know, you know, if this is something you're interested in. Came back from Boston, pitched it to my department. They're, yep, you guys are going. Start planning. So,
did you get any funny looks at the administration level when they're like, hey, so I want to go to Hawaii. What do you think?
I was so nervous at first. I'm like, I definitely will get a no on this. But they looked at me, they're like, do it. This is great. Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Nice.
So, yeah, I've gotten a lot of great support for everything.
Awesome. No, that's wonderful. That's awesome to hear. So, I mean, so then with that, right, you guys are here currently already in the finals right now. You play against Michigan coming up for the seeding. But overall, what's kind of like the vibe been for the team, for the program, right, for everyone that came out? How have you guys been enjoying the trip so far?
Oh, I mean, the trip's been absolutely amazing. You know, the culture here is so beautiful and polite and kind. You know, it was one of my first things coming from New York. People can be a little harsh sometimes. Kind all the same, but a little harsh. And everyone here has been so welcoming and nice. So it's such a great experience here. Everyone's been in high spirits, enjoying the nice warm weather from our 22-degree weather out in New York. But, yeah, it's been amazing, and I know my students are absolutely loving the experience.
Nice. Actually, so real quick then, did you guys check the weather report back home, what it was like today? Or while you've been here, have you looked?
I checked yesterday, and yesterday was like 38. So it's actually kind of warm, relatively warm. It was like 38 and raining.
You ask anybody from Hawaii, they're like, they don't even know the thermometer goes that low.
Thermometer stops at 70.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Well, okay, so thinking about home, talk to me about then. Is there any new initiatives over at Stony Brook that you guys are working on? Anything you guys are excited about? Right, obviously getting to travel, but back home, what's the excitement like? You know, anything new you guys are got coming down the pipe?
Yeah, so right now our big project is putting together a broadcasting and production room. You know, to be able to do interviews like we're doing right now, be able to put live productions like y'all have been able to do here at Hawaii Pacific University's Esports Arena, and being able to put on our own events eventually, being able to host, having our esports room already, putting together that broadcast room, getting a nice interview lounge in that broadcast room to bring in teams, to bring in our players, and you know, really build forth that program, maybe involve academics in there and you know, get it going.
Nice. Yeah, no, I mean, I think to me that's always such a fun thing, right? When you can build content, when you can tell stories, absolutely, right? It adds that human element. Just as a quick check then, how have we done? How has the team done, right? As the person that's in charge of this directly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, just what's the quick report card feel for that?
I would give you, if I had a scorecard right now, I'd definitely put it at 9.8 out of 10.
Okay.
It's been pretty good. You know, it's been pretty
could
great.
Be better,
there's
better.
There's always a room for improvement, but no, yeah, y'all have been doing a great job. It's, you know, been a great broadcast and everything.
Oh, thank
great
you.
Event.
We appreciate it. I'm sure the rest of the crew appreciates that as well. But I mean, quickly then, you know, with you guys building that out, are there any things? Do you have students out here? Like, what's the content plan look like? Is there anything? Then what's the, you know, in a year time or something like that? Is that what you guys are looking for to be able to then have students be doing the broadcasting and all that, like really kind of giving them those opportunities?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I want to try and reach into the academic section of Stony Brook. You know, create some sort of avenue with our journalism communication college. Get those students, you know, portfolios with all of our broadcasts. You know, we got 6 different titles with tons of or 2 teams per title. That's like 90 hours a week of content that they could theoretically put together.
Yep.
So, you know, get students in there all the time, get those portfolios built out, have them being able to get that experience on broadcast. They could do what you do, you know, as a career, be it in esports, sports, whatever they want to do. And, you know, help these students grow as individuals. And if they want to stay in esports, great. If they want to go be a television host, awesome. You know, whatever they could do.
Right on. Yeah, no, I mean, I think a lot of exciting times with just broadcast media, the way that the industry is shaking out. You know, a little bit rocky on the esports side, but I think overall a lot of fun to see, right? The skills you learn here easily transferable, right, to any other field in regards to media, entertainment, things like that. It's always fun to see. But with that in mind, then, as we kind of wrap up and before we go back to a short little bit of a break, one last question for you then.
Absolutely.
If invited back, would you guys want to come back, and would you win? No matter who's against here.
Ooh, no matter who's against here. If I have my roster today, yes, we're winning. If I have my roster who's next year, absolutely still yes.
Yeah.
I have confidence. No, yeah, we would love to come back. Absolutely. It's just, been an amazing trip, like I said. And if the opportunity arises, in a heartbeat, yeah.
Okay, oh, actually, one last question that I thought about. How much Zippies have you guys eaten over the weekend?
Oh, God. I think we've had Zippies for almost every meal this weekend.
Nice. Yeah, there you go.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner has been Zippy. Actually, that's not true. Dinner, we've gone out. But breakfast and lunch every day has been Zippies since we got here Thursday.
Gotcha. Okay, well,
so,
there you go.
solid 4 days of Zippies.
Hey, you can't go wrong, right?
No, it's been great.
If you've ever seen that map of all the 50 states and the most popular like fast food or whatever restaurant chain, I don't know if you ever noticed this, but now you can say you've been to Hawaii's one. Because this is our most popular.
Oh, really? That makes sense. Yeah.
There used to be I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but there used to be a campaign that was like, as soon as you get home from wherever you travel, the first thing locals do, they go to Zippies.
I don't blame them. It's like I said, it's been pretty good. I've been liking it. I wish I could bring some back to New York and just have a location there, but
if
a
you
little
got
far
them
away.
on the line, Zippies, right? You just heard it.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, Zippy,
York
listen,
branch.
come to New York.
Yeah, New York branch opening soon. But all right. Well, thank you, Kevin, for joining us on the broadcast. Appreciate you. Best of luck in the next match against Michigan State, and then potentially in the finals to follow.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back again, hopefully with more interviews. But if not, one more round robin game, an all-star game, and then the finals coming up. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss any of that.
Community media, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access, to me, gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
What we're doing is critical, it's important. We have to stay energized and motivated to do this work in our community, but understand that our real mission is to hold up our part as we encourage others to hold up their part around the planet.
So I was 14, I joined SPN Set It Up program, which is an after-school program. We created our own TV show that was put out in the public, and I went along, did that till I graduated high school. Currently, I work with Youth Prize. I'm their youth storyteller. I create all their media and content having to do with like telling stories.
It seems like there's been an incessant attack on Black leaders and on Black interest. And we believe we have a right and a duty to respond.
Too often, we are encouraged to think of ourselves as insignificant and as meaningless.
Getting involved in a way is telling the world no. And we need more people to say no.
People in neighborhoods can now do what only corporations could do a generation ago.
I'm here live from the mud pit.
Disability Viewpoints can cover disability issues at a little longer length, which the local news hasn't been able to do.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Conscious programming to me feels like where we want to go as human beings, where we want to feel alive.
It gives me an opportunity to talk about theater, the arts, writing, directing.
Because it's us, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that gave me the opportunity to go out in the field and actually use the equipment and get more hands-on experience with it.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am doing what I'm doing today.
Not only did people come up to me and say, I saw you on TV talking about your organization, they asked about it.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there. It brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
This station broadcasts a lot of different things.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
And I think public access allows that.
It's given me a chance that I wouldn't have had at the bigger markets or the bigger studios.
It's a powerful mechanism that actually makes people think about things. There's news shows, there's entertainment, there's dialogue, there's debate, and that's all healthy. And I think public access gives that opportunity to everyone. I think without it, we'd be less fulfilled, I think, as a community.
Technology affords collaboration that is global and local, and it's accessible. And I think our mission has to be to continue to ensure that this technology remains in the hands of as many people as possible on planet Earth.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart?
Because it's us, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there. It brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
community media, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access, to me, gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
What we're doing is critical, it's important. We have to stay energized and motivated to do this work in our community, but understand that our real mission is to hold up our part as we encourage others to hold up their part around the planet.
So I was 14, I joined SPNN Set It Up program, which is after school program. We created our own TV show that was put out in the public, and I went along, did that till I graduated high school. Currently, I work with Youth Prize. I'm their youth storyteller. I create all their media and content having to do with like telling stories.
It seems like there's been an incessant attack on Black leaders and on Black interest. And we believe we have a right and a duty to respond.
Too often, we are encouraged to think of ourselves as insignificant and as meaningless.
Getting involved in a way is telling the world no. And we need more people to say no.
People in neighborhoods can now do what only corporations could do a generation ago.
I'm here live from the mud pit.
Disability Viewpoints can cover disability issues at a little longer length, which the local news hasn't been able to do.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart?
Conscious programming to me feels like where we want to go as human beings, where we want to feel alive.
It gives me an opportunity to talk about theater, the arts, writing, directing.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that gave me the opportunity to go out in the field and actually use the equipment and get more hands-on experience with it.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am doing what I'm doing today.
Not only did people come up to me and say, I saw you on TV talking about your organization, they asked about it.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there. It brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
This station broadcasts a lot of different things.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
And I think public access allows that.
It's given me a chance that I wouldn't have had at the bigger markets or the bigger studios.
It's a powerful mechanism that actually makes people think about things. There's news shows, there's entertainment, there's dialogue, there's debate, and that's all healthy. And I think public access gives that opportunity to everyone. I think without it, we'd be less fulfilled, I think, as a community.
Technology affords collaboration that is global and local, and it's accessible. And I think our mission has to be to continue to ensure that this technology remains in the hands of as many people as possible on planet Earth.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart?
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there. It brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed them.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
Presented by the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena at the iconic Aloha Tower Marketplace. Clutch K alongside Henry with you, taking you through what is the final match of the round robin, the double round robin here, match 2-3, aka match number 6. In the last matchup, by the way, we were giving you updates between Michigan State and Hawaii Pacific University in that last match, which would take it to the 5th game overall as we line up here in our final game. But the previous matchup actually went to triple overtime. It went to triple OT, but in fact, Michigan State now did win that 16-14, so they are now 5-0. However, this matchup now features the two mainland teams between Michigan State and Stony Brook. We know both of them are in the finals. This is going to be one that both teams acknowledge here they still have to play out, but we know both these teams are going to be in. However, for Michigan State, they do have the benefit of the doubt with the depth chart, if you will. So there are going to be two substitutes in. We'll figure that. We'll show that here in just a couple of moments. Either way, though, you're looking at for the record-wise, Michigan State 5-0, Stony Brook 4-1. But the big thing about these two teams here is the round differential.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what's it called? Stony Brook has the potential to pull off the first seed going into the finals with an at least 13-6 record if they win the map. 13-6 or better, more convincing, would net them first seed heading into the finals, of course. If they win and it's something like 13-8, it is still going to be Michigan's ball.
Because of the round differential. So Michigan State will still have the advantage there for the number 1 seed. So overall, just needing to get 7 wins for the Spartans, and they will give themselves a number 1 seed overall. And obviously, for seeding purposes, we know both of these teams are in. Question is who's going to get the advantage, at least on map number 1, because that's first pick, map pick ban then. So that could very well make the difference. So let's start off with the Spartans of Michigan State, the current number 1 seed, if you will, and technically the home team speaking here. A little bit of a change in the rosters, if you will. 2 of them coming in here with Cactus and Sting coming in for the first time in this entire weekend, I believe, that we are going to see both of them here. Cactus comes in for Moonrow, Sting comes in for Frog, and the player we do want, hey, if we're going to highlight everybody, we're going to highlight some players here, especially the senior going out here after this, mechanical engineering senior known as Cactus, Eric Liu, the initiator, and this is the swap that I was talking about between Cactus and actually Cactus, Moonrow swapping out for each other, technically speaking, really, because that's initiator for initiator, essentially. So not a bad swap. Either way, you're going to keep the roles for the initiator swap. But Cactus comes in. Sting will go in for Frog. So flex for flex. Either way, they still stay the same thing.
Yeah, so it kind of makes sense. You're not necessarily replacing in substitute for something else. It's just someone for something else that plays in the same role, I would say. It might be because of veterancy, if you think about it. This is kind of a high-stakes game, if you think about it. You are both secured a position into the finals, but sometimes having that first seed makes all the difference for that map number 1, like you mentioned. And so they might be relying on what they're more comfortable with, somebody that they've had on the team for a few years or so. And that veteran experience could mean the difference between a shot caller and somebody that just plays along with the team.
Yeah, let's go ahead and introduce the other team on the other side right now. Currently, number 2 seed could very well make it, depending on the tiebreakers that we're looking at. Number 2 seed right now, Stony Brook University of Seawolves, out of the Stony Brook, New York area, 60 miles outside of New York City. They have Abel, Zeffel, Jord, Kaiser, Pocket. No differences here. 5 players on the roster. 5 players will stay in this entire way through. Not the depth chart that Michigan State does have, but the starting lineup remains the same. So featured player here for us will be Jordan Rayo, freshman here. And we've been talking about freshmen a lot. Jordan here, Jord, a.k.a. here, the freshman we are going to feature overall, because freshmen lately have been the talk, whether it be in high school or in college.
I don't know what it is in the young bloods, because we talk about seniors and then we talk about freshmen, but we've been dealing with the freshmen a lot more, especially in the later half of the series. And so we're going to have to see how this goes. It's the double round robin. It's the last match that these two teams are going to face each other in terms of best of ones. They have a best of 3 set up for themselves later in the finals. And this is kind of like a preview, if you think about it, to what that finals could entail.
Well, mind you, it is a little bit of a final. It is kind of the finals, a preview, if not for the 2 subs that may or may not switch out after. So who knows what the heck is going to happen here during that process. But let's go ahead and figure out our map. We've only seen, by the way, Split and Ascent this entire day, but for the first time here, some shenanigans, if you will, for the final round.
Yeah.
Here. Icebox is where we're going here from the last map of the regular round robin.
Keeping it easy breezy. Icebox did undergo some changes. Breeze is gone. You're right. Just the ice part.
Yes.
There were some changes to it. We did see Icebox in play yesterday, and we got to see some of the changes, especially in that mid area. That mid area seemed to be a little bit of a kryptonite for both sides, whether you were playing attacker or defender. And I saw equal priority in terms of A and B, but the aggressive push onto B is what I think is taking a lot of teams off guard when you're playing on the attacker side, and that could be something that comes to fruition between these two teams. You have now 5 games of experience from
from both sides, and this is the last one you really want to make it count. So could be shenanigans, or it could just mean business for both of them.
I do want to point out in the very first part, Michigan State decided to ban Split and Ascent on their first 2 bans. Decided to use their 2 bans. They are tired of Split and Ascent, at least for the final map. So here we get to see something completely different. And even yesterday, we got to see Icebox, I think, only once in the entire day at all. So this is our second time seeing it through the weekend, and we will get to see, like you were saying, all the map changes as well. Maybe a peak down mid, maybe Outlaws, who
Potentially.
knows. We were told by the teams earlier on during the break here that there may be some fun times going on. Obviously, This is for the 13-7. If the scoreline goes anywhere above 13-7, 13-8, 13-9 is what I'm saying here, then obviously Stony Brook would go ahead, or rather I should say Michigan State goes ahead and gets the number 1 seed. If not, then it would be a 13-6 or better, I should say, for Stony Brook, and the Seawolves will give themselves the number 1 seed. So everyone's going to pull out ISO here to start, and the newest agent, of course. But
wrong game mode.
Yeah, this is the wrong game mode to do it. However, there's the randomization factor.
Yes.
So whoever locked in ISO first is probably going to get it. Or I should say whoever hovered ISO first is probably going to get it.
I remember back in a time when it was whoever was at the top would just be guaranteed the agent, and then the rest would trickle down.
Okay, so we're saying right now it'd be Kaiser and Sting
that
would be getting the ISO right about now. Okay.
But, we are seeing it's not locked in yet until the timer runs out or until somebody plays spoiler and it's like, it's mine, right? But, this would be the first time we have ISO, and what better way to do it in a for fun match, so to speak.
Well, and ISO is one of those characters, right, that isn't that, I mean, normally, I guess, we've lately seen pro play, hasn't really been at least been shown at the higher tier scale, I guess.
Of course.
And maybe his kit isn't reliable just because, the ultimate isn't really killing or anything. It's a 1v1 thing, and you have to rely on your gun skill to do it. So maybe that's why ISO wasn't.
That's why I never press that button. I never win the fight. I only take someone out.
No, see if I'm the one that gets caught up inside of it, I just throw my guns away because I don't think I can beat the other person if you're
knife fight. Come on.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of that, I want your over under on the amount of knife kills we're gonna get this game.
What's the over-under? I don't know. What's our? I want to get what our prod crew is thinking here for
I'm
over-under
going to say
3. 3. Okay.
There will be 3.
Oh,
our producer says 9.
Everybody in this room.
I hope everyone in the room heard that.
Everybody in the room is trying to figure out an over/under here. The shenanigans will go. I'm assuming we're going to have at least 2 knife fights.
2 knife fights.
Down mid. And then I will say, you know what? I'm setting the over/under at 11. I'll set it high.
11.
I will set it high.
That's the whole game.
Normally
that could be the whole game.
Normally I will say that behind the scenes I take notes between every match. I'm not going to take a single note here besides how many knife kills there are in this entire game.
Okay, I like that. I'm
not going to go for streaks. I'm not going to go for anything. The official statistics because this isn't the finals after all.
Oh no.
Round robin.
Honestly,
however, if they get a knife kill, I'm marking it down.
I don't think this is a good indicator for how the finals are going to go all of a sudden.
We're having fun here, man. We're having fun
I know.
The Invitational. By the way, speaking of which, we're having fun here, and all of it is part of our sponsors. And one of the sponsors we'd like to give our thanks to is ESPN Honolulu. And you can go ahead and check out ESPN Honolulu as they are the exclusive home of University of Hawaii sports on the radio, as well as home of some of the best talk shows on the islands. Check it out on Oahu on ESPN Honolulu, 92.7 FM, 1420 AM, and around the world on ESPNHonolulu.com or the Sideline Hawaii app. So check them out. I think they were here earlier to give away some prizes, spin a wheel, and win a prize. So thank you to my friend, actually, Cole Malsoff, the marketing person over there, or promotions director, I should say, over there at ESPN Honolulu for coming down and supporting the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy. So we go to Icebox here, and this is, again, the newest changed map, if you will.
And I was going to mention, I saw MSU hesitate to pick up the spike at first, which kind of goes to show what's going to happen here. Pocket is having none of the fun, though. Immediately takes one out with the Sheriff. And double tap as clean as it can get, Aim Lab style. Immediately taking one out, and that's going to be the ISO fight. Kaiser's going to win that one. And now,
they're looking for it.
Yeah, they really are.
Slam this by himself. Pocket will just say, okay, no shenanigans in round number 1.
No shenanigans.
But they did rush them down all the way 4 in A, and you were talking about the spike. Well, the spike eventually got left behind.
They died, my guy.
Yeah, I know they died. I was just saying it just got left behind in A side anyway, so it's like, well, nothing doing there anyways. But Okay, all right. If Stony Brook is staying with this, I mean...
That's pretty shenanigan-y.
Yes.
You know, and I don't even think that's a real word, but we're just going to let it pass.
I don't know, is shenanigan
Shenanigan-y?
Yeah, well, that
yeah,
sounds weird.
It sounds weird.
I don't know if you can use it as an adjective.
I don't think so, but I'm going to.
We're creating new words on the
I'm
spot,
contributing to the shenanigans.
Yeah, the Webster Dictionary might have a heart attack if they're hearing some of this.
But Urban's going to be very
Outlaw
happy.
1.
Outlaw 1. Oh, but Chamber does claim 1. We haven't seen a lot of Chamber actually today, so I'm kind of happy to see it for other reasons.
Yeah, not just besides the
not just
cosplay you have.
Yeah.
in
No,
your
no.
closet.
I think the reason of just seeing Chamber makes me very happy.
I want to see you have like the entire whenever you cosplay. I want to see you have the entire kit, like the trademark, the headhunter.
Oh, and the
You might get stopped at security when we go to Koi-Con.
Not if it's plastic.
Well, if it's plastic,
or like a
then,
cardboard, right?
But you pull the trademark out, maybe. I don't know. Well,
yeah,
we'll see. Here,
anyway,
plans going to happen here on A, or no, on B actually. They're all spread out on the other way. Meanwhile, Outlaws all in the hands of the Spartans from Michigan State, as they're just going along here, staying with the classic only. They plan it down for Michigan State. Doesn't have an Outlaw in the hands. Slam, though, does have the headhunter ready to go. Sting from the other side. Little peekaboo game right there. Misses the shot in the Outlaw, and Pocket has to go back into the smoke for a little while.
Oh!
Slammed with the no-scope kill onto Pocket. Cactus there for 1 as well, and a thrifty round for Michigan State. They pick up the Outlaw and says, well, I'm the sheriff here.
Absolutely so. I mean, the no-scope Outlaw shots are commemorable, but you kind of also gave 3 away to the other team.
Yeah.
It's like it's the gift that keeps on giving, you know? We have a friend ourselves, loves picking up the operator on Jet, loves going for the Eagle Peaks, loves giving the operator to the enemy team as a result, so a little bit, it's not as crazy as the op, but that is 3 Outlaws.
Who could you be talking about?
Who could I be talking about?
Man, you want to call him out on stream?
No.
1-1 the scoreboard here. Michigan State scores a thrifty. And now underway with the economy at the very least. More Outlaws to be had and slammed.
Oh.
Outlaw in hand stays in spawn. And Zepho trying to get jiggy with it. Doesn't really find anything with it. Although stays inside of the Molly. And Kaiser stays alive. How? Are you staying alive, my friend? Through the smoke, a little bit of a blind fire. Jordan does fall oh so low here. Spike is planted down on A yet again. Sting gets 1 on the Vandal, does get spotted out, gets another one on the Vandal through the corner of the wall, might get another, but Abel gets him down all the way to 6 health. Michigan State playing none the wiser here. Will go ahead and use the ISO altar ready to take it. Abel versus Sting, full health, and Sting wins it. Abel cannot get away from it whatsoever. Pocket's got to shoot that. And Michigan State not playing it against the start. Pocket will get a headshot, but it might be too little too late.
Yep, the Pocket pistol, if they want to call it, but can't beat the Outlaws that you kind of gave away. I will say, pretty impressive on the ISO ultimate. Really did want to fight. I got to see what it looks like when you win a fight in that domain. But that is going to be the lead now for Michigan State. 2-1, pretty close still, I would say. Not as many shenanigans as we thought.
I thought there were going to be a lot more.
It feels like a 90-10 on serious and fun. And
well, when you're all buying Outlaws, then there is a hint.
That was the 10.
Yeah, that was the 10 right there.
I want to see how long those 5 Outlaws last throughout the entire game.
Well, what are we at? 3 rounds right now? So
yes.
This is, oh boy. Well, it shoots the right one, by the way.
Wow,
shoots the correct one. As there was a clone right next to it. Pocket, though, waiting for a great seize, by the way, to make sure Frodo can't get even out of that. Around the corner, Gabe will go double peek here. Pocket will get 1, 2, 3. And the battle stage is up along with the res. And Ice Bear, through the smoke, they don't know. Ice Bear gets 2. Just sneaking around, and now it's a 1v2. Abel has the Outlaw in hand, gets 1 headshot. And it's a 1v1 between the
Outlaws. Oh, and the Judge.
And the Judge.
Okay. We're going to have to see if the gavel is going to hit hard or whether the Outlaw is going to rain hell here.
Is it the criminal or is it the Judge?
Oh, swaps to a Vandal
and
does
finds
secure
it on
it.
the ground, and yes, Stony Brook gets a 2-2. So remember, folks, the round differential you're looking for, again, this game, technically for the placement of it, or for the teams that are moving on to the finals, really doesn't have any implications whatsoever. Both of these teams are going to be playing to the surfboard at the end.
Yes.
However, for placement-wise, Stony Brook needs at least a 13-6 or better scoreline. If Michigan State scores 7, Michigan State will get the first opportunity for pick ban scenario in the standard best-of-3 picks. So that gives them a little bit of advantage going into game number 1 anyways.
After the All-Stars.
Yes,
which
after
we do
the
have
All-Stars,
coming
which we
after
have.
this.
And that, I believe, will feature all of the college teams and they'll mix together
Heck
as
yeah.
well. So this will be kind of fun to see. We saw it yesterday where
the high schoolers
3
and the
high
colleges.
schoolers, 2
Yes.
college players, right, on each team. And
you want to
the
play?
castle
Let's
was,
play.
I mean, unbelievable. It was just a great showing from the high school players at the very least. I mean, it was a great showing overall from the high school players. Castle and Campbell showing 2 each. It'll be a little bit different here with the College All-Stars 3 from the top teams here at Stony Brook and Michigan State, and then 2 from HPU University of Hawaii. There's the tour de force that comes out. And Bucky Gaming.
Kill.
Bucky Gaming. Bucky Gaming. We love to see
I
it.
love the shenanigans so much here. And even through the craziness, the spikes are being consistently planted, which is something to keep in mind. As it is 3v3 now, with the remaining members still up. And Sting looking for his next target here. He is in an excellent position. The ISO does reveal themselves. Who's going to be the better duelist here? Is going to get vulnerable, but one tapped in return. Both the ISOs now falling. The orb coming out, but the tour de force, it's just so good. Leads to a 3rd round for Michigan State.
You know,
it's alternating,
yeah,
I believe the rounds
pretty
are.
much alternating, yeah. Which isn't good if you're a fan of Stony Brook, by the way. But anyways, we'll get to see what gets pulled out here in a couple of moments. I guess there's a lot of laughter going on around us if you can hear it in the background. Pocket, by the way, Battle Sage, 7-4, top of the leaderboard.
Yes.
Over, and by the way, it's the 2 Sentinels on top of the 2 duelists,
As they should,
and the Initiator,
as they should.
Yes,
Yes,
they
of course,
should.
absolutely. I think the
Yeah,
ISOs...
even here, look, slam this on the Sentinel side.
I think the ISOs they only care about the ego battle against each other. It's a 4v4, and then the ISOs are going at each other.
Let's see, Sting gets a kill onto Zepho, Michigan State. Looking to close things out here. There's the haunt. It reveals 1 at the very least. And the running back, but that's a running back goal anyway, so that's okay for them for right now. Jord has gotten rid of next to Sting, and there's 1 person left to go. And I have a feeling what might happen here, considering that it is Outlaws here, and it looks like everybody's pulling out a knife, so who the heck knows what's going to go on here.
They're on a hunt.
They're on a
We've got to
hunt.
find them.
Got to find it. Abel is inside of mid right now. There's a flash shot. Curveball doesn't find anything here. As Prowler maybe doesn't find anything either. There's going to be the Haunts out. Haunt doesn't spot anything, so they're using a lot of use here. They're going to pull out the Outlaw here, and they're going all over with the Classic. They get the blind. They might get the knife kill, and they're running around the Rosie. Everybody's going for the knife. Their curveballs there. Abel's able to get 1 at the very least. The Deadlock comes out. The Deadlock walls come out.
Slammed, man!
Slammed, ruined. No knife kills. 0, not a notch. As Michigan State goes up 4-2.
No, that was 2 knife kills. That was 2 knife kills. I believe
yes,
Abel got both.
Yeah, Abel did get both. You're right. So that's 2 knife kills on the board. You're right. Absolutely. So
I'm kind of scared if we do get to 9 because I'm never gonna hear the end of it from our producer over there.
I said 11. You're never gonna hear the end of it from me if we're already.
I'm okay with that. That one scares me a little more.
Oh boy. All right. So Pocket already gets 1. There's gonna be.
Okay,
the guys are 1v1 spotting that. Actually, that was a really nice spot out from the Dimensional Rift, and now Spencer just runs him down with the Odin. That's
a little unfair.
That's a little unfortunate. Oh, what a readjustment there from Zepho as well. The senior showing out now. It's a 1v4, and okay, no shenanigans this time around. Stony Brook wants it.
Oh wow, that was
a quick round.
That was pretty fast, yeah. I feel like half that round was us watching the ISO domain fight. And that was
good
pretty
job.
much it.
Good job, Ethan. Watching the ISO play. I guess. He's not even paying attention. He has the headset on and everything. He's waiting for some kind of moment there. But overall, 4-3, Michigan State 3 away from securing a #1 seed overall here in the Hawaii Esports Invitational. First of its kind, by the way. So if Mr. Ed Lallier walking in the room hears us right now, we're hoping that.
Who are you jinxing
one,
this time?
No, hold on. Number one, we were told. Hold on. Number 1, we were told that to ask you if we can get those very nice blue shirts. Yes. Oh, we're getting something later on. Maybe, just maybe. Hey, if we have one of these next year and Zippy's is the sponsor yet again, yes, these shirts are on stream. I'm telling you what now. Kaiser gets the kill on the Frodo here. Oh, you hear that, Kevin? Oh,
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Oh, the ISO duel.
Again? Kaiser wins it. And so now it's a 1v3 scenario. And trying to get out there. Kaiser just running away with the Odin. Nothing doing otherwise. And it will be a 4-4 tie for the Seawolves. Hold on. Oh, we have a guest appearance.
Confirming this on broadcast, on recorded audio. Never mind. He didn't want to commit. He didn't want to commit.
You didn't want to commit to the shirts?
He didn't want to commit on record.
Okay, but who do you have winning this game?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, this is where it goes.
It's so hard, he says.
Expert analysis.
Yeah, he's on the fence. Yeah, okay.
Quick, hand him some merch.
Who wants more Civic? Oh, Stony Brook's shouting they want Civic more. Frodo, by the way, in the meanwhile, gets 3 kills here in the process. Cactus fighting down, having to make this a 2v1 scenario. Abel's the only one left to go.
Abel's always the last one left.
Yeah, Abel on the deadlock, by the way. Abel is a freshman indeed, and freshmen galore in this case. Let's find out if the freshman
Odin
5-4 scenario beats the Odin.
Oh.
We'll look out for one more. Gets the net, but I don't think it's anything inside
I don't
of
think
it.
it matters.
Maybe
Yeah.
Cactus right outside.
Oh, but the smoke?
The smoke covered Cactus, even though Cactus was caught. And so Cactus wins it. Michigan State 2 away from the 1 seed.
Cactus are pretty resilient to gunfire. I don't know if that's just a Wild West type of thing.
No, I think you're just thinking the Wild West. I'm pretty sure if you shot a bullet into a plant, usually there would be something coming out of it.
No, but Minecraft has taught me that if you have thorns, it does damage back to you. It does damage back to you. So you better be ready to fight, you know, if you're going for Cactus. But we do have some operators.
We are all over the place here.
We are.
Folks. This
oh
is
yeah,
the
this
final
is
round.
for fun for us
this
too.
This is for fun for us. Yeah, we're having fun over here in the booth. Meanwhile, vulnerability comes out for right now. Running back is up to Frodo. There is the operator in the hands of Zepho, in the hands of the Yoru. Meanwhile, around the corner, Frodo with the running back is able to get some damage down and gets the clone out. The clone is there. Will try for the shots, but it will not happen. Sting sniffs it out just in time. Right there, marked and decayed, and the annihilation. Somebody's got to save him, but there may not be any saving coming. Jord hits onto Sting, and the only one left to go is Frodo. Frodo has Spike.
Oh.
And we'll run all the way around.
This
is
feels
what you call the cinnamon swirl.
Yeah, this
all the way
feels like the solo queue duelist ideology. I'm carrying the Spike. You guys go make noise. I have my own game plan.
Hey, you have their own game plan here. Frodo's got one at the very least. Curveball around the corner, doesn't find anything. Does get revealed by the Haunt.
Now that's how I play.
Blind fire. Yo, let's not say that in front of these good players here. That's. let's not say that. Wow! Flashed and Frodo goes down by Abel.
Wow.
All right. Well, Stony Brook gets it back. With 5-5, I believe this is, we've been alternating left and right here.
I guess flashes don't matter if you normally play on light mode. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I guess.
Because you're permanently flashed anyway.
No team, by the way, scoring more than 2 in a row thus far.
Oh, yeah.
So this is so back and forth in a 5-5 scenario. And I hope we get to see, maybe not the shenanigans worth of it, but I hope we get to see this close when we get to the finals.
We're still getting quite a few shenanigans, and Pocket is maintaining that top frag through it all.
And Abel does go down.
Duelists, be damned. It's my show.
Actually, both of the Sentinels are showing up here.
Oh, yeah.
Slammed, we know. Slammed is Slammed. We saw him in the All-Star game and did absolutely everything. Yeah. And missed the tour de force shot. Pocket, meanwhile. Pocket gets Frodo. Pocket gets another headshot. And the Seawolves coming out swinging, even if right now they know their opponent, they're still going to swing away regardless. Slam, though, has the tour de force out. So at least the gun will get the tour de force shot onto Jordan. Looking for another. Almost had the flick onto Pocket. That was close. Maybe right next to the cloth. And it's not going to happen anyways. Pocket does get the res up on the Jordan to save some money, too. Abel's able to get the shot. Stony Brook takes the lead 6-5.
Last round in the
6-5. Looking to be 6-6 at this rate. Not going to lie.
First time they've had the lead since round 1 as well. This is... Hey, if they're playing seriously to beat that 7th round, they're doing a pretty good job of this.
What
if Michigan State team?
What if this was a mind game all along? And what if this was a mind game all along?
Our observer is very interested in the Penguin.
And both teams agreed to just, FAFO, and Stony Brook actually was looking to use that as their advantage and win this 13-5.
Well, you would think you'd snip it out by now. You would think, right? 1v1 Kaiser in this scenario. Oh, that's a shorty!
No way!
Oh. That's one way to win. That's one way to win. That's one way to win your 1v1.
I'm taking the headset off. You got this.
I guess I'm solo the rest of the way. Henry might just leave the building here. Gets netted, but still the Odin gets pulled out, and somehow still is able to find Cactus, but Zepho's there to clean up as well, taking care of Slam after Slam does get a kill. 1v2 scenario, and Stony Brook 7-5 at the half. They're keeping this within the distance that they could still get the #1 seed.
They could still inch out the first seed here. They just have to win the next 6, I believe. They have one round of leniency, yes. But other than
They
that,
have one round to give, essentially, yes.
this was probably the most entertaining first half that we have seen. I mean, this is by no means the most
Okay,
competitive first half.
first of all, you have 2 ISOs for the first time.
Oh, yeah, yes.
ISO for the first time in general.
Yes, let alone double.
Yes, and not only that, we've had Odin's in the 1v1. We've had the Shorty in the 1v1 as
Yes,
well.
and the 5 Outlaws.
Yes, and the Sentinels are the ones at the top of the board and not the Duelists.
I think whoever wins this game, we have to get the ISO player of that team on the interview and ask them if they think they're the better ISO after the match.
Well, is ISO even going to be played in the championship round?
I don't know.
Do we have the All-Star 1v1 scenario?
The All-Star Duelist 1v1s?
Yeah.
That sounds gas. Oh!
Slam, though, is able to find 1 kill. Has to snap the fingers away. He's able to find Kaiser. Meanwhile, up top rope, all the way through. Finds the headshot through the Q. And is able to find Jord. Sting is able to trade that out, too. Makes it a 3v2 scenario. So now, goes all the way around. Pocket, top of the leaderboard thus far. I think in the lobby, except for Slime maybe tying that right now. Pocket's going to go all the way into T-Spawn. What they don't know is that they have somebody in CT Spawn as well. Slammed is out there. Or Zeppel's out there, excuse me.
It's a little bit of the biggest do-si-do you could possibly do on the map.
This is the farthest away you can think for 2 agents here. Although you do, so you get the teleport back at the very least. You know where they're going to plant. But now, I think Zepho's got at least a hint.
Oh, damn.
But the Sheriff headshot goes up first. It's up to the Sage. The Battle Sage has been good. In a 1v3 scenario, has the Sheriff in hand. Who's got the better of it, has to swing inside of the smoke, and Cactus gets the headshot there. Michigan State 1 away from securing the #1 seed.
And what a swing that was. That was like, he already looked back and double took as fast as possible. MSU saying the jig is up here. We have caught on. Good luck winning the next 6 if you want first seed. Stony Brook says bring it on. 7-6 now the scoreline,
Right.
and 3 was the biggest win streak that we've had for any team thus far.
Are we not going to see it again? Oh, we're not going to see it again. Okay, so Stony Brook won the round.
It's serious now.
I guess it's a little more serious.
The diapers are off. No more pacifiers. This is it.
Okay, well, Michigan State isn't going to pull out the 5 Outlaws like I think it was Stony Brook that did it last time. Michigan State's not going to pull out the Outlaws. Instead, 2 Outlaws here for Michigan State. And vulnerability will come out, and you can already spot 2 from that. Prowler, nothing doing there, trying to shoot it, but I think they might have an idea of what's happening. In the middle, trying to find the shot. Abel's able to get that. Kaiser Bucky gaming is able to find Ice Bear, trades that out. Oh, that's an immediate 2-for-2 trade. But Abel finds 2, 1 through the wall and onto Sting, and now it's up to Frodo trying to defend this on the Phoenix only.
And if you're looking at this, you would think that Stony Brook is the one that won the previous round based on how many people are left standing, but Abel with the 4K on the Sheriff is able to turn it around. Oh my goodness.
Remember, that round to give is gone.
Huh?
That round to give for Michigan, for Stony Brook is gone.
Oh, yeah.
If they let up 1 more, that's it. We know what it is. So Stony Brook cannot give up another round here, which is probably why, for Stony Brook trying right now to give themselves a chance at this Michigan State right now. If the Spartans get 1 more, if the Spartans get 1 more, hey, they've secured the #1 seed. They've got themselves the pick ban winning situation.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't just see that, and I'm gonna pretend our ops didn't just see that. So we're not gonna point it out.
Yeah,
we're not even gonna point it out. That was a little bit of shenanigan that is not ready for us to be mentioning. And what we will mention though is Kaiser with a beautiful headshot, and now has the double tap available to him, invulnerable to 1 instance of damage.
Let's see. They're moving all the way around here, and it's going to be the plan started out for Stony Brook, Michigan State needing to find a way in. And the shield now gone, but it don't matter. Kaiser wins that 1v1. No ISO ult needed.
None.
Ice Bear, though, is the last one alive with a Sheriff. Kaiser taking care of business on the ISO. It's 9-6 with 4 left to go.
I swear they're moving, and they're landing these perfectly, but that doesn't happen.
You and I are
Xbox.
questioning how this is
Yeah,
happening.
I mean, like, I usually say, oh, they're a single-digit ping, they're literally sitting on the server, but they're quite literally not. And so I'm now concerned about our capability playing this game. But
you weren't concerned in the first
no,
place.
I wasn't concerned enough. But now I was living in ignorant bliss. But now my ignorance is like you know the newt with the traumatized face? That's me right now. The slow zoom in.
Oh boy.
But as we go right here, Stony Brook, they have the 3-round advantage as Kaiser, I believe,
The
abducted
1v1.
the other
1v1.
ISO here, and is going to win out the duel one more time.
I think Kaiser's won all of them.
I think
so.
so.
Far.
Or, well, a majority of them.
Well, at least a good majority of them anyways. Slammed is going to be able to get Pocket though, trade out in the Headhunter scenario. Shooting the wall, but nothing doing.
Okay.
Kaiser, though. Okay, the ISO showing up here.
At least the 3K for him already, right? Same
Spartans
as
have no answer for Kaiser whatsoever here coming into the final rounds. And now on the other side, they find Frodo and George just doing a little bit of a drive-by, if you will. 10th point, they're 3 away here.
Yeah, and on par, right? Michigan State, they need an extra round. They don't even need to win the game. They need an extra round for first seed. And Stony Brook are really making them earn it. Pocket has 19. I mean, Slammed is like right there with 18 also, given the fact. But we got very... Actually, the bottom of the barrel is kind of funny. They're all 7s. Isn't that? Yeah. So... But yeah, Stony Brook are making them earn it, and their play style, they've been playing fast, they've been playing aggressive, and they've been using this ISO to just ego the other guys so much.
You know, Pocket is supposed to be top of the board as well. Kaiser might get there super soon, too. Ice Bear, though, winning the mirror battle on Jordan, and now it's going to be Sting winning this time. Kaiser gone, so here's your opportunity. Michigan State, though, still in a 3v3 scenario as Zepho is able to get that. Here comes the flash out from the window, nothing doing there, at least Sting saw it. I don't think Sting got flashed in the meanwhile, but Zepho is able to get Sting, and Kaiser's back in the game. So it's 4-2 now in terms of man advantage here for the Seawolves. Right around the corner now, Zepho just looking for a Cactus, gets a little bit more vulnerable. There's the walls. They don't know where they are, though, in the middle. Pocket's looking, and of course, the window peak. You gotta be careful of 2 places now. That window is such a threat to you. It's a 1v4 slammed by themselves.
Yeah, we were mentioning it, that mid area is a little bit of a kryptonite for both teams. Kaiser is going to be the one to initiate this plant. It's in a little bit more of an awkward position, and that gives him time to plant and also pick up his weapon for shooting once more. And Kaiser, even though he lost the ISO duel, comes back alive and redeems it for his team. Now 11-6 in favor of SBU.
2 more rounds.
Huh?
This is doable.
This is doable.
This is doable for the 13-6 scenario for the 1 seed here. If Michigan State can't get around
I will mention.
No, I'm just saying. Okay, no, look. Again, we mentioned at the beginning of this round.
I do realize this is happy
We realize
gaming,
this is happy gaming.
But this is an exciting form of happy gaming.
Yeah, it's an exciting form. And
I will
also,
mention,
worth the number 1
since
seed.
we're on the topic of for fun, I do have an agreement with the Stony Brook officials.
Okay.
That I will be revealing a little bit of a prop on stage if they end up winning the finals.
A prop on? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
On their behalf.
On their behalf.
On their behalf.
Yes.
Better Kevin has agreed to it already.
The For Fun Gaming is already out and about. There's the running back. Frodo comes back only to meet the end of the barrel of Jord, who finds 2 in the process. And Sting gets 1 back. So now it's a 2v2 scenario here. Right just around the corner. They're just kind of spotting out each other. Spikes down in the middle. That's such a dangerous zone. If we weren't having fun in this situation again.
Oh, yeah.
Around the corner. Sting finds 1, trades that out. It's Pockets. Oh, boy. Pocket by themselves against Cactus. Starter versus sub here.
He got baited by the aim labs. He saw the circle appear. He's like, I want it. Don't care if someone else is checking me. I want that circle.
So here we go. I mean, the 1v1 scenario, 40 seconds left to go. Pocket cannot afford really to. I mean, again, if they want the number 1, if they want to just say they have the number 1 seed overall, they need 2 more, and they need to win the 1v1 here.
They do.
30 seconds left to go. Got to go now or never.
Left.
As
I can hear the Jaws theme
I
playing
know.
behind
you
me
can
right
you
now.
can just hear it. You can hear the music just in your head, right? Just Dun, 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 dun. We'll find out. 15 seconds left to go. Cactus can see the gun, but doesn't land the shot here. She tries to start planning. There's the blind out for a little while. The teleport goes away. It's going to be the 1v1. 7 seconds left to go. You got to start planning if you're going to plan. Now or never. Got to find the kill. If not, plan starts. And now Cactus might be in a more favorable position to figure this out. Sees the gun, but cannot find Pocket yet
No more
again.
TPs.
No more TPs either. It's just straight up 1v1. Smokes and all. It'll be smoke under. Maybe trying for the ninja, or maybe trying to see if Pocket will take the bait.
No way. Are they?
Around the corner they will go. Can't find it. Cactus scores. And just like that, around the corner, Michigan State finds the 7th round, and Michigan State scores the number 1 seed.
I thought Pocket was going to go for a jump knife move, you know what I mean? But unfortunately, didn't work out. So, but, you know, I commemorate the effort.
It was close.
It was close.
Very close to the 13-6 that Stony Brook would have liked, but again, Michigan State, Spartans your number 1 seed. Stony Brook getting the number 2 seed overall.
They will still be in the finals.
I know the HPU and UH game is going on outside. Wonder what the score is there. Just, again, for 3rd place, 4th place
That one's
scenario.
for bragging rights.
That one's really for bragging rights on the local sides. And 6-4 in favor of the Sharks of HPU. So University of Hawaii a little bit down, down 2 rounds. The difference for them really only the 1-0. They are 1-4 as of right now. UH's only win comes against HPU, so HPU would love to see that revenge to go into that best of 3 3rd place game with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, if you will.
Absolutely.
Already gets 1 kill. Yodu's gone, and so for this team from Stony Brook here, and Kaiser's going to look for another 1v1, I guess. I mean, how many times have we won them?
Yeah, we've heard a lot of nightmares come out already. Compared to any of the other abilities, we've also seen a lot of ISO duels, so, you know, nothing too weird there. I think the Annihilation got thrown out in the midst of that noise, and somebody's getting the blue screen of death if nobody's going to contest that. I believe.
No, that's
oh,
it.
that's it.
That's
yeah,
it.
Wow.
Gable with the Annihilation is able to get slammed, and well, 12-7, Stony Brook, 1 away from match point, and of course, at this point, for all intents and purposes, again, Michigan State gets the number 1.
I hope it's a knife fight mid. You wanted one.
I wanted one.
I don't want to see you sad at the end of this game. So.
No, it's not that I'd be sad. It's just that I thought there'd be at least one. Who knows?
We don't know.
We don't know that
This
yet.
could be a facade. These purchases
could
just be a facade.
It could be, but do they try to go for it in the end? I mean, who knows? It looks like at least Stony Brook looks like they're stacking mid. And they're just going to run down mid. They're just going to run them down here. And yeah, the Sting has to back away knowing how many footsteps there are. And
wow.
Wait. That was the real one. That was the real Yodu that just walked right on by.
Oh, okay. No, that fooled me too.
That wasn't a clone. That was the real
one.
That fooled
me too. I will not lie. That got me good.
Trade off on kills. Jordan's able to find 1. Cactus, though, showing up. The sub shows up at 3. Kills of their own. Pocket, top of the board right now. Needs to find their kills. But, man. Oh, man. I'm going to be talking about that one for a little while later on. It's going to be Pocket around the corner here. Just gets 1. Looks maybe behind him. Steers the orb. Takes the bait overall, and Frodo's able to win it. But, man. Okay, yeah. So that Yodu clone was actually the real one. Just walked right on by the way, to get that flank on.
Hey, man. W key forward, you know? That's the motto here. And it did work out, but 12-8 now being the scoreline. Stony Brook are still 1 away from closing it out, and if they, you know, want to keep the momentum swinging into the All-Star match and then into the finals, then they definitely can. Michigan State, they kind of want to prolong the game a little bit, have a bit of fun with it. In essence, this is the warm-up to the All-Star, to see what the All-Star can bring us in terms of even crazier shenanigans.
Yeah, don't forget, folks, the All-Star match coming up. And Ice Bear with some distance on that shot is able to find Pocket. That'll get you a weekly. Get a kill from like outside of 40 meters. Yeah, that's
okay.
At that point, Stony Brook down to their last player. Michigan State finding one of their own, and that's the cleanup. That was a quick round there for Michigan State to win their 9th round. And again, Stony Brook had 3 straight opportunities for match point. Michigan State saying otherwise. They want this kind of win here, even if they've already secured the number 1 seed.
Yep. I mean, it'd be nice. 6-0 is better to put on your resume than 5-1.
That's true.
You know?
That is true.
You know what I mean?
We're having fun here. We're having
yeah.
different gaming. I mean, you
But
even see
having
that
fun
there was
and 6-0.
There was a little bit of a chat above that, a little thing, you know.
They're talking. They're
talking.
yapping to each other.
They're talking. So 20, you can see the top of the board, 23 and 20 of the top 2 shows for the ISO alongside of the stage being at the top, but Pocket's not going to get anything longer. Kaiser's not going to get anything longer as well. Running back will go, and in the middle of it, Cactus finds Jord in the process, so Michigan State looking for a flawless round here. Zephyr won't get anything with the judge. Gavel's not dropped anyways. Abel's able to pick up the Vandal, but
they definitely heard that.
I think they heard the gun drop. You're right, and also Spike is left down inside. Is this a bait here? It is a bait. They leave one open. Slammed is able to find one. I think they know where he is, so the rundown, the chase is on.
The chase is on. The hunt. Where are they going to go? Sets up for a flash. Not in their favor. Able getting 2.
Able to get a second one.
How amazing would
Ace
be
to clutch.
Yeah, how amazing would that be?
That 26 health, when you had full health, maybe the odds were a little bit higher, but when you're at 26 health, it plummets just a little bit more.
As I like to say when they pop the Kuronami bubble, it's a terrible day for Range.
And we're making references here yet again.
Of course.
12-10 scoreline here, Stony Brook. Only needing one more, and yet Michigan State has taken the last 3 rounds. Spartans not wanting to end this quietly at the very least. So we'll get to see what they pull out here now. Again, Stony Brook. Oh, left the spike for a little while before the ISO picks it up.
They've left it there for quite many rounds, and it's not mandatory to win a round.
I guess so. Sono's able to get at least one. Right now, there's the headshot. Kaiser gets a shot through the wall. Another 1v1.
ISO 1v1.
No, it's not. It's with the Sage this time around.
Oh.
And Sting is able to find Pocket in the meanwhile. There's the operator in hands. Now, Kaiser will get another one, but Kaiser does go down. Spike in hand. Abel's the last one alive. Here in the back line, Spike is down. At least it's down for Abel, who gets a long-range shot on the Spartans. Dodges by just ducking underneath that vulnerability. Staying with the shield, isn't able to find anything either. One more kill left to go. Has the Annihilation, and that will hit.
What?
Abel gets another Annihilation, and that is all she wrote here. 13-10 will be your final score line. Annihilation hits another one, and Abel on the deadlock. Great match to end us off here on the final match of the day of the round robin, but we will see these two teams yet again in the finale. Winner takes home the surfboard trophy from U Surfboards Hawaii and usurfboardshawaii.com. But overall, great match, great fun match.
Yeah, I hope Stony Brook we beat you already. Remember that.
Well, technically speaking, now we go into this. It's a 1-1 record for both these teams against each other. So this is really the tiebreaker as we get into the finale overall. So.
It was a secret best of 5 this whole time. They've now won 1, so now it's shrunk into 3.
Yeah, I guess you could say, it's a best of 5 overall. So, hey, we'll get to see first to 3, I guess, if you're doing the math right. So good job, math major. We'll get to see the All-Star match, though, first coming up in just a little while. It'll feature 3 players from both Stony Brook University and Michigan State University and 2 players from the University of Hawaii and Manoa, as well as Hawaii Pacific University. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more action, including the College All-Stars. When we come back, you're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies.
multimedia, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access, to me, gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
What we're doing is critical, it's important. We have to stay energized and motivated to do this work in our community, but understand that our real mission is to hold up our part as we encourage others to hold up their part around the planet.
So I was 14, I joined SPNN, Set It Up program, which is an after-school program. We created our own TV show that was put out in the public, and I went along, did that till I graduated high school. Currently, I work with Youth Prize. I'm their youth storyteller. I create all their media and content having to do with like telling stories.
It seems like there's been an incessant attack on Black leaders and on Black interest. And we believe we have a right and a duty to respond.
Too often, we are encouraged to think of ourselves as insignificant and as meaningless.
Getting involved in a way is telling the world no. And we need more people to say no.
People in neighborhoods can now do what only corporations could do a generation ago.
I'm here live from the mud pit.
Disability Viewpoints can cover disability issues at a little longer length, which the local news hasn't been able to do.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Conscious programming to me feels like where we want to go as human beings, where we want to feel alive.
It gives me an opportunity to talk about theater, the arts, writing, directing.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that gave me the opportunity to go out in the field and actually use the equipment and get more hands-on experience with it.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am doing what I'm doing today.
Not only did people come up to me and say, I saw you on TV talking about your organization, they asked about it.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there, brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed them.
This station broadcasts a lot of different things.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
And I think public access allows that.
It's given me a chance that I wouldn't have had at the bigger markets or the bigger studios.
It's a powerful mechanism that actually makes people think about things. There's news shows, there's entertainment, there's dialogue, there's debate, and that's all healthy. And I think public access gives that opportunity to everyone. I think without it, we'd be less fulfilled, I think, as a community.
Technology affords collaboration that is global and local, and it's accessible. And I think our mission has to be to continue to ensure that this technology remains in the hands of as many people as possible on planet Earth.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there. It brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed them.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
media, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access, to me, gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
What we're doing is critical, it's important. We have to stay energized and motivated to do this work in our community, but understand that our real mission is to hold up our part as we encourage others to hold up their part around the planet.
So I was 14, I joined SPNN Set It Up program, which is after school program. We created our own TV show that was put out in the public, and I went along, did that till I graduated high school. Currently, I work with Youth Prize. I'm their youth storyteller. I create all their media and content having to do with like telling stories.
It seems like there's been an incessant attack on Black leaders and on Black interest. And we believe we have a right and a duty to respond.
Too often, we are encouraged to think of ourselves as insignificant and as meaningless.
Getting involved in a way is telling the world no. And we need more people to say no.
People in neighborhoods can now do what only corporations could do a generation ago.
I'm here live from the mud pit.
Disability Viewpoints can cover disability issues at a little longer length, which the local news hasn't been able to do.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Conscious programming to me feels like where we want to go as human beings, where we want to feel alive.
It gives me an opportunity to talk about theater, the arts, writing, directing.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that gave me the opportunity to go out in the field and actually use the equipment and get more hands-on experience with it.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am doing what I'm doing today.
Not only did people come up to me and say, I saw you on TV talking about your organization, they asked about it.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there. It brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
This station broadcasts a lot of different things.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
And I think public access allows that.
It's given me a chance that I wouldn't have had at the bigger markets or the bigger studios.
It's a powerful mechanism that actually makes people think about things. There's news shows, there's entertainment, there's dialogue, there's debate, and that's all healthy. And I think public access gives that opportunity to everyone. I think without it, we'd be less fulfilled, I think, as a community.
Technology affords collaboration that is global and local, and it's accessible. And I think our mission has to be to continue to ensure that this technology remains in the hands of as many people as possible on planet Earth.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there. It brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed them.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
multimedia, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access, to me, gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
What we're doing is critical, it's important. We have to stay energized and motivated to do this work in our community, but understand that our real mission is to hold up our part as we encourage others to hold up their part around the planet.
So I was 14, I joined SPNN Set It Up program, which is an after-school program. We created our own TV show that was put out in the public, and I went along, did that till I graduated high school. Currently, I work with Youth Prize. I'm their youth storyteller. I create all their media and content having to do with like telling stories.
It seems like there's been an incessant attack on Black leaders and on Black interest. And we believe we have a right and a duty to respond.
Too often, we are encouraged to think of ourselves as insignificant and as meaningless.
Getting involved in a way is telling the world no. And we need more people to say no.
People in neighborhoods can now do what only corporations could do a generation ago.
I'm here live from the mud pit.
Disability Viewpoints can cover disability issues at a little longer length, which the local news hasn't been able to do.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Conscious programming to me feels like where we want to go as human beings, where we want to feel alive.
It gives me an opportunity to talk about theater, the arts, writing, directing.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that gave me the opportunity to go out in the field and actually use the equipment and get more hands-on experience with it.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am doing what I'm doing today.
Not only did people come up to me and say, I saw you on TV talking about your organization, they asked about it.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there, brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
This station broadcasts a lot of different things.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
And I think public access allows that.
It's given me a chance that I wouldn't have had at the bigger markets or the bigger studios.
It's a powerful mechanism that actually makes people think about things. There's news shows, there's entertainment, there's dialogue, there's debate, and that's all healthy. And I think public access gives that opportunity to everyone. I think without it, we'd be less fulfilled, I think, as a community.
Technology affords collaboration that is global and local, and it's accessible. And I think our mission has to be to continue to ensure that this technology remains in the hands of as many people as possible on planet Earth.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto
Presented by Zippy's live from the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena at the iconic Aloha Tower Marketplace. Clutchkey alongside K-Tad with you here for the All-Star game. Now here for the college side. Now yesterday we had the high school All-Stars where it was 3 high school players alongside 2 college players, 1 represented from each school otherwise. So 6 total high school players, 4 college players. This time around all college, 3 from each team in the top 2, which is Michigan State as well as Stony Brook, 2 from the third place matchup, which is University of Hawaii, as well as Hawaii Pacific University, the host. So this should be a pretty interesting mix to see how they're going to communicate with each other, especially now they're all in the collegiate scene.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at this, right, this match, this spirit of the All-Star game really is to kind of give these guys a chance to play with other people from the other schools, right? When you're in the thick of the competition, right, you really don't get to necessarily make a lot of friends or talk to each other in a way or, you know, experience the game together. So it is always a little bit of fun to just see how things play out, how these guys interact with each other, right, especially being from so far away. This is almost like a thing you would never ever see on a normal Sunday.
Yeah, remember, over 5,000 miles separating the farthest, 5,002 miles separating Stony Brook and Hawaii Pacific University here on campus. So that's a far distance. So something you would never see actually server-wise at the same time if you think about it too. So let's go ahead and introduce the rosters. Let's take a look at the first one. This is Michigan State as well as HPU. They are known as Moon Raccoons. This is the team name here. They create their own team names. Yesterday was Team Greatness versus Better Than the Other Team, although Team Greatness won, not Better Than the Other Team. Moon Raccoons comes up here with their rosters. Slammed, Ice Bear, and Moonrow coming from the Michigan State team. Meanwhile, from Hawaii Pacific University, it will not be GK. It'll be Little Scooby-Boo as well as X Factor. You can see at the bottom of the screen 2 of the players here. And Little Scooby-Boo, very deadly, I guess you could say, on the pistols that we've seen so far. So, hey,
yeah, but no pistols.
No pistols.
Right,
that is true.
Just to give you guys the update, we were told knife fights. We're doing this old school CS style. Knife fights to start, supposedly, although I don't know if anybody will hold that. But let's take a look at the other side.
Let's take a look at the other side. And this team's name from the combined team of Stony Brook and University of Hawaii is Kitten Club, if you will, for this team. For Stony Brook.
Yeah, wait. Who came up with the name? One of you, who was the one that said it was the name? Own up to it. Raise your hand. You see that you're on camera right now. Raise your hand. Come on. You hear me. I know you guys hear me. Come on. They're pointing at one of you. Own up to it. Whoever said Kitten Club. Come on. Keep going. Yeah. Okay, there we go. We just wanted to call it out, you know. So we know who to give credit for.
Yes, that would be in crypto that makes the name for Kitten Club, I guess you could say.
Absolutely.
We didn't get to shout out the starting roster, by the way. Abel, Cepho, Pocket from the Stony Brook side, and Crypto and Ghost from the University of Hawaii side. I didn't think, look, when you pointed it out, when the UH person, like, when Crypto put up, I did not think that would be the case because there's 3 Stony Brook guys that could overrule it.
Listen, I don't know how you guys ended up with that name, but you know what? That's what we're going to be calling you. So the little kittens on the one side, that is where you guys will be playing. That is how I am going to call you for the rest of the match. So good luck. You earned that.
Okay, well, K-Tad's on a rampage here, so we'll get to hear him say little kitten. So to our production team, might want to clip every single time he says that because you're never going to hear him say it.
Never going to hear me say that ever again.
The rest of time as it pertains to. But let's go ahead and introduce our teams here on Lotus, by the way. The first time we are going to see Lotus. I believe this is only the second time we've seen it in the entire weekend. First time we'll see it here, at least in the collegiate scene, because it's really been split or ascent. The only other map we've seen is Icebox at the same time, too. So let's take a look at Kitten Club versus Moon Raccoons. And for right now, locking in. Remember, folks, pistol round is out of the picture on the first round of each half. It'll be knives only. So, like you said, CS style, old school, really just at it.
If they stick to it.
If they stick to it.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Sometimes you
have
think
some
that they're
honor,
gonna
right?
hold on to it. And then somebody starts shooting, and that's the chain. That's the chain of command. That's what starts it, and it's chaos from there.
It goes all the way from Fun Gaming to Order 66?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Well, let's see who has honor, I guess you could say. You
I
shouted out the Kitten Club over there, so, I mean, they might go Order 66 at any moment.
I don't know, man. You know what I mean? I mean, you feel like Anakin Skywalker a little bit, right? Once you start pulling the trigger, the other side is younglings with the little knives out, you know what I mean? Like the little mini lightsabers.
I can see that. Yeah. So, meanwhile, a lot of different pulls here, and from the looks of it, I do not see a single repeated character here except for the race. The race is the only one that's repeated. Otherwise, everything is pretty much different on this board. First time today, I believe we'll see a Gecko. Everything else we have seen before. Chamber again. Chamber's the other one that gets repeated here. So Raise and Chamber on either side. Other than that, everything else is unique in this game. As we head into Lotus, the only 3-site map that's available in the competitive map pool. But not only that, the only 3-site map that I guess hasn't been played all that long this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think interesting to see that really we've only seen the same 3 maps, really. But also, when you think about it, the Lotus games, I don't know if I even really count those. It's really just been split in Ascent. So I'm hoping that in the finals, we are going to see more than just split in Ascent. But only time will tell. If we end up seeing anything different.
Well, split, ascend, bind would be my prediction at this point of what we're going to see. And by the way, folks, we did pass away the 3 o'clock hour. But if you find yourself getting hungry at any point, make sure your next stop is Zippy's. Their app has a ton of promotions and ways for you to earn rewards and prizes.
Are we using Utah
Zippy's
or no?
is also a restaurant on the cutting edge of tech. Part of that process is always looking to expand their team. Check out zippys.com/careers.
What's up, guys?
More details. And I think...
No.
Brad knows about this.
He's smiling at me like this was intentional.
We've got party chat.
They are giving us full party chat.
All right, so here comes the knife fight. Encrypto wins the first one. So put on the Rocky music, folks. Here we go. Encrypto gets the first knife. And let's see. Otherwise, here they're just surrounding him. Zepho gets the next one. Is this going to be a flawless knife? No, never mind. Ice Bear gets one.
The first kitten has been slain.
Oh, Ice Bear, wow. Okay, gets a second X Factor. Ice Bear gets 3 final blows. It's a 1v2. Pocket, it's a 1v1. Oh. It's a 1v1. Low health bars on either side. Who's going to get it, Pocket or X Factor? It's a 1v1, and Pocket gets it. Honorable.
Yeah. No, there was a line I wanted to give until he got knifed in the face, but you could have said that the bear was stronger than the kitten. And then Ice Bear got knifed in the face, so, that one went out the window. But, you see it. All right.
Yeah, at least you had that joke for your back pocket, really.
Yeah. It'll always be there. We've got also Little Scooby-Boo. So, you know what I mean? There's a lot of ways we can play this one out. So, we've got some calls in the book, so to speak, to hold out for the rest of the day. But, all right. I think we're back to playing a normal game of Valorant. Immediately, Ice Bear jumps back. Knows that there are some members waiting, but here we go. Push coming down strong right through B. A lot of flash. Ghost now. Pop back, but instead Moonro will find Encrypto at the end of it. Able, pistol out, has to dash away.
Is that a mosh pit kill?
Yep, that was a mosh pit kill, but I think it's because they locked him down.
Oh, mosh pit kill. Hey, that's rare enough in itself, so mosh pit kill worth noting, and it's a 4v2 now as the plant goes down. Trying to find their way around the corner here. 2v4 now, just trying to get rid of that connector door. 1v1, Able at 8 health. Around the corner, flash will come out. Going for another knife kill. No, it's not going to happen. Pulls out the gun instead. 10 health versus 8. And the Classic is the one that gets the kill instead. But Able, I think, is going to run away here with the Outlaw in hand. Through the wall. Is able to find one. Maybe finding another one. No, it's around the corner. Oh, does get hit. Actually, Moonro finds a hit. Can you get another one? No, no ace coming. Little Scooby-Boo ends that hope. But the spike will not explode either. Or spike will explode, but not far enough to where it hits anybody else. And, well, 1-1.
Yeah, we are taking off team chat. We were not actually meant to be hearing the teams. As
was
fun
funny,
as
though.
that would have been, as much as we would have loved to maybe keep that on the air, yeah, we are not meant to be hearing what the players are saying. So we have fixed it, adjusted, and now we are back onto the map.
Although you would have loved to hear some more comms.
Yeah, but there's always the risk, right? There's always the risk.
Well, yeah, okay.
Some people saying, somebody saying something.
Whenever there's like post-production, though, you love the comm check. You know, the comm check videos. I always love those just to hear it.
Yeah.
I think those are fun.
No, yeah, they're great. They're great. They're a lot of work.
Just not during live, yeah. There can be words that are said that we don't want here. That's not the one. That's the one. Oh. But somehow X Factor, through all the chaos there, is able to find Ghost, and, well, it's going to be Moon Raccoons up and at for C-Side, already clearing that out, gets rid of Zeppo at the same time, too. Crypto breaks it back, but it's C-Side that's taken.
Yeah, C-Site on the punt. There's the kill. They lose the operator, which is really what I think the kit we're looking to play off of, but nice pick from Abel. Sheriff Gaming, let's see if he can beat out on Slam. That doesn't actually happen. Pulls back. And overall, all right. I mean, I don't think we're going to draw many economic or analytical conclusions here. It's just gunfight after gunfight.
Yeah, it's just going to be gunfight after gunfight, the scrappiness as well. So overall, Moon Raccoons getting 2 back after the knife round. And normally, I mean, like you said, we would normally be talking about econ. Normally, we would be talking about all of that. That first round was a knife fight. That was chaos all over the place already. And then the next 2 rounds going the way of Moon Raccoons with this lineup here. So coming out, Slam takes the operator, and Slam has been one of the players to watch out for, not only from that All-Star game in game number 1, but throughout the entire tournament as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, guy's been just gaming and just doing incredible performances every round all throughout the weekend, and I'm sure we expect more from that in the finals. But for now, just casually, everyone just having fun, right? Playing whatever they wanted to, just going for it. I mean, the offensive initiator operator, the legend has it that is a way to get sick 360 no scopes or whatever the case may be. We'll see if he pulls it off. Slam. Shorty in hand, but Abel wants to say something else about it. Behind him though, there it goes, picks up 3, looks for 4, and that's the cleanup.
Okay, all right, Abel. All right, that's Stony Brook for you right there. Oh boy, that's the jet mode, and that's of course Pocket having to kind of talk to his team and saying, "Not my fault, to steal the ace."
Yeah,
the clip was there. It's just not the 5K, not the ace.
Yeah, the highlight clip jet was stronger than the blast pack shorty operator raise on that scenario, I guess is what you can call that one. But overall, all right, as expected, no real change. There's just a few more guns now on the side of Moon Raccoons, but on the other side, the Kitten Club, they're just casually, meowing along, I guess.
Oh man, can we do this again? Can we make this a best of 3 so I can keep
Nope, absolutely not.
This is just not normal. There goes Slam. Slammed is in. Ghost takes care of it, but not before Pocket goes down. And out to split up, and you can see the entire split going on here. They're throwing out all the utility that they want. So Dimensional Drift is also going to be used and out and about here to see if they can give some teams some information right now, but really not seeing anything, maybe except for one up top. But that was already given, and X Factor takes out Ghost before Ghost can even use the Shrouded Step. And so it'll be another spike plant here from Moon Raccoons.
Well, but eyes on Abel, looking for the retake, has enough Seekers out. Drifter wants to enter over, but little Scooby-Boo backs up his teammate before X Factor TP's back. Now in a 1v2, it is the Brimstone, but whiffs the Molly. Little Scooby-Boo finds one, but Zephyr will close it out.
So Zephyr closes it out with the operator still in hand, mind you, so big investment. Doesn't really matter, though. Kitten able to go ahead and get their third round win, I should say, take the lead. And back in the buy phase, and I love that.
No, yeah. Well, let's keep track
talk about
of
that.
who. This is like the community operator right now for the lobby. It started.
It started
in
with
the hands
Slams.
and Slam. Now it's moved over to Zephyr, and I'm sure we'll see it used throughout the rest of the game.
This is the golden gun.
Dies. Yeah.
Just passing it around. Where will it stop? Nobody knows. Apparently, just passing it off. So again, we'll keep track. Slam started. Now it's on to Zephyr. And the Zephyr keep it is the question. Around the corner they will go get. Doesn't get hit by Dizzy. Gets a shot up, but I don't think that was enough. That was yeah. Abel's able to take care of it. Abel backs away. Does get a second kill. And now Zephyr is trapped next to Thresh, but it's still not going to be enough. Abel pushes up on this, and now it's going to be a stinger kill. Little Scooby-Boo's got one with the classic. Finds another. In a 1v2 scenario. Wait a minute. Reloads the stinger. Has another shot at this. Finds a third. And now it's a 1v1. The community operator, no. Finds its way.
Ghost, you can't let it go. Ghost, where is it?
Oh,
he's got it in inventory. He's got. Oh, there it is.
There he finds.
He got it.
It's back. It's back.
All right. We didn't lose the community op.
What a play from Lil Scooby-Boo, though.
Hey, I mean,
how about HPU?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's one of those of like you're just going for the play, right? You're just in the moment.
That's all instinct,
right? You ever seen those videos of that guy that's like sweating and like banging on
the
keyboard, and then the other guy is just kind of singing along to the Maroon 5 song? that was Lil Scooby-Boo in the moment.
Yeah, Lil Scooby-Boo's the sweaty guy, and I think his partner over there, X Factor, is probably the one singing Payphone on the other
Whoever
end.
was detained by the crash was the one that's kind of
so Slap was kind of just singing it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
It was Encrypto finding the first pick. Lil Scooby-Boo picking up a battle instead now and working out in their favor. Shoots the clone instead. Although walked alongside the clone was X Factor. Zephyr was able to find that pick in the meanwhile. So 3v3 scenario now. Where's the play here? Behind, they don't know. Ghost at least gets Moonrow, but can't get the second one. Gets the blind out. Very nice blind there. And okay, so that's the operator down. Ghost is able to get Lil Scooby-Boo in the process. Ice Bear trying to line him up and does so for the 4K. And the operator,
the community operator
left behind.
We lost it. It was repurchased.
It was lost into time. Although Zephyr will say, "Let's try operator 2.0."
Yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same. We don't need to keep track of it anymore.
Well, what if it passes along its end as well? What if the trail is longer?
It's not the original one anymore. It doesn't count anymore. It's not as interesting on the second time around. You know.
I guess, but what
it's
if
like reboot movies, you know what I mean? When they reboot a series, you generally
Star Wars sequels weren't that bad.
I never said sequels, I said reboots.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. All right, well.
Meanwhile, Slam.
Okay.
I don't know how he knew Pocket was there, but all right. Sends him to the grave, and the rest of the squad, the Moon Raccoons, pushing up nade.
Yeah, Slam also gets the kill through. Oh, gets killed by Abel through the corner of the wall as well. So, wall bangs, and of course the.
Wait.
Showstopper and all. Where did that...
Wingman, you're drunk.
Wingman's drunk went left.
They also forgot to give him the spike, so the Wingman was really just running around.
What the heck is going on? Abel finds another one, lines it up, TP's away, but that allows Moonroll to get the kill onto Abel, making it a 3v2 scenario. Watch out. Zephyr looking down the sight lines. Iceberg gets Zephyr walking out of the smoke, makes it a 2v2, and this time, Wingman's got the spike.
Yeah, this time he gets to go for it, but instead Encrypto around the corner. They're going to flank on the Ice Bear, close it out, and so the Kittens go up 5-3, but... Yeah, I mean, really, at this point, not a lot of deep analysis. No, the second one, we don't count anything.
All right, fair enough.
It's like the budget community, I mean.
Even though they're worth the same amount?
Yeah, it's a budget one.
So wait, wouldn't that be the Outlaw or the Marshal then at that point if you're calling it a budget one?
No, it's the cheap knockoff version.
Okay, well, they're...
The imitation version.
Yeah, okay, the invitation version.
No, imitation.
Imitation version, I see. Okay, well.
Yeah. It strived to be the community op, but it's not.
Okay, well, and we'll go with that. So, Operator 2.0 still in the hands of Kitten Club. Meanwhile, for Moon Raccoons, 9 needs to get one right back now. As they go 1-for-1 on the last 2 rounds. And so we'll see what they bring out in the process. There's Dizzy. I think gets 2 shots there. For Dizzy for right now. Over the top, Ghost is able to find one around the corner. Can't find another one. Lil Scooby-Boo back on the Stinger.
Back on the Stinger. Yeah, these eco rounds are doing well for the Moon Raccoons, but the smoke does delay this. They aren't able to get as far up as I think they would have liked. They've smoked off the op, but now, can they recover the gun? The answer is yes.
I think Moonroll saw one. I think Moonroll saw Zephyr maybe, but nothing doing there in the process.
Do they hold it? That's the question.
Oh, that is the question. Indeed. No, wait, just in the nick of time. 4v4 scenario here with a minute left to go. I think this might be the slowest I've seen this entire thing play out right now.
Yeah, you could almost mistake this for
an actual
round of Valorant. Yeah.
They hit each other there? Oh, there it is. Okay, so Ice Bear used through the force.
Immediately, that's when if you're Ice Bear, you type in chamber div. I heard a little ping in the chat. We can't see it obviously because of the overlay, but
is this the equivalent to
I would imagine that's what was said.
Is this the equivalent to the League of Legends question mark ping?
No, this is worse.
Oh. This is worse than their situation. Spike is down onside right now, and it's actually the full team Kitten Club. But there's now the orbital strike that's going to clear them out for a couple of moments, staves it off, and we'll see if the spike is even tapped. I don't think so. Just the tap for right now. Thresh is out there. Thresh actually jumps on the dead body, so Thresh is ineffective at that point. Makes it a 2v2 scenario. Encrypto though lines him up, and at the end, Lil Scooby-Boo with the pistol is able to find the final blow.
Yeah, Lil Scooby-Boo using every weapon available to him every round.
I think it's found more kills in this entire weekend, by the way. It has found more kills with weapons that are 1,600 credits or less than anything above that. I would like to say that.
Where'd Henry go? That's the stat line. That's a stat line for sure.
Yeah, I think we got to find that out on
stream. That's a fun facts with Henry type of deal.
Get the math major on to
find out bring the math major back on. Yeah. He'll know.
You get the percentages for us.
He'll also know how much how much money he saved, and if he had put that money into a 401k, how much would it be worth today? as the assault or the push goes down onto A, as Pocket unfortunately finds a wingman running him down and has to back up. So Moon Raccoons numbers advantage as they move forward and look to execute and plant onto the A site.
And gets both Wingman and Dizzy back. Those orbs are in a perfect position where it's free range just to grab them back. So Gecko full util yet again, and only having to wait a couple of seconds to. Well, there's going to be a spike planted down. Spike's down on A. So let's see what this team can do about it right now in the 3v2 scenario. You do have a few ultimates up. And for the Sky, is it worth the use? Well, you're not even going to get a chance to use it in the first place. Little Scooby-Boo gets a Vandal kill. And it will be Little Scooby-Boo turning around with the Vandal as well. And HPU showing up here for the All-Star game, especially on Little Scooby-Boo. Top of the board here for Moon Raccoons.
Yeah, listen, he's just, in the grand scheme of things, this really is just the proof that when you think about it, dogs are inherently stronger than cats. Therefore,
Wouldn't it be Raccoons versus?
No, but he's Little Scooby-Doo.
Oh, I see, okay,
right?
okay.
So Little Scooby-Doo, right?
Right.
Yeah. Or, I mean, I don't know. I've never seen a raccoon and a cat fight. Have you? Or a kitten, actually. Not even a full-grown cat. A kitten. Yeah. You'd think a raccoon would be stronger than a kitten, but I don't know.
I mean,
I've never seen it. Have you?
Both have claws. No, I don't think that would be a TikTok in itself, really.
And actually, remember, they're moon raccoons. I don't know how strong a raccoon on the moon is either.
I feel like they'd be too weighed down with the gravity on Earth instead of Moon. I guess so.
Either way. Options.
Moonro gets the first kill onto Pocket.
Oh, and there's right.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
See, I respect that they at least gave a little bit of thought into the name.
Well, yeah, I guess you could say probably with the captain, right? Moon Raccoon. Or Moonro, right?
Yeah.
They gave it into the hands. Meanwhile, Kitten Club in crypto was guilty.
Yeah,
as charged.
they just wanted to be kittens in some way. Oh, there's Thresh! He missed it!
He missed! No, didn't see the jet! So Thresh is now gone. Trailblazer looking to see if there's any information on site as Moon Raccoon's planning on A yet again. And so it's going to be Ice Bear around the corner taking care of Abel. Spike timer coming down oh so much, but that's the clone. There were two people there, but one of them was the clone. Didn't look in the right direction, and Crypto pays dearly for it. Trying to fight through the wall. Goes for bring out the classic. It doesn't even matter. Ice Bear's there for a third. And Moon Raccoons at least guaranteed themselves to tie at the half.
Yeah, tied up at the minimum. Abel, meanwhile, just trying to put the rest of the team on his back. The rest of them just kind of hanging out down there. They're just, enjoying their time here in the All-Star
I also want to point out the discrepancy here for Kittens Club, because there is in Crypto Pocket Ghost and Zepho all there 8666, and then there's just Abel. There's just Abel just being Abel, I guess.
Yeah, just 20 kills casually. Yeah.
Casually on a 20-10-2 streak and averaging over a 2.0 KDA.
He's doing great. He's having fun. He's relaxing before the final game.
It's just warm up at this point.
Yeah, just getting warm. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the rest of the squad now heard us make that comment, and everyone else decided to maybe get a few kills here and there. So far, so good.
Yeah, Abel's all the way back. Look, I mean, you've got the two duelists back here, right? So Abel's just kind of chilling out in the back line. Meanwhile, there's going to be the 3v2 scenario where Moon Raccoons do have the spike. The question is where they want to go in the process. They might meet up with somebody here, considering the split that's going on. Wingman does have the spike this time around. No mistake guaranteed there. So the little guy with plan, unfortunately, is going to meet his doom to the hands of Pocket there. So that spike actually now in a precarious position where they can't even get to it unless they have to push the site.
Yeah, we'll see. 2-on-3. Finally, the spike being planted by an actual player. But there you go. Abel cleans up Little Scooby-Boo. Meanwhile in the back, but just gets picked up again by Abel, and it's another 2 for the duelists.
As Henry would say, it's a sad day for Rain. It's out there. And overall, 6-6 your scoreline. Hey, in an all-star match, this is pretty evenly matched up. It wasn't like yesterday's one. We won't mention that.
Switching sides.
If you want to, you can.
I think we don't need to talk about yesterday's match. That's ancient history at this point. I think, when we look at it,
24 hours
everyone's
was
here
a long
just to have a
time.
good time, right? We're just here to have fun, make friends on this game. So I hope that is what is happening right now between the two squads, that they are enjoying each other's company.
Yeah, and this is the only time where you'll have the East Coast and Hawaii put together on the same game, essentially. at least server-wise, because the East Coast, you would
yeah.
never want to match up with Hawaii for the East Coast team.
Yeah,
here.
but
And
I mean,
the same thing goes the other way as well, although Hawaii is basically used to it at this point.
Yeah, Hawaii's used to it, but also worth noting that over the course of the weekend, all the East Coast teams pretty much 4-0'd all the Hawaii teams. So, you know, showing that our argument about ping
on 60 ping,
maybe,
not 100.
Maybe not
okay, look, it was
the argument that we've always wanted to use against that. I don't know, you know, just saying.
You also have two of the more prestigious
on their
programs
own turf.
Yes.
We got 0-8'd actually when you really think about it.
Okay, yeah, let's not mention this to Kevin or Jordan at this point.
Well, I mean, where's Kevin Wynn? Where's Kevin?
While we're looking, Spike is down on C as makes it down to a 3v3 scenario. Paint shells come out, but Slam is able to find that kill in the process. No util required here for Slam. And even if they did, it won't even really matter. Ghost is the last one alive yet again. Where you find the pick, everybody knows where Ghost is, down in Waterfall. But it will just all fall down. And Pisteron, not a knife fight, by the way. It was only the very first round that they did that, but it is Moon Raccoons getting the defense on. 7-6 lead.
7-6. Moon Raccoons go up. Let's see what they buy in the bonus, and let's see if the Kitten Club also chooses to be a little bit of a happy gaming in round 2. Doesn't appear that way. No, I mean, overall, though, if we were to give the ratings and the report cards for all of the executions we saw last half, I mean, Moon Raccoons definitely doing a great job at pushing onto A. It felt like they had a lot more success. They tried B once, it worked out terribly, then never came back. So, yeah, we'll see. One man alone
here
on C site, but that is not where the push is coming from.
It's not where the push is at all. They're going to need their wall right now at A. And already you can, and the backline, actually, Iceberg gets caught flanking, so instead, it is going to be a 3v3 scenario. Marshall and Hansland using the pack to get over the wall. Will they see any more, though? Around the corner they will go, and there's the Marshall shot from X Factor, a headshot onto Encrypto. 1v3 now, but the thing is, Spike ain't anywhere to be found.
Yeah, they're kind of just like, where did this guy go? And I don't know if Zepho is awaiting somebody to push him, or maybe thinking that they're going to re-rotate back, or is this the deepest and biggest brain loop-de-loop back around plant on the other site when nobody expects it type of play? Yeah, little Scooby-Doo, sees it. The spam gets back, they hear it, yep, okay. Slam shuts the door on that one. Yeah, that one was a little bit of a weird one of, where are you going, bro?
Yeah, where you go? You have nowhere to go. As soon as the location is known, that's just a swarm in it on itself. And again, the thing about this is we just saw the chat, and it's apparently one of the players said if you want to be on TikTok. So we might be seeing some clips being taken from the stream entirely, just later on, if you will.
Yeah,
you know, exposure.
Sure, paying them in exposure bucks, huh? Is that really what the call is?
It might be. You don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, they flew all the way out here. You might as well get some exposure while you're at it, right?
I guess so, but alright, Slam opens us up with another opening frag. And let's see what happens. There's now X Factor. Gets another shot, but Abel shuts that down. Pocket, meanwhile, on the push, has Vandal in hand. Slammed very, very low. Has to back it up for now. No heal, nothing, but they will drop the smokes.
And they get the bait out of the jump peaks as well around the corner. They know where Ice Bear is. They want to chase in because they are now being swarmed from 3 different places now. Guiding Light is out. Looking to get the blind off in time to even push that. And still just awaiting the patient game. Who's going to blink first in the scenario? 1 health left, but Ice Bear finally goes down on that 1 health. And now they'll just try to make sure that they can get a point on the board here. They want to stay within 2, take it down to 1 at the very least. Where does the Spike want to go, though? Where does this team from Kittens Club want to go? Obviously, can't really push the same site you want to. Otherwise, that's, well, pretty much running into the buzzsaw. But now they already get 1 down. So, for this Kittens Club team, where do you go here? And they're probably going to do-si-do this all the way around. 25 seconds left. Got to make a decision. Now or never here. And
wait, pocket.
Oh,
doesn't see it.
Doesn't see it. Slam gets the advantage on that, and now Slam with 5 health and Dream. It's just a red. It's almost a non-existent bar, really, if you think about it. Little Scooby-Boo as well as Slam left to go, and Crypto gets Little Scooby-Boo. It's a 1v1 here between The rays in the sky. Who gets the better of it? See, we'll go right around
waiting
the corner. Waiting for it. Just waiting. Patiently, ever so patiently. And Encrypto finds the headshots. Kittens Club within 1.
Comes down to 1 round differential. But, I mean, nothing too crazy, right? What we expected moving into this one. Overall, though, I think worth noting, right? Cash starting to get a little bit tight. Zepho, Ghost, Pocket, all almost or pretty much out of cash. On the other side, Slammed, Ice Bear, and Moonro all also out of cash.
Well, let's see here for the economy-wise. You're right. I mean, you bring out an Outlaw. This is going to be low economy really on either side, especially for Pro. Just trying to find something out of the ordinary here. Maybe to pick up a gun. Looks like it's going to be a full rush here around the corner. Maybe in the door. We'll find out if it finds anything. It does not for right now. Door closes. Nobody inside of it. So right now, just maybe the scream here. Trailblazer. Well, the Trailblazer kind of just waited. The dog patiently waiting for the door to open. And the door, well, it didn't open in time. Out. Meanwhile, Zepho gets at least 2. The Outlaw finding its shot at the same time. And it's going to be a 4-on-2 scenario here. That's the real one. Crypto, though, able to sniff that out, gets 2 kills on their own. X Factor tried something cheeky. It don't work out this time.
Does not work out, but he's having fun, right? He's having fun with the Yoru. Just, always fun playing those mind games with the clone of, like, send it out, am I going to TP, or what's going to happen? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's always that gamble. If you just walk forward in a weird angle, will they shoot you?
I mean, if that's in a Olelo lobby, I'm shooting that all day long.
Yeah, but then it flashes you and you die. Right?
I'm used to it at this. I'm used to it at this point, honestly. Just watching that, I'm like, how do you have the discipline not to shoot that? I always shoot the minute I see something. Whoa! Speaking of the minute you see something, Zepho sees Slammed and does get that kill before the Sheriff does get that at the same time. It's tied 8 apiece here in the All-Star matchup. And don't forget, folks, coming up after this is the final between Stony Brook University and Michigan State University. Spartans and Seawolves will go at it for the surfboard at the end. 4v1 now as kills start to fall for Kittens Club. It's all down to... Well, it all came down to X Factor on the Yoru, but Zepho shutting that down. 1 shot, 1 kill.
Zepho was getting a lot of headshots that round. So just racking up the damage for that high ACS that we potentially are going to see at the end of the game. But
if you want to talk high ACS, how about Abel right now? 24-13.
Oh, yeah. No, the multi-kills and everything, that's going to be great. But just worth noting, right? The headshot with that operator does give you the most theoretical amount of damage you can get in a single bullet if you add in the multipliers and all the other things. So, can be a way that he can keep himself high up on the scoreboard, but I think I saw 2 ops.
I think so too. This might be battle of operators here, and you're right. There's one on the side of Kittens Club, one on the side of Moon Raccoons. Who's going to get the better of it? Well, nobody yet, because there hasn't really been any fired shot. Slammed. Oh my God, slammed. Okay, waiting for it. Does have the showstopper. No, just short. Just line short. Encrypto does take damage from it, but it's not enough. Encrypto finds 2 in the process. It's a 3v2 scenario with a minute left to go. Looking around the corner, they will find it. Showstopper from Pocket is able to get Moonro, but in the meanwhile, it is Kittens Club that is up 10-8.
10-8 on the board. A couple of ultimates burned. Both raise ults there. And honestly, just a lot of, if you can imagine, that blind that Slammed got hit with, I believe it was the concuss actually from the Trailblazer or whatever the case might have been. That saved like 3 people because they were all blinded and they were all, or rather, they were all clumped up. So if that showstopper hits, goodbye the entire team, and we've got a highlight play.
I actually believe that was the Seekers because I think the Seekers got used there for the blind from it, and I think it got hit because it wasn't enough in the process. So overall, Abel's able to find the kill, even blind on and all. So we will dive right on into this, and that's your own teammate. You don't want to dash into your own teammate's paint shell, by the way, word of advice. Ghost and Little Scooby-Boo both trading out their kills. They get a 1-for-1, and it'll be a quick plant already. As they'll just find it down. Thresh is now out. Slam will try to find something and actually detains one, and that's going to be the judge laying down the gavel. The judge is not good from far distance away, as that just shows. Iceberg does have the tour de force out, making it a 2v2. Moonro makes it 2v1. 1v1 scenario now between Abel and Moonro, who gets the better of it. It's Abel around the corner, and Kittens Club goes up a 3 spot, largest lead of the entire series thus far.
Yeah. Abel wants to make the statement going into finals that, yep, he's warmed up, he's ready, he's on this ping, or he's good to go on this ping. But 28-13, not a bad scoreline, pretty good for himself. Would look to close this out. Money getting a little bit tight on the side of the Moon Raccoons, and inherently in an all-star match, if you can't buy the good guns, it's not quite the same.
Oh, if you can't buy the good guns, you buy the funny guns. I mean, you have Judge, you have the Stinger.
True.
You have the Bulldog.
Very true.
Right? All-star game, one that doesn't count for your record. Obviously, you're just trying to pad a stat, if anything. You buy the funny gun. And the funny gun, it eventually leads you to a clip. And look, TikTok worthy. They talked about it in the chat already. You're looking for the clip mainly. Little Scooby Boo's able to find one onto Ghost. He's going to find a target. And looking for something here. Wingman trying to find anything he can. The little guy is up there. And like I said, funny gun's out. They bring out the Judge, swats that out for the Vandal. And there is going to be a little bit of a cutoff now because X Factor getting rid of Abel is there. Now, where they want to rotate is the question, because it is a 3v2 scenario. Where do they want to go here?
Did Slam hear all that? That's the question. Oh,
yeah,
he did. Yes, he did, and there it goes. He's back in the game. Gets another 2 or 3 piece there for himself. And, all right, slowly catching back up to Lil Scooby-Boo after the craziness of the early game, but now with all those weapons in hand, Moon Raccoon say, well, hear me out, overtime. This would be pretty interesting to see what these teams pull out on overtime. I mean, I'm just saying that might be that's kind of like the negotiation.
Okay, imagine. Let's do the negotiation here. 12-11, right, for one team. Knife fight to end it, because that would be the end all round unless it goes to overtime after that. You know what I mean?
Something tells me they're not gonna let that happen.
I don't think so either. It was just a thought that I had in my head.
I think a little bit of pride on the line here, and I think they want to close out and say that they were the ones that won the match. As Abel, looking to close this out, but does open the sight.
Hits himself, so that really goes for nothing. If Zephyl got that shot, that I think was almost lined up essentially for that shot, but not meant to be. As where now do they want to go here for Kitten's Club? Obviously, Moon Raccoons, I should say, with the man advantage, and even bigger man advantage as well. Pocket can't even go right on in, so the only team members you have left are a Chamber as well as a Sky. Guiding Lights and Trailblazers are the only thing. There's the orbital strike to allow the push in for right now. That'll just delay just for a little while around it. You can see a little bit of a peek. Zephyl finds one onto X Factor, but has to find the rest of the team in order to win this. But through the smoke, a little bit of a pocket of the smoke. Little Scooby was able to find one, and Moon Raccoons within one.
Yep, the blind square through the smoke, but when you know where the shot came from, you already know where to close out before they even need to peek through the smokes. So, all right, not too bad. And just taking stock of where we're at, it does seem like the members of Michigan State are relatively calm and relaxing on this one, as Slam does still entry in, but Ice Bear been locking it down on his Chamber as well.
Let's see, I mean, Chambers, tour de force, always something to be reckoned with, but 4 points away from that, still. I mean, even if an op in hand, that pretty much is tour de force, really. Let's see what they want to do, and for Kitten's Clubs, they're kind of just chilling.
Expecting the push, chooses not to. Nothing ends up happening. Nobody from the defensive end ends up pushing through. So Kitten Club wanting to play safe, wanting to wait for what exactly just happened, which was get their pick and then move. Slam finds his kill and then kills off, but the timing of it means that he's just out of luck. As now they saw the thing, they saw the Yoru util. Yep, there it goes. Abel closes him down.
Can't teleport even without dying there. Couldn't teleport before the death. So now it's a 4v2 situation. Almost basically a free sight here for Kitten's Club to take over for right now. There it is, going to be the plant starting now. They get it down. Crypto's the one that gets it down and gets the Seekers off that as well. We'll start to use that. Only 2 Seekers available with only 2 people alive, but that might be all they need to give some information. Last one's going to go behind, so all focus on behind. Little Scooby-Boo's going to have to make something happen. Gets a kill with a volley, mind you. But Kitten's Club now on match point.
A little low on that one after all of the gunfights he had been in. But here we go, match point. And Abel confirmed it. Drops the 30 bomb.
The first time, I think, this weekend as well that we've seen somebody go over 30 kills. Again, we don't. This is on stream at the very least. We don't know the scoreline for what happens outside on the main stage. But I do know from at least a stream standpoint, the first time we're seeing anybody go over 30 kills here in the entire process. So for Abel, hey, good warm-up game. I guess that's still over 2.0 KDA, mind you.
Yeah, no, he's doing great. He's doing great. Definitely winning a lot of his gunfights. There's a nice shot from Zephyl. Closes it out against Ice Bear, but it's slammed. Does lose it away against Pocket. That might be the nail in the coffin with 2 members down early on the onset. They just need to push down one of the sites to close this out. And it looks like the Kittens maybe looking to go to match and close this one out. It'd have to be a miracle play from the last 2 members. X Factor's down. Here it goes. Lil Scooby-Boo, can you do it one more time? No, the answer goes. Abel shuts that down. And there it is. The Kitten Club. Your victors of the Collegiate All-Star match.
Put that real quick for us, as he just said it in its entirety. Yes, Kitten Club wins it in a 13-10 fashion, and we're zooming in on the culprit here who named that team.
Yeah, look at the team. Look at the team. The Kittens. None of them are meowing. You'd think that they'd start meowing after a victory like that, but I guess they're not that committed to the name, I guess.
Oh, it's an all-star game overall, but who knows? Maybe we've seen, you and I have definitely seen weirder names, especially in tournaments.
No, we don't talk about those. We're not going to talk about those. We don't talk about those. No.
I think Kitten Club is very tame for what it was before, for what we've seen.
You know what? But anyways, with that does close out the All-Star game. So thank you to all those who participated, and thank you to all those who are watching.
Yeah, so all 10 players here going to go to their regular stations now. University of Hawaii Amano taking on the Hawaii Pacific University team for the 3rd place match, and some Zippy's gift cards as well. But when we come back, take a short break. Afterwards, it is Stony Brook University versus Michigan State University. Winner takes home the surfboard. The trophy on the line after this best of 3 when we come back. You're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's.
Community media, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access, to me, gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
What we're doing is critical, it's important. We have to stay energized and motivated to do this work in our community, but understand that our real mission is to hold up our part as we encourage others to hold up their part around the planet.
So I was 14, I joined SPN Set It Up program, which is an after-school program. We created our own TV show that was put out in the public, and I went along, did that till I graduated high school. Currently, I work with Youth Prize. I'm their youth storyteller. I create all their media and content having to do with telling stories.
It seems like there's been an incessant attack on Black leaders and on Black interest. And we believe we have a right and a duty to respond.
Too often we are encouraged to think of ourselves as insignificant and as meaningless.
Getting involved in a way is telling the world no. And we need more people to say no.
People in neighborhoods can now do what only corporations could do a generation ago.
I'm here live from the mud pit.
Disability Viewpoints can cover disability issues at a little longer length, which the local news hasn't been able to do.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Conscious programming to me feels like where we want to go as human beings, where we want to feel alive.
It gives me an opportunity to talk about theater, the arts, writing, directing.
Because it's us, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that gave me the opportunity to go out in the field and actually use the equipment and get more hands-on experience with it.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am doing what I'm doing today.
Not only did people come up to me and say, I saw you on TV talking about your organization, they asked about it.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there, brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
This station broadcasts a lot of different things.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
And I think public access allows that.
It's given me a chance that I wouldn't have had at the bigger markets or the bigger studios.
It's a powerful mechanism that actually makes people think about things. There's news shows, there's entertainment, there's dialogue, there's debate, and that's all healthy. And I think public access gives that opportunity to everyone. I think without it, we'd be less fulfilled, I think, as a community.
Technology affords collaboration that is global and local, and it's accessible. And I think our mission has to be to continue to ensure that this technology remains in the hands of as many people as possible on planet Earth.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart?
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there, brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
community media, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access, to me, gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
What we're doing is critical, it's important. We have to stay energized and motivated to do this work in our community, but understand that our real mission is to hold up our part as we encourage others to hold up their part around the planet.
So I was 14, I joined SPNN, Set It Up program, which is after school program. We created our own TV show that was put out in the public, and I went along, did that till I graduated high school. Currently, I work with Youth Prize. I'm their youth storyteller. I create all their media and content having to do with telling stories.
It seems like there's been an incessant attack on black leaders and on black interest. And we believe we have a right and a duty to respond.
Too often we are encouraged to think of ourselves as insignificant and as meaningless.
Getting involved in a way is telling the world no. And we need more people to say no.
People in neighborhoods can now do what only corporations could do a generation ago.
I'm here live from the mud pit.
Disability Viewpoints can cover disability issues at a little longer length, which the local news hasn't been able to do.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Conscious programming to me feels like where we want to go as human beings, where we want to feel alive.
It gives me an opportunity to talk about theater, the arts, writing, directing.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that gave me the opportunity to go out in the field and actually use the equipment and get more hands-on experience with it.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I am doing what I'm doing today.
Not only did people come up to me and say, I saw you on TV talking about your organization, they asked about it.
And that's how I learned the value of being a producer, because you touched one life and a family that was sitting there, brought them together at that time. I really enjoyed that.
This station broadcasts a lot of different things.
Olelo is unique in that it is offered to everyone who lives on this island.
What my ancestors and my kupuna and my parents and family have done, I get to do it in my own way. Growing up, they've instilled a sense of deep responsibility as being able to keep the stories alive.
Without this opportunity, we might lose it one day.
It gives us an avenue in which we can be heard and also be seen.
And I think public access allows that.
It's given me a chance that I wouldn't have had at the bigger markets or the bigger studios.
It's a powerful mechanism that actually makes people think about things. There's news shows, there's entertainment, there's dialogue, there's debate, and that's all healthy. And I think public access gives that opportunity to everyone. I think without it, we'd be less fulfilled, I think, as a community.
Technology affords collaboration that is global and local, and it's accessible. And I think our mission has to be to continue to ensure that this technology remains in the hands of as many people as possible on planet Earth.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is the good news.
I wanted to share all the wonderful things that life has given to me. I thought, what better way to give back to humanity than to just share from the heart.
Because it's us, you know, it's the community stepping up and grasping onto their own show.
I connect my culture by myself, but Olelo provide a facility for me.
And that's how I learned the value.
settled, but wanted to ask you a few questions just to get your thoughts right around it. But as some background around, a lot of people know a lot about the program, but how many LAN events do you guys go to every year, right? I mean, you guys must travel a lot up there.
Yeah, so at Michigan State University, we have 3 different titles that we compete as a varsity program. We have Valorant, obviously, Rocket League, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And our goal for each of our teams is that we get them at least to a couple LANs a semester, hopefully a few LANs a year. So we're really excited to be here. This is the first LAN opportunity that we've had for Valorant, but we have a few more planned for the rest of the semester. But yeah, we feel that LAN experiences are really important to our players. Not only is it a great opportunity for them to have an awesome experience, right, but it's from a competitive standpoint, it's an opportunity for growth. You're going to go to a LAN environment. You may not know the machines that you're playing on or the setups or how noisy or hot it might be, right? Yep. So as many opportunities as we can give our students to get out to LAN events, the better.
No, right on. I think you can't duplicate it, from the comfort or whatever of your own, right, your lab or your home, whatever the case may be. But all right, just out of curiosity, then, is this the farthest you guys have ever traveled for a LAN, or is there somebody else that's got us beat for that title right now?
No, it is definitely the farthest we've ever been. I think it was about 11 hours of flying to get out here. We drove to Chicago, from Chicago to L.A., and then from L.A. here to Hawaii. Yeah, I think this will probably stay the furthest we've ever traveled for a LAN for a while. I don't think there's anything coming up that might be able to match a trip to Hawaii.
Well, then shout out to Zippies. You guys are now in the record books as the farthest LAN opportunity that has ever crossed the books of Michigan State. But okay, so then from there, you guys are all the way out here, all the way in Hawaii. Tell me, what's it been like? I think we're always curious to see what's the experience been like for both you, your students, right, as a whole. How are you guys liking the islands?
Yeah, so for all of our staff and our students, this is the first time they've ever been to Hawaii, right? So for us, I mean, this is experience of a lifetime. Knowing that we were able to get the students here a little bit early, not only so that they could kind of acclimate to the time zone difference. It's a 5-hour time zone difference for us, right? Plus all of that travel, just want to make sure that they can perform their best, but also give them a little bit of time to experience the island. And they did surfing, they did hiking, enjoyed the weather, right? The cultural exchange that we did at Zippies was phenomenal. So we're really excited to be here. This has been an amazing event, great opportunity for our students, and we've really enjoyed it.
Nice. No, I mean, glad to hear it. And as always, everyone's welcome to the islands. If you guys ever want to come back as visitors and vacation and do more of the local style, just let us know, right? I'm sure there's many people, many friends that you guys have made on this trip that'd love to take care of you. But, talking about that then, right, a regional LAN or like an in-person LAN, right, that kind of mixes regions or cross-regional LANs like this, what would you say is then the value of having events like this, right? So, to sponsors or to other organizations that are wondering, hey, should we get involved and kind of put more of these on? What is the value to you, in your opinion, to having more LAN events like this?
Yeah, really for us, this event is exposure to a lot of universities or programs that we've never been able to interact with before. We had the opportunity to go to Iolani High School nearby, meet with some of their high school students. We actually had some mixed games where we had some of our players playing on teams with some of the high schoolers, and that's something that we would never have the opportunity to do if we weren't going out of our region a little bit, right? All the teams that have been here, this was the first time we've actually played any of these teams. First time we played Hawaii Pacific, or Stony Brook in Valorant. So for us, this was a really new experience. Added a little bit of mystery to it. We weren't sure how things were going to stack and play out, and we still don't, right? We have an amazing finals still scheduled for us ahead here, so we're really excited to be able to go out to another region, get to experience that region, get exposure to programs that we've never before. And then on the flip side, we hope that they enjoy meeting us as well. There was a lot of high schoolers that have been here for different events. There was the high school event yesterday. Getting to see those students, see the talent on display here in Hawaii was a great opportunity for us as a university to get to meet some students that we otherwise would not have had the chance to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And just so you know, I think I was telling you about this earlier. I'm also a coach for one of the high schools here, and my kids are playing Apex. And they were really bummed when I told them, you guys don't have an Apex program. They were like, oh, you bummer. They were like, man, they wanted to talk to you about that.
Yeah, and we started with 3 titles, right? Hopefully in the future we can expand that to a few more. But at Michigan State University, there's so many ways for students to interact with esports, right? Even if you're not part of our, quote, varsity program here, you know, we have 15 different student clubs that cover every game you can think of, from Pokemon to Age of Empires 2 to Valorant, right? So any game you can possibly think of, we've got students who are interested in that game, that are passionate about that game. And if you have students who are passionate about Apex, I guarantee you there is a group of students at Michigan State who feel the same way you do.
Absolutely. Well, there you go, guys. If you're still here in the building, or I think they are, they might be in the finals, but I think they'll come see you or something. I don't know what the case might be, but I know we are running out of time. We want to get into this finals matchup. So 2 last questions then. I think one I know the answer to, but if Vanta wanted to invite you guys back, would you guys want to come back to Hawaii?
Yeah, I told Ed, like, mark us down for every year, right? Like, we hope that this is a recurring relationship. We'd love to be here every year as possible. Thank you again to Zippies. Zippies, please sponsor this event again, because we would love to come back. So, yeah, put us down for it next year, whether it's Valorant or Smash or whatever it might be in the future. Michigan State University would love to be a part of this event.
Awesome. Well, you heard it, Zippies, Kevin, everybody that's watching. They'll be back. They'll be back. So definitely, you know, we want to keep doing this event. But last question then, any words to your opponent before we get into the finals? I know I didn't quite give Stony Brook Kevin a chance to say the same thing, but any words you want to say to your opponents before you guys go?
You know, Stony Brook University is a real class act. Like, I have nothing but positive things to say about Stony Brook and Kevin and the leadership there. And, you know, this is a cool opportunity that we get to play against such a talented team in Stony Brook. But we're blessed to be here, right? So, yeah, only positive things to say about Stony Brook University. Fantastic university, fantastic people, and hopefully we get to see them again soon. We had the opportunity to meet with them here a few months ago, and we look forward to seeing them again next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Dang, I was hoping to get a little bit of trash talk out of him, but no, he was, as always, a class act and very positive. But all right, well, thank you very much for joining me on the desk. Thank you guys for coming all this way. We hope to see you more and again, and, you know, Zippies, bring them back. We want to do this again. But all right, with that said, we will be going back to a short little bit of a break. But don't worry, guys, when we come back, the grand finals for the Hawaii Esports Invitational between Michigan State University and Stony Brook University. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Go green.
Yesterday, we gave away a high school championship trophy, a.k.a. the surfboard. But now the surfboard does not stay in Hawaii. The surfboard, we know, will go back to the mainland, either East Lansing, Michigan, or 5,002 miles away, the farthest distance for it to travel to Stony Brook, New York. We say aloha, friends, for the final time here today. Clutchkey alongside Cade Tad with you for what is sure to be a great matchup between the Stony Brook Seawolves and the Michigan State Spartans in a best-of-3 scenario. Now, unlike yesterday, if you were joining us here yesterday, this is not the 3 best-of-1s, technically speaking, with the May that the map selection was out. This time it's a standard best-of-3, the way everybody knows how to do it, the best-of-3 standardized. But here we are in the finals, Kid Tad. You were talking with Chris earlier from Michigan State. You got to talk with Kevin earlier, one of the many Kevins that are here at this finals.
One of the many esports Kevins out there.
Yeah, you got to talk with both of the programs here, but now we get to see what the players bring to the table to see which one brings the surfboard home.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this one is a fun one to think about because of the fact that these are players playing thousands of miles away from home on hardware that is not familiar, on ping that is not familiar. and yet they took down the hometown favorites, right, the home crowd, and now they are competing for the bragging rights, for the surfboard, for all of that. Somebody has to fly home in a few hours a winner, and somebody has to fly home in a few hours the second place. And I think neither of these teams wants to go home the second place. Nobody wants to go home, in that position. They want to surf that surfboard all the way back to the East Coast.
Yeah, neither of these teams want to go back here. A total of 9,407 miles combined between these two teams here. So let's start off with the first number 1 seed here with the roster introductions with Michigan State University to the Spartans. Starting 5 already has been determined. I know the last match we had Cactus and Sting back in. Those get subbed back out. So Frog, Frodo, Ice Bear, Moonrow, and Slammed are all in for the Spartans of Michigan State. And this team, we saw earlier that, even in the All-Star match and the entire way through, Michigan State, as the number 1 seed, has a 6-0 record, perfection throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, absolute perfection, and I think they really showed the dominance they've had. There was a couple close calls. I think you can talk about it, but overall, the one that made it the closest, right, I think you can say, is their opponents on the other side.
Yep, Stony Brook University coming the closest with a 5-1 record now as we take a look at them for their number 2 seed. Abel, Zeffo, Jordan, Kaiser, and Pocket all here. 2 freshmen, no sophomores, 2 juniors, and 1 senior. Meanwhile, on the other side for Michigan State, 1 freshman, 3 sophomore, 2 juniors, 1 seniors, but that's combined with the whole thing as well. So pretty much in entirety of a class setting here, there's no opportunities of just seniors, no opportunities of just freshmen. It is the entire scale of classes here between these two opportunity teams. So let's go ahead and reveal our map selections. Remember, standardized map selections. They pick sides, they pick maps. So here we go with what it could be. We've seen Split, we've seen Ascent a lot here today. We will see it yet again. They are 5-1 on either side. Split and Ascent is where we will go to start us off. Breeze at the end here. So it is a regular starting to, but a unique ending to this entire series.
Yeah, and this is what you got to be interested about, right? We've been watching Split and Ascent all weekend. The strategies have adapted, right? I believe when we were talking to some of the guys at UH Esports, the UH Manoa team, they did call out that Michigan State has adapted compositions over the course of the weekend, especially on a map like Split, right? We've seen these maps played over and over again, and I am curious to see how that is going to affect this finals draft, right? Both of these teams knew that this was coming. They've had a lot of time to discuss it. I am curious to see if we're going to see adaptations as it relates to the agents picked, but also potential playstyle adaptations as the matches go on. So a lot to think about there, but we don't want to delay this any longer than we have to. I believe the teams are ready to go, and there is the signal. We are about to go into agent select for map number 1.
Map number 1, agent selection about to go underway. As you can see on your screen, Split for the 5th time here today will be game number 1, or rather map number 1, I should say, as it's only been best of ones the entire series through. So let's take a look at some lineups here. Now for Michigan State side on their end, a lot on the depth chart here. They did swap out back to their starting lineups, but either way, 1 on each row, plus Frog being a flex player on their roster as well. So this could very well end up being 2 of anything, at least on side of the map here for Michigan State. As you can see, kind of the look around here for everybody. This is, in a way, kind of unique. Only a few copies, and actually only 1 copy on either side, and that's the Duelist.
Yeah, the mirror matchups. On Split, it's not uncommon to see the Rays, right, with the verticality of the map, but I do want to call out, we are seeing Slammed once again on the initiator, like the Jet, right, being able to go in and look for those trades or just look for those opening picks. Traditionally over the course of this tournament has been relatively unpunished, right? As he's been allowed to go in, he finds his 1, but also finds the 2 and maybe the 3 as well. A dangerous, I think, strategy that Michigan State can come into with this, with the aggression, right? That's something that's been very, very successful for them throughout the course of this tournament. I'd be curious to see if it stays that aggressive throughout the rest of this finals match, just because of the way that everything is playing out. So we'll see what ends up being the call. We'll see how things go as they are now loading in. But we, of course, are going to be on a slight delay in-house. So for those of you who are watching the stream, you guys are 3 minutes back. We here in the building are also about, I want to say, a 30 to 40 second delay as well, if not longer, here in the match. But all right, Here we go, Keegan. Map number 1.
Map number 1, indeed. We will go to in just a couple of moments. We will say that there was a little bit, I guess you could say the history between these two teams on split. Last map they played earlier on in round number 3, the first of the 2 rounds of the double round robin. You had these two teams play against each other on this very map. Michigan State defeated Stony Brook 13-7 over there earlier on today. So plenty of vengeance needing to be seeked out by the Seawolves out of Stony Brook, New York. So with that being said, again, we're going into the map here in just a couple of moments. So I do want to point out, again, and you were talking about agents earlier, the only one we see as at least the mirror matchup is Rays. Uncommonly, though, Astra, I shouldn't say uncommon here, and of course this open to interpretation, obviously, the way this game works, but Astra being here, something I usually haven't seen unless, again, higher ups all the time, higher elos will have this. So Astra's, all unique picks besides the Rays is going to make this game very interesting.
Yeah, and to call out that Astra pick, right, it does give you the ability, very similarly to the Viper, to shut down long sight lines or to shut down things in a line, right, with the Astral Divide and things like that. But overall, not bad utility. Allows you to clear out a couple different areas in ways that you may not be thinking. But overall, let's see how this goes. A very aggressive start from Stony Brook here to send out, if you're seeing it, the Rays and the Omen on the flank. They're not really in danger of finding anybody just yet. But let's see how much space Michigan State can take up here. No, they're going to sense it. They sniff it.
They sniff it.
Ice Bear finds 1. But honestly, I think that was more them just walking out of the garage, not really sure if there was a sound cue or anything like that. But maybe that's the timing doesn't work out for Stony Brook.
Yeah, maybe they didn't realize that there wasn't really any util being used at B either, so maybe something was amiss, especially with 2 Sentinels on the side of Stony Brook as well. You had both the Deadlock and the Cypher waiting, but with the lack of utility being used, I guess they may have thought, try to go somewhere else if nothing was happening at the moment, so they instead opt out from the B push, and they will go head towards mid now. As it stands
utility
with the mid.
used on A, that's where Viper Ball there, and that sends Zeffel to potentially check it on the other side. Though that rope may have been heard, so they'll know. They heard that at least for sure.
But what they don't know probably is which rope it was at. They can hear the rope, just they don't know where they're going at this point. So now it's just a rush in. There's a boom bot, but before that, Ice Bear is able to get the kill. 12 seconds left to go. Got to plant the spike now or never. Moonrow will get the spike off, and we're underway here with a 4v2, 2v4 retake, if you will, here on A site. It's going to be at just the very least. It's got to be, 2v4 situation on a pistol round. Might want to go quickly here.
Yeah, no, they'd like to clear it, but they have 2 members on the ledge. And that means Michigan State takes their slow one, hard-fought round number 1, the pistol. They played that real slow, and I think that's what we're going to see, the biggest difference between the start of the day and the opening rounds, right? As we looked at high school and as we looked at some of the earlier matches, these guys in grand finals mode are going to play a lot slower. There's going to be a lot more deliberation, waiting for mistakes or waiting for information or trying to pull out utility right as the game goes on. So eyes on that as we progress, because right now this should be Michigan State now taking control of the site of their choice, and it looks like they may follow the util line.
I think the big thing, too, there was that they got the 2 in the back line. That's a huge disadvantage for you to lose 2 when you're flanking. At the same time, that's kind of just free reign wherever site you decide to go here. So let's see what they do. Trailblazer's out, but Trailblazer actually makes a wrong turn. Pocket hears it. It's in there, but it's also fought over by the snake bite and doesn't get the kill. Frog is able to use the Bulldog and gets rid of Pocket, although not before at least taking some damage to their teammate right now. It will be a plant. 4v5 on the retake. Spike is now planted. Fault line, nothing doing there for right now.
They know it's there.
But they know somebody is there at the very least, or what direction it came from, so most likely it is there. There's the flash. It works out wonders, at least for 1 kill, but Slam is around the corner finding 2 more. Guiding Light knows you've got at least 1 there. And now Abel around the corner shooting through the boxes. Nothing doing for the Sheriff so far, but Stony Brook trying to take this on over. Abel's able to find another pick on the Sheriff, but that does it. Slam is able to find 3 on the round, but Stony Brook getting 2. Not too shabby the way that worked out.
Not too shabby, although I think those health bars definitely indicated that they knew what was going on, but just not quite able to do it. Unfortunate due to the gun advantage. Now, with Stony Brook in the driver's seat, you would expect to see them take the next round over Michigan State, but hero rifles in hand, right? And who else to hold it but Slam? That Vandal could be an absolutely terrifying thing if they run into it, so let's see how that plays out. Because just knowing How are they going to condition this, right? 2 rounds in a row, util, sound. Stony Brook would sniff out that this could be an A execute. They don't have enough util on site yet, but nobody passed the cipher line. So they know they haven't entered just quite yet. They are going to hold.
Going to hold on to it for right now. Question around the corner here. It's Slammed and Jord waiting right on the heels of each other against the wall. Who's going to peek out first, or who's going to make any noise first, I guess could be the question. Trailblazer in mid, not going to find anything for the moment, so signals at least mid's good for right now. There's the smoke out. Jord's going to run right around that smoke, thinking that somebody's there, and that's all instinct right there, just to move around and just to get out of there, even though there's a jet waiting for him on the other side.
Yeah, Slammed, I think, can hear this tripwire, and that's why he's waiting on it just to make sure. He knows it's there. They're just waiting to see if they can get around it and catch somebody off in heaven, off guard. But instead, Zepho finds the first play. They swing. There's the nade. It's going to force them back. Zepho has to run, but Jord still there. Will TV back out, but it's not a commit. And they got to hear this on the other side. Stony Brook's got to know this is coming. They see one, but they have to back up immediately.
Oh, what a setup there from the Deadlock release as well, holding that angle for
big
just a couple of moments, but that's a big pick onto Pocket. Icebear's got it down on the Guardian side, so it makes it a 4v4. Moonroll starts to find there are 3 inside of that smoke, and they might be all taken down. Icebear, Frog, Frodo, all finding their picks. It's up to Zepho to try and change the minds here of Michigan State. They still stay B. You've got the Sky heal regardless. Regrowth is there. And now in a 1v3 scenario with only so much help, there is not much you can do about it. Frog gets the wallbang kill, and the Spartans go up 3-0.
Yeah, you got to give credit to that one to Pocket, or not to Pocket, to I believe it was Frodo, for clearing out Pocket on the side, or whoever was on B site. Because of that, that opens it wide open for the rest of Michigan State to get on there, and it forces Stony Brook, after being pushed out of heaven, to just swing 3 wide into the site, but they walk right into that firing squad, and that's a big one to lose, right? They had advantages all across the board, but not expecting all 3 members, or rather all directions, to be held from Michigan State means that now they've forced into it. They all get picked off, right? No trades done, and it's so many rifles in the hand of Michigan State now that Stony Brook, they got to think about this a little bit. They got to see if they can find a cheeky little advantage.
Also, a big shout out here, too, to Moonrow as well. I don't know if you saw that scoreline, 1-0-10 on the Sky with the assist line. So that just shows you the power of the Sky here. Absolutely, with great teamwork from the team out of East Lansing. So, for Stony Brook, got to be very careful with it. You don't want to go down too much in a deficit just like this, 3-0. Although, most likely, with the way that it works out, 4-0 is the scoreline based on guns alone. I mean, you never know what's going to happen here.
With the loss of last round, you expect the 4-0, right? You expect
but
that
you never
the
know.
advantages are here. But
we've had a couple of thrifties.
We've seen crazier things.
Yeah, we've had a couple of thrifties here. Frog's able to take the headshot onto Pocket for right now. Means they're going to come out. Oh, and Zeppo's in a whole lot of trouble down there. That's the poison and everything being thrown. That's everything in the kitchen sink essentially on Yuto being thrown out at Zepho. Makes it a 5v3 yet again. And Michigan State doing this so well, just opening up a site and making sure that all the lanes are closed. Slime gets 2 in the process, and it all comes up to the Deadlock now. Abel gets concussed down, and that's not even close. It's a flawless round for Michigan State.
Yeah, those were Stony Brook members offered up to Slam as sacrifices, tributes, whatever you want to call them. They knew he was there after the second kill, but not able to do anything, and the rest of Michigan State just gives him all the tools he needs to pick up 1, 2, 3.
Here.
And so far, the Spartans in great territory right now. They know they're up. They know they've got an advantage. They also have some slight eco advantages. If you look at it, there are going to be members on Stony Brook who are short in terms of cash and util. So let's see how that plays out. The fault line will force some movement, but I don't think it gets out nearly enough info that they would have wanted. And that means for now the Spartans back it up. It's a slow execute. They're waiting to see if they get a pick. There it is. Info there. Snapped on site. Dash forward. Trying to get around. Not able to do it. Kaiser forced back. Instead they try to clear. Gets one in heaven. What a tap. Pocket trying to cover his teammate, but now the swing, the execute. Can he get him? Yes, lineup is good. Kaiser gets one on the other side. Frodo goes down. Jord looking for it. All up to Slam with the knives, but he backs up behind the pillar. 2-on-2.
Still has a rifle in hand, though, to work with. Gets blinded for a couple of moments, but we'll get out of it for right now. There's the neural theft just to make sure that this jet is located, but they got to watch out for Frog. Who's also up in heaven. I don't think they see where Frog is at all, just lining it up. They almost have 2 headshots and lined it up, and Frog with a snake bite is able to get Jord. Jord walks right back into it, and Michigan State keeps it perfect at the Hawaii 5-0.
Dang, did you see that? Slammed had his cowboy hat lasso out, and he wrangled all of Stony Brook right into where they wanted him. Frog with the snake bite meant that they were going to go one way or the other, forces them around the pillar where Slammed was waiting with open arms. And now that off of that play, right? That's a 5-0 Michigan State. And Stony Brook, I think, not out of this one yet, but there is definitely a lot of just coordinated effort coming out from the opposing side that they need to figure out how to deal with.
And Slammed, especially the sophomore, making good work already getting a kill. Frodo at the same time. So freshmen and sophomore classes working well together, at least on the duelist side, getting 2 kills on their own with only, less than 20 seconds have gone by. They've already got 2 kills on their own. So now the Viper Walls, but look at the split here. The Viper Wall is up at A, but at the same time, that's free reign. They've got 2 kills towards B. They're going to take advantage of it. That's a wide open sight.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Michigan State, you know that that's got to be an eco rush, right? The way that they can get back a rifle or 2 is really just run down with the cheap guns you've got. If you die, you die. But if you get a kill, if you get a couple picks, you get rifles, you may be in luck. So 3 on 4, but only one really dangerous person right now on Stony Brook at this range. They're going to know they're coming from it, but there's the deadlock Utopia. Do they clear hell? No, they don't. Slammed! Gets one, but it's a trade.
It's a trade for right now. 3v2 spike starting to go off on the time at the very least. They are surrounding the entire thing. The 2 are in B main. They can try this for right now, but it's going to be at least a concussion there. Ice Bear and Frog line them all up, and Michigan State staying perfect. 6 straights and 6 for 6.
Preview of things to come on that one, Keegan. If you look at it, that's what you do it for. The Astra and Viper combination. Frog can put down the snake bite. Ice Bear can pull him in. And if you were the diffuser and that shot wasn't available, you would just be stuck, out of luck, and burning.
And, yeah, I mean, for Michigan State, 6-0, Stony Brook using the timeout. And during this timeout, we'll let you know that if you're finding yourself getting hungry, make sure your next stop is Zippy's. And I know a couple of these teams here know that their next stop is Zippy's later on. Their app has a ton of promotions and ways for you to earn rewards and prizes. Zippy's is also a restaurant on the cutting edge of technology, and as part of that process is always looking to expand their team. Check out zippys.com/careers for more details, and looking up at their website as well. It's both Zippy's on Las Vegas and Honolulu sites.
Yeah, worth noting, something fun fact. I was waiting to bring this up all weekend, but did you know that there was 3 generations of my family that were all Zippy's workers?
Really?
Yeah, my mother, my grandmother, and my great-grandmother.
Wow.
All Zippy's workers.
Didn't want to follow the chain?
We don't want to talk about it. Look, we're here to support Zippy's, Keegan. Jeez.
I'm just saying, you can find your career. Look, if you want to start a career at Zippy's, check out zippys.com.
I work in esports now, man, okay?
Look, if there was ever a second option, just saying. I mean,
the
website is out there.
I would definitely.
The chain is right there. The family chain is right there.
Absolutely. Well, all right. Anyways, back to this one. Timeout done. We'll see if Stony Brook had some time to recover. This is going to be the big round. They need to figure out the stop, or they need to figure out at least the start of the process to stop Michigan State. Operator in hand on Slammed. Does find the clip through the wall, I believe, onto the breach. So that means some damage there, but no execute just yet. Util line does give them coverage to creep up, but are they willing to creep onto site? They don't know where anyone is just yet, waiting for a push from a defender.
Do you ever hear the Jaws music in the background sometimes, just mentally, like with all these slow pushes, just like something waiting to happen, something to jump out at you? I mean, not like the Trailblazer, obviously, but just something just ready to jump out and just jump scare.
When somebody's stalking someone with a knife. That's when you
really hear the music. Yeah, that's when you play it. Well, at least in post-production anyways. But Kaiser's waiting to go ahead and use the Yuso here. This is going to be a rush onto A. It's all systems go here. Watch for this Astra, though. The Astra is all the way back on B site, or at least towards mid. Could very well come up with a flank here, but Moonroller will start to plan. It's basically a 4v5 down here on A. Astra starts to move up to mid, but that's not the one we're talking about. We're talking about the Viper's Pit that covers the entire site, especially up A. That's basically, and that spike is planted for them to keep inside of that Viper's Pit. And although Abel is able to get that first pick.
Oh, you're rolling to them. They're through. They want to get in the site now. Pocket clears one. They're all still concussed. They do try to pull back. Viper in the smoke. We'll get 2 with the shorty, and there's the 3rd! But here comes Slammed around the back. That was almost beautiful, but Frog, hero play, saves the day in his own ultimate. Means that he takes them all down, and that is heartbreak for Stony Brook. They had all the advantages going into that ult.
Shotguns win it. Shorties
Listen,
win it, man.
the rate of fire buff doesn't matter if you only need to pull the trigger once per kill.
Hey, Shorty, Bucky, Judge Gaming, man, shotguns are where it's at. I'm telling you what. Shotguns are where it's at. Bucky may be my favorite gun.
No, hush up with that.
But I'm telling you, shotguns are the way to go.
Shorty
here.
is a cheaper gun than your precious Bucky there, bro.
But it's got more bullets in the chamber than the Shorty does. I will just say, 7-0 your scoreline here is again. They will go right on in. This is much different than the slower pace. Michigan State changing up their looks entirely.
Zepho?
But Zepho gets the first headshot in. Goes back inside the cage pocket. Will help them out as well. Frodo gets one back. Showstopper is out. And the Showstopper will at least find George. He's out of bullets. Has to reload. And now it's a 2v1 scenario. Coming in for right now, there's the Boombot. Boombot spots it out. It's only the Shorty left to go here just to find that kill. But Shorty can only do so much from that range. As I was talking about it, yeah, Michigan State just shuts it right off.
I want to call this out. So this is how I know that there was a play coming with that. Because about 40 seconds ago, I heard somebody yell, "He's got a Shorty!" And that's immediately when you saw Frodo running from the sign, just getting distance as much as he can from the other guy. And so, all right, credit to the communications there from Michigan State. Keeps their man alive. I don't think necessarily they would have lost that round even if Frodo dies, but keeps them another gun. And now keeps them firmly in the lead. The 0-8.
That was also technically a bonus round as well. So for Stony Brook to get 3 players, I think, out of that fray, that's a pretty good eco round. Especially if you're trying to buy up. Although it's not the pistol round eco round necessarily, but getting 3 there just to help out and build up for the ultimates is still pretty dang good for them. In the meanwhile, so let's see where they go here. A little bit slower now that they know that they have the rifles in hand. Hey, play slower, play a little bit more back, and you can see the Stony Brook team, they're spread out pretty evenly all the way through.
Yeah, Zepho really would have been the MVP for that last round, just playing Ring Around the Rosie in and out of the Cypher cages with that Sheriff, but it comes down to a make-or-break moment where he needed that last kill onto Slammed with his 2 shots in the Sheriff and doesn't pull it off. But Stony Brook now back onto this one. If they can close out 8-4, not a terrible line on a map like Split, but they would be in trouble if this one starts to go the other way. Abel finds 1 kill onto Frodo. Good opening pick. Looking for a second. Pulls back. Ice Bear wants to spam him through, but forces him out.
And it's not like there's a healer on this team either. There's no Sage, there's no Sky for Stony Brook. They're going to have to play with their own devices on the health at the very least. Ice Bear will peek out, gets entangled at the very least for Abel, but nothing doing there. Kaiser's able to take advantage of that for right now. However, Moonrow trades that right back. So Michigan State, this is probably the most even it's been in a while. There is a little bit of a watch going on with that operator. There will be a spike planted down on B, but they got to watch out for the operator here in a 3v2 scenario.
Does he know? He doesn't know.
He does not know. Nope. Zepho does not know. And the operator, you run right into the barrel of Jordan. A perfect half so far. Michigan State not a scratch on the record at 9-0.
Yep. This is the difference, right? When we talk about Grand Finals territory, these are the strats, and this is the thing that I was curious to see if any of the other teams in the round robins would have forced Michigan State to start revealing some of these strats, and it looked like the answer was no, right? I mean, I was talking about it earlier. They played a double duelist where they were pushing aggressively on the defensive end, but not a lot of teams have forced them to play really to give away any strats so far, so this allows them to play the way they're doing, but if Zepho has anything to say about it, they may not be able to do much, as there goes the neural theft. Also gives them information that there is more than just the 2.
Okay, let's be real. That Sheriff shot was impressive.
Yeah, it was aggressive, but he loses the rifle. That's the big thing. And wrong! What a shot!
Phantom Gaming at its finest there with 2 headshots. And now with the Bladestorm out, Abel waiting for Slam to come right around the corner. Here's the Blades. Look at the shot. Slam is not aware, none the wiser for that shot. It will be a plan down yet again. Michigan State, though, at a man disadvantage here at 3-2. Only problem, Stony Brook's got to come from the other side of the map.
Yeah, worth noting, though, that's an operator in hand. And with some potential long sight lines onto A. They are looking for it, but overall nothing there. Moonrow gets the information with the blind. The Kaiser now pushing forward. Recovers a Vandal. And now they're looking for it. Numbers advantage. They just need to clear. Moonroll looks for one. Frog forced to retreat. 2 members drop down. Frog looking for it, but on the retreat again. Abel finds the first op shot. Moonroll gets the other. It's a ring around the Rosie, but it's a 2v1. Can they play together? Abel starts to defuse. Pocket looking for him. Doesn't find it. Forces him back. Just needs to buy time. Out of bullets.
Oh!
He gets it.
That could have gone either way. That was so close. But a thrifty round indeed. Stony Brook in the tense moment gets their first point on the board. Wow, that was close. I mean, we'd have to. I think you'd have to go frame by frame just to figure that one out. Yes, you get the automatic. You get the automatic one, but oh my God, 9-1 scoreboard. Michigan State gets scratched off the round.
That
finally.
was a call from production.
Yeah.
Yes, Vandal would have won that.
Vandal
yes.
would have won that. Yeah, absolutely.
Phantom Lover. Yes. But anyways,
look.
Overall,
I'm just saying.
Frames. I agree.
All right.
Frames. Milliseconds. That's why Hawaiian Tell. Where's the Hawaiian Tell read?
All right, so shout out to them at the halftime. But anyways, for Michigan State, finally a blemish on the record, 9-1. They do get the thrifty round. They get the diffuse at the very least there. So find out what they want to do here in the mid push right now. They've got 3 stacked up in mid, maybe even 4, but the deadlock will move all the way away back to CT side. And for Michigan State, this isn't usually how they did that. Usually you'd see 3 or 4 in the same place. Not in this case. There's 1 on either end on A or B. Meanwhile, 3 trying to peek up mid just to make some space.
Kaiser, I'd be curious to see if he opts to stay in that position. That would be dangerous for him, but instead finds 1. There's the smoke. Frog picks up 2, but now Jordan through the smoke. Knew they were there, cuts him down before they can get around. Frodo now, they know he's A, but they know where the spike is. Jord just needs to hold until reinforcements arrive. Frodo sees it, but doesn't know. Where are they holding?
Looks around the corner at the very least, and they peek at the same time. Able to get it back, and Stony Brook winning back-to-back rounds here. Trying to get it to a, I guess you could say, a 9-3 position where they could start to turn into superstitions, if you will. At least if you're the Seawolves of Stony Brook. So with the way this is working out right now, and for Zephyl bringing up the Guardian, but if we know Zephyl, one-shot headshots are probably his thing.
Yeah, Split's one of those maps where it can be like that. All right, it is momentum focused, and if you can't figure out how to stop a play, you are going to be in a bit of trouble until that play stops being ran. They finally stops pulling off the A executes, or rather stops going for them as over the wire Slam goes, clears heaven, but finds nobody yet. Instead, actually, more members in the backline. Pocket gets 1, but Slam shuts him down in the backline. 3-on-3, but Slammed. A man on a mission to find this flank. Does Pocket check? No, Pocket doesn't check.
Pocket doesn't check it. Slammed is able to get that 1-2v3 scenarios where the Cypher falling oh so low. Slammed is anticipating it there, and the little peek. Slammed is able to get Jord for it. There will be the plan down. It's only up to the Cypher here to deny the ace from Slammed in the meanwhile. They will get the Viper spit out just for security as it's the last round and a half. You might as well throw everything you got.
If you're Zephyl, just give it to him.
Yeah, let's
give it to him. Look, the man doesn't even have a health bar.
Well, they don't even know where Zephyl is in the process. They can hear the footsteps, and now Slammed is going to try run for it at the same time.
Yeah, this has been the health has been communicated. That's why Slammed is just spamming it.
They're just spamming the right click.
A single classic bullet will do. They know where he is.
There it is. There's the ace. Slammed is able to get the ace. Closes out the half at 10-2. And Slammed the ace that I kind of expected here for this entire weekend, but that's the first time we see it.
Yeah, first time we see it, but that comes off of that is rank 1 game knowledge right there. Immediately gets up, clears heaven, clears through spawn, clears everywhere else that could possibly be a defender at. And Michigan State looking good in the opening onset. And I think they're trying to make sure they hit the you know the meme about the NA equals near airport and the speedrun thing? I think both teams are about to try and hit that of like, yeah, we got to get this finals done. We got to play in the game.
Yeah, it's 4:30 right now here in Hawaii time. 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, by the way. So they might be, the jet lag has probably not settled in since they came off the plane anyways, and teams look good for right now. So Michigan State, by the way, fun fact here, that is the 3rd ace in the entire weekend. Do you remember who got the other 2?
Yeah, it was Tidy, right?
Yeah, Tidy got the only other 2 aces on the entire weekend. The high schooler gets the only 2 aces on the rest of the weekend.
That we saw on broadcast.
That we saw on broadcast. We don't know about the others, but yeah, at least 3 aces here for the entire weekend. Around the corner, though, Frog getting 1. And Frog has been so impressive with these kills, at least just trying to find some opening picks as well as someone
Gets
through the
out?
smoke. And Frog somehow escapes death.
Dead to rights. He was running blind, just trying to get out of dodge, just not able to connect with anything else. And now, Michigan State wants to potentially hold down onto A, but this is the potential problem with Split. Oh, ooh, did they hear it? Oh no, but they saw it.
They saw it because of the spy
got the dart.
You got the spy cam out. You got the go ahead and concuss for a little while too. So really, this is just a game of keep slammed away, and this is, I think you're saying, number one gamer here, right? So this is going to be a tough situation for Slam to even enter in on. They have the smoke out. Gets Kaiser. He lands that on the shoulder at the very least, but can't land anything else there. Kaiser's able to get rid of Slam. Stony Brook's back on the board here in the first pistol round.
Yep, Stony Brook now. This is where you need to hold the line as long as possible, right? And I think that goes without saying. How many times can you flood a site like that, though, before Michigan State starts to just stack? That's going to be my thoughts on that one as we look to round number 14.
Yeah, how many plays do you have in the playbook necessarily here for this team? What's the call out? Because now you can see down the middle of the lane. There's two there. There's two on the split lane. And wow, okay, Abel somehow still alive. I mean, just because of the wall still alive. If that wall does not interfere whatsoever, yeah, that's probably a deadlock. So that spike meant for Sewers for right now. Dropped off for the Cypher, at least to grab it right now. They will all try to rotate off the mid. Kaiser, though, winning that battle, although taking some damage along the way. Not much. That's still enough to chip away at that armor at the very least, but they're going to go all the way up. Question is, can they find Ice Bear on the flank, on the opposite side? It's just a classic versus the Redist. It is netted, however, and Ice Bear's just in a whole lot of trouble. Almost finding one blinded, by the way.
Yeah, they take the net off of him. He heals up. But the site control is given to Stony Brook.
Spike planted.
Spike down. Gun disadvantage. Let's see how Michigan State wants to play it. The cage prevents them from getting any real value out of the Trailblazer.
That's gonna hurt when you see your util just get stopped by basically a wall there.
Yeah, and can Frog timing Abel? That's the question, though, right? I don't know if he knows that the trip is there.
Low enough for a right click on the classic at the very least, right?
Yeah, but now here we go. Will Michigan State make the same mistake that Stony Brook did earlier? Will they all jump out of back? Here you go. Frog does get the kill on Abel, but Pocket cleans it up. The rest of the squad now just trying to maybe get some damage or keep people on site. Moonrow will die to the spike just to get ult charge, but does not give away any credits critically. And alright. Stony Brook on the board with 4. Picks up the bonus.
Picks up the bonus, and Stony Brook winning the last 2 here. Big ones for them, especially momentum-wise. And you pick, like you said, picks up a bonus. They only lose, I believe, 1 person in the process, and that was Abel. So really, you don't lose out on too much except for Abel on the credits-wise. Now you can buy up, or you can opt what Kaiser and Jordan's doing, keep the Spectres in hand, and your economy looks up just a little bit better here.
Yeah, I mean, this would be hero rifle territory, right? Zephel's been performing. It does make sense that they are going to give him tools to make sure that he can continue. But remember, this was the expected after the pistol win for Stony Brook. So they are grouping together, right? If you can overwhelm your opponent, that's what you'd want to do. Frog expecting the second man through the door, but chooses instead Stony Brook to back off for now.
I don't think I've ever done that. Like, just to make sure you don't fall off that ledge, just looks down to the corner and just says, "Okay, this is how far I can go," just to see if you can peek out that window for a couple of moments. And now call out in mid, I guess, for right now, just to see where they want to go. Opt is for B, but they're going to meet Frog here in the meanwhile with a Phantom. If they go anywhere near that door, any shoulder peek, any gun peeks, it's not going to be good news. It's going to be fault line. Doesn't hit Frog whatsoever because of that ledge. They have no clue whatsoever, but it's a great blind. However, Frog, meanwhile, running away, is able to find a stray bullet onto a headshot. Frog finds a third, and maybe even looking for more. Didn't very well ace this round, but no, it will be denied. Ice Bear is able to take care of Zephyl, though, in a 3v1 situation. It all comes down to the omen of Jord, and Jord's just kind of waiting around here. Doesn't even have the spike in hand. We need to play for it. Flick on the Ice Bear. No, Jord does get that kill, but Frodo is right there to clean it up, and Michigan State gets a point back.
Gun here.
Michigan State now back in control.
Big momentum.
See how this goes, because now they don't have members that can fully afford weaponry. Right? They will switch out, but
Frog's got the judge. I like
Stony Brook also manages to pull together resources, keep themselves in it, able with the outlaw. Let's see how that plays out for them.
Almost gun in the game here. They're going to use the double satchel to go right around, but nobody's inside of tower right now. What they do know is that there's a lot of push being thrown out. I don't know if they have the call out as to how many there were down mid, but if they don't, this is going to be a little bit of a flank scenario where two are going to be looking down at the 2v2 scenario. Outlaw misses the shot. Frodo doesn't miss the shot, though, and that spike is down in sewers where there's no chance of picking it up right now where that is placed.
Yeah, Zepho's gone as well. I think Pocket's trying to just clean up members where he last saw them. But unfortunately for him, no info.
Watch the rope, watch the rope.
Oh, there you go. Ice Bear unfortunate with the inaccuracy on the rope.
So, but still, I mean, even to make something happen here for Stony Brook, you got to get to the spike. There are 3 people waiting for you and only 2 angles to work with to get to that spike whatsoever.
Textbook from Michigan State. Take the win. Do not give him any opportunities. He either it's in such a tight corridor. He either has to push into a double peak, or he would have to then, and one of them being a judge of all things, or he would have to come down the long hallway where they can check that easily. They're gonna assume it's the short peak because they sent the bird out towards mid earlier. Starting to get a little wary of it though.
Maybe
they was gonna approach. Which way might the approach come from? But instead, no, they sense a save. They're just going to run around, look for him again. There's no real info.
Oh, okay. Well, Pocket gets a kill. Doesn't really matter, though. Timer does expire. Only a second, by the way. The time expires for a save round. And this is crucial now for Michigan State here. Only needs one more to secure map number 1. Stony Brook needing, well, 8 straight. 8 opportunities at match point. A lot is what we're saying.
You don't even need to call out the number on that one. It's just a lot. They're going to need a lot. So let's, I think also critically, Stony Brook needs to make a miracle happen with a lot less. All eyes on Pocket on this one.
Only one that kept the Vandal, only one that was able to save the weapon there towards the end, even getting a kill towards there as well. Muno does get concussed for a little while. They want to play aggressively. Stony Brook wants to run right in and get themselves a kill, but Moonrow is right there, finding 2 in a row. Trying to close things out right now. Frog is there, and another kill. This should be it. Right now in a 5v1 scenario, the miracle is going to have to come from Zepho, finding headshots and headshots all over the place. Finds 1 through the wall, but that will be all they find. It will be a 13-4 victory in game number 1 for Michigan State. The Spartans are 1 map away from taking the surfboard home to East Lansing.
Yeah, 1 map away from winning the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies. And what a statement match, I think, if you are Michigan State. In that one, they say, yep, the weights are off. Here we are, final form. So you got to wonder, Stony Brook back to the drawing board, discussions a little bit. We are heading to Ascent, so another map where the strategy pool runs deep.
Yeah.
Right? You got to think. Maybe Stony Brook knows they've got some tricks up their sleeve, and that's what they're banking on. But at this point, none of these maps you can really say are specials for either side until we get to that Breeze. And at that point, I don't know if anybody, how up to date these teams are on Breeze.
Well, we'll get to see first and foremost before we get there. It will be Ascend, the collegiate special, if you will, coming up. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get game number 2. Will Michigan State be able to take home the surfboard in the next one, or will Stony Brook keep themselves alive to see game 3 on Breeze? You're watching Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies. We'll be right back. 4,405 miles away. Would have been well worth it here if Michigan State can get another 13 rounds on their board coming up here in game number 2. Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies in the collegiate finals here between the Spartans of Michigan State and the Seawolves of Stony Brook University. Coach K alongside K-Tad with you here. Game number 2 about to go underway. Game number 1 did give us something to tell, though. 13-4, Michigan State really wants to catch that flight and take a surfboard home with them.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear it in the comms. You can see it in the play. They are just confidently taking moves. And, you know, in a game of Valorant, confidence can make or break your match. And I think as we were watching through the replay reel, that definitely showed out in some of the plays and things that were happening. Some of it, yeah, a blind spray or a movement penalty when blinded. You know, some kills went that way for them, but others, just absolute confidence, right? The ability to hold ground and not give it up from Michigan State. I think that was some of the biggest indicators as to how confident they felt going into map number 1. And we'll see if that carries over into map number 2, because if so, we got to see, can Stony Brook bounce back?
Well, this will be, I believe this is going to be Stony Brook's pick here anyways on the map at the very least. So for that side, I mean, you're looking at a Stony Brook chance here to bring it all the way back, 13-4, very similar to the scoreline that we saw Michigan State defeat Stony Brook on split on the last one. Problem was that was only a best of 1. Now we get to see them in a best of 3 scenario, where this time it's the pick for Stony Brook, and this map is theirs to pretty much lose at this point. If they do lose it, unfortunately, they'll go home. Like you were saying, they'll probably jump the plane, but just with the regular luggage that they had in hand when they came here. Yeah,
they will not be paddling the trophy all the way back home.
Although I don't know if you'd want to paddle that.
Yeah, no. They'll send. I mean, I think that was the plan, right? I mean, I can neither confirm nor deny, but I was told that if they did win, Stony Brook would have sent Abel back home to paddle all the way to back home to New York with the surfboard. He would have missed his flight and he would have just been swimming home with the trophy. But unfortunately, you know, I don't know. Maybe that changes things for them. We'll see.
Wow, that's even a farther flight for the boaters here in Hawaii. That's a really far paddle. That's a travel, and I don't think that board fits a lot of the supplies that some of these boats have over here. But anyways, we'll move on here. We saw the rosters already, both sides. Nothing really doing on either side for substitutions, although Michigan State does have 2 substitute players. Nothing doing there. It'll keep the same rosters. But now we go into Ascent. Collegiate Special, like we know of. This is pretty much all standardized, I guess, picks. I know KJ's usually here. Jet's usually here as well. Sometimes we see Ray, sometimes we don't. Who knows? But at least the standard for right now is Jet, Sova, Omen, KJ, and KO, which is probably what's going to be showing up here on either end.
Yeah.
Almost, I guess you could say.
Really just an option of how do you want to play your duelist, but no surprise, it is just the standard composition, no changes at all, no deviations from the formula. It is pretty much the way that you can do everything. There are set plays for every single one of these agents on the map, but set plays only get you so far. It is about the adaptability. It is about the way that these teams can adjust to what the opponents are doing throughout the map. And all right, I mean, with that said, it is Stony Brook on defense once again to start. So we'll see how that factors into things. Michigan State just utilizing their teams to take it and overwhelm the defense.
Before we want to get into the game, though, big shout out to one of the sponsors here, Hawaii Esports Invitational, brought to you in part by a longtime partner of the Vandal League here in Hawaii, Hawaiian Telcom. And if you're looking for the best lag-free gaming experience, definitely check out the booth. I think they had Rocket League games going on as well, just the view. But anyways, go ahead and go on down to their booth and ask about the bundle deal with Fi Optics Internet with sub-60 millisecond ping to West Coast servers. Hawaiian Telcom is your edge to guarantee you're racking up those wins in any online game. Check them out at the booth or online for the Fi Optics deal today. So thank you to Hawaiian Telcom for their sponsorship, really, of Vanta Leagues in the entire time. I know since we've been doing these Vanta League tournaments that they've been a big sponsor of the entire tournament. So a big shout out and a big mahalo to Hawaiian Telcom and their crew. So anyways, we go into the Ascent right now. I mean, again, you said it's standardized pretty much on either side, standardized with the lineups, or rather with the roster on either side in terms of agents. So what do you expect here? What is your key for Stony Brook to bring this back?
I think the key is definitely going to be how do they handle the retake, and can they prevent casualties prior to the retake, right? We're seeing a lot of those early picks, and that leads to Michigan State being able to just then execute, right? They are trusting that they are able to win the gunfight, right? They are trusting in their duelists, in members like Slammed, and they are unafraid to look for the opening pick and then immediately overwhelm that site. That's been the game plan so far, it felt like, from Michigan State, and I want to see how that plays out for the rest of this map, because they are playing in 2 separate units right now, as you see it.
Playing in 2 separate units, 3 on towards A, 2 towards B. That turret right there just to make sure on check. And Pocket's able to get a headshot. Is able to dash away scot-free without taking any more damage there. There's the knife out. It's able to suppress one, so they know that something's coming. They don't know how many, though. They know what we know is that it's a pair on either end through the smoke. Pocket is just waiting for something. That smoke might go down in the middle of it. What a flash, though. Frog is caught out, but who's not caught out on the other side is Ice Bear. And Ice Bear is able to find 2, even 1 escaping, trying to escape through the smoke. Makes it a more manageable 3v3 here for Michigan State to try to take the site.
Michigan State gets onto site, gets the spike down, but a little bit close. There's a triple ping. They know everyone's close. Can they overwhelm, though? That's the question. Moonrow needs to get away from the shock darts. He would die here, but spike was planted. Sova's both low on either side. Jord trying to swing and peek and clear. They want to work from door, but they don't know if they can clear out main just yet. Members of Michigan State under intel, waiting for it. There's the turret clear. That opens up Kaiser to push out forward. Does he clear below? That's the first check. No. Tap defuse shows them 1, but it's a trade. Zepho now knows there's a second on the hill. They get that one. It's 2 on site and just Frodo left. Looking for it. Tap the one through the smoke, the spam, the tap, the hold, but Frodo finds it! It's a clutch! And Michigan State starts off strong on Ascent as well.
Starts off strong on Ascend. Go back to the last map here. They won very first round. And what a way to do it there. Ice Bear was able to get a 4K this time around. It's a clutch from Frodo to give them some spark to start us off on Ascent. You love the pistol play as well. That's a full house of kills. Ice Bear getting 3, Frodo getting 2 there. And the way they take that site as well and holding it too. Frodo with both of the ghost kills inside of that smoke. That's just great teamwork overall.
Yeah, and I think the timing, you call that one out for the timing from Frodo to just spam into the smoke before the clear can come, right? Before Stony Brook is able to cover their diffuser, Frodo pushes forward and just spams into the smoke and finds that first blind kill. Those are the types of plays we're talking about. Confidence is key. Unconfident play, you back up, you look for your pick maybe, but instead, Frodo gets to push forward, and now Stony Brook, I like the move. Aggression comes out. Yes, it gets punished, but they're at least showing that they're not out of this fight yet.
It's the flawless round. Abel has no idea where these shots are coming from, by the way. And there was one on top of the boxes, but decided to drop off for just a little while, not knowing where this KO was for right now. Slam waiting on top rope. Doesn't really matter. Frodo's able to use the Guardian, get the kill, and only losing 1 in the process. The Spartans are 2 up on Stony Brook to start.
Well, all right, bonus goes the way of Michigan State. No surprise there. I don't think there was anything too crazy. When you group up and you prevent guns from going down, Stony Brook knows that they were out of the hunt for that round. But rifles in hand, how can they adapt? That's the next question. A lot of pressure was used, but this is the first one that'll really give us any meaningful information as to what either side is planning.
Gun advantage, sure. I mean, you did get rid of 1 at the very least, so at least rifle advantage-wise, it's 5 versus 3, I believe, is what I saw there. So Stony Brook has their opportunity, at least when you take a look at their utility of what they have. Stony Brook has their chance to bring this back. Question is, can they? Because Michigan State's looking pretty good. Remember, the first streak that they had earlier on was 9 before Stony Brook got their first point up back on split. It's going to have to be a little bit different if they want to take this back into their own hands. Press for a little while, though, as they get a few in mid. There's 3 down mid, 2, I believe, going towards B site at the moment, trying to peek around for that KJ. Omen will come back. Zepho around the corner is able to find the first headshot on the Frodo. Couldn't find a second one. They back off of that for right now. Slam trying to use the flash in. Not going to happen either. Pocket gets the kill on the Slam, making it a lot of kills. It's fast kills at the very least. Rather, Abel is able to find their kill at the same time. Avoids the flawless, but it doesn't really matter. Finds all 5 team members, and Stony Brook's on the board.
Yeah, Stony Brook on the board in the round that they needed to take to stay in it. If you go down 0-3 again, you're in danger of repeating what history had on split. This time around, though, they managed to pick up their bonus now. And They play rifle to rifle. But I think worrying trends, if you are on the side of Stony Brook, I do want to see them kind of clean up some of these hesitations is what I'll call them, right? The look for contact and immediately pull back, although yes, has value. The ability to stick into your duels and feel confident that you can win your duels is something I want to see if Stony Brook cleans up as they go. Able feeling confident, but the rest of the team needs to join in there.
Oh, that cursor was just a little bit above the head. That thing goes maybe one pixel lower, and he's got the headshot. Unfortunately, nothing doing there. Down mid at the very least. Trying to shoot through that wall, seeing if anybody's there. No hits to be heard of, and this is, I think, is as slow as we've seen it thus far. At least when it's full buy on either side. As slammed, wow, through the corner of the wall, is able to find a headshot with the Vandal. Yes, with the Vandal. And that's something Phantom can't do, unfortunately. Minute left to go, though. Owl drone in through tree right now. Pocket gets flashed out. Doesn't really matter. Pocket at the end of that flash is able to take care of Frog, so Frog goes for nothing there. Pocket looks left. Is able to find one. And Abel is able to find another one. Makes it a 4v2 more manageable situation here for the Seawolves. They go towards mid. As they try to head towards maybe B, though, A site's pretty much covered.
Right here. Michigan State looking for maybe catching somebody in transition after they made noise. Moonrow gets picked. Heiser there gets the two-piece. Nice cleanup from Stony Brook. There we go. That's what I want to see if we're going to have a series on our hands. From Stony Brook, good round, and now gives them some breathing room, knowing that they're going into an equal this time out.
2-2, the score line, close as it's been a little while here between these two teams. Haven't seen really this close of a situation since that very early on stage on split, as it went 9-1. The run just too much for Stony Brook to handle. So now Stony Brook on level playing ground. Goes from a first to 13 to first to 11 in this case. Gonna go out and about the radar arrow with a great bounce to see if there's anything, although it hits the back wall, so it won't find anything in market. Oh, the collateral! They line up. Pocket finds a pair. He's able to find at least the kill. Jord there as well will get one through the wall. Jord finds another one. 2 clips you can add on to the highlight reel for Stony Brook in this round alone. Frog is the only one left alive. Jess with the Sheriff does find one. It's not going to matter. Avoids the flawless, but that's about it. Stony Brook takes the lead for the first time.
You want to talk about confidence gaining plays. You'll take a collateral any day to kind of pump up the spirits there. Pocket feeling good and knowing that he needs to be the one to take down his opponents in Slam. So Jet v Jet, Pocket looking good at the start of Ascent.
Woo, collateral is going to be on the highlight reel, definitely. Gotta be on one of those. So I'm pretty sure Pocket's going to go back in the stream and says, yeah, that's one I'm keeping. That is one I'm keeping. Stony Brook goes up 3-2. See what they have cooked up here for Michigan State. They want to go all systems. So they want to go aggressively, and Slam will rightfully do so. Get Ching Kaiser in the meanwhile. We'll go ahead and bring this up. So 5v4, they hear the off inside of tree. They're going to go ahead and take away that door, but that door, meanwhile, is going to close. They still take damage in the process, as there's going to be a plant down onto A, the very aggressiveness. Abel's able to take care of Frog. KO's out of play. Now the 4v4. Pocket still finding kills on the operator here.
Yeah, he trapped him. He was watching for the flank, traps the KJ in the back site. It's a 4-on-3 retake, but do they have time? If Stony Brook plays this fast enough, they could potentially clear and hold. They gotta get on site if you're Michigan State. 1v4, can Slam do it? There's 1, 2, looking for 3. There's the shorty. They get the defuse.
Oh man, close round. Unfortunately, they had one too many players to worry about because of the defuse. Couldn't get to it. And Stony Brook doubles their lead, 1-2 now. It's at a 4-2 scoreline here. Pocket, though, the big thing, you got to watch out for the op. I mean, this operator's just been so much of a threat as of the last 2 rounds. That collateral did something for a spark, my friend.
Yep, no, that is what I was talking about, right? You need to have confidence. You need to be able to take these fights and take your gunfights and feel confident that you're going to win them. Otherwise, you will lose every time. And so far, let's see it. Pocket forced back. Slam, though, shuts the door on him. He's looking to enter in. There's the opening pick. They want more. Shut the door. There's the smoke. But everyone else from Michigan State backs up. George, though, with a gap. They do find it. They do clear Slam. So that's the big entry fragger down. The rest of the team, though, backs up. 4-on-4 now. We'll have to see how they play this without the duelists in tow. Kaiser, no info from that initial drone, but they'll use the lockdown. Zepho worried about a flank, but instead now clears sight. There's one. Frog is gone. They know the soul is off site, and tendency is that Killjoy's flanking. They're going to look for it. Abel finds it. There it is. Can they clear main? That's the question. Moonro gets the spam, but everyone else is on site. They take stock of the guns, and they get the defuse. Stony Brook up 3.
All right, keep track of the operator this time around. That's 3 straight rounds, and the operator stays in the hands of Stony Brook and diffuses yet again for them right now. So they're just going to hang on to this, going to keep it in the pockets right now. And
pocket. George's trying to give it the pocket, I think. Wait, pocket. Wait, he's like, hey, I have one. Take that. There you go.
Okay, there you go. We figured it out. We figured it out finally. I mean, talk to each other, guys. You guys are right next to each other.
That was a team comms, I guarantee. 100%. That's exactly what was said in that moment, and I will not hear anything otherwise.
Yes, that's just team comms. We all know that's just team comms at this point. So for Michigan State, a little bit of a slump now, letting up 5 straight after winning the first 2. Pocket, though, picking up the offer. That might be the lucky off, if anything here. Pocket somehow still gets away from the Nanoswarm, is able to dash over everything here. Kaiser with his family owning isn't able to find anything, doesn't find any damage, does find maybe a little chip on to the KO, if anything. But still losing a member very early on due to the operator, and Michigan State's got to think twice before going somewhere else.
MSU would like to do some damage in at least 1, maybe 2 kills here, but unfortunately not able to do it just yet. They need to get a pick, but Ice Bear could be the one if you can catch somebody unawares, recover a rifle. That's where you want to start. But Abel and the rest of the squad, meanwhile, still locking down B site. Zepho on a great flank, though, back through A, on expectation that if they choose to go back this direction, they will know.
Yeah, but look how spread out they are. I mean, even this Killjoy on the flank there. Ice Bear has no clue whatsoever. And Pocket with another op kill. Now they're so far spread out. Killjoy's in 3, and you've got the Sova at B. Frodo's able to find 1. Pocket and Kaiser both getting the kill simultaneously. Pocket will add 3 more to the KDA. And Stony Brook guaranteeing themselves a tie at the half. And what a way to swing this momentum all the way back.
Stony Brook picks up the eco round, so nothing too crazy. Don't get too excited yet. But great start, right? Up 4, has the ability to sustain themselves now through a few losses. So this is where Michigan State knows that they will need to bounce back a little bit more heavily, right? It is going to be a few hard-fought rounds and a few rounds where they won't want to drop too many members just off of fear of not having the eco.
Here already, they've got the knife already suppressing too, and that's just going to stave them off from mid. Do they make another call mid is the question, because they have that information to do so, and I always love that lineup with the knife from Shree all the way out to mid, giving you way too much cover. And so where's the call here for Michigan State? I guess the call is to play slow, but we know Stony Brook is spread out in a way where slow may not always be the answer here.
Well, we'll see. If they can get up this far to market and beyond, they could put a wrench in the plans for Stony Brook. It's just a matter of if they are willing to take it. Remember, confidence is a two-way street. And if Michigan State starts to falter, this could be Stony Brook's map. Let's see how they play it. Kaiser then pushing forward. Pocket wants the blood. Backs up for now, misses the shot, but looking for the second one. Blind goes out, but he's actually not touched by it. Pocket still on the run, has to back it up. And instead, Slam gets on site, but Abel will cover his jet. He is trapped between the entirety of Michigan State, but he doesn't even care. He doesn't get that last shot, but the rest of the team holds down from market. Nobody else able to get in, which means Stony Brook, they're still comfortable. Time is ticking. 20 seconds left.
20 seconds left to go on the clock here. Michigan State's got to make a move. Can't even res up their own teammate. Ice Bear's able to get 1. We're on the process. Great flash there from the KO. And Abel's able to get that last one as well. Now the question is, are they able to pick up the op that's inside of A? Yes, they are with just enough time. The operator is picked up, and Pocket will have it yet again.
Pocket's got it, although after that one, that was a few too many whoopsies as he banks a few off the wall or whatever the case might be. But yes, you take that if you are Stony Brook. That was good coordination, good cover. Pocket doesn't panic when pinched on all sides because of the support from the rest of his team, right? You speak to Kaiser and George just locking down the back line of that. Abel also finding a few critical kills there means that the rest of Stony Brook able to be calm, cool, collected as they roll through that round. 8-2 could be the score unless Michigan State's able to make something happen here. They may be looking at best for an 8-4 half, but meanwhile, Ice Bear finds a pick onto Kaiser, but not expecting Zepho to be there to follow up the trade. Michigan State slowly trying to gain ground onto A, but they don't know. They're walking right into the operator. He'll hear the drone. He'll wait. He'll back up. There goes the jet. There goes the flash. But instead, it's actually the side of Slam. He picks up the hop for himself, jumps right back out, recovers the gun, and now this is huge. They've got some cash. They've got some resources. But more critically, they've got the op.
Slam kind of just did a peekaboo there.
Yeah, they can keep Stony Brook at Brave for now. There's the blind, but he knows they're coming.
Knows they're coming in the process, makes it a 2v3 scenario. Shock Dart comes out. Shock Dart doesn't find anything for right now. Slam is able to find the operator here. 1v3 for the Omen. Omen's able to find one on the headshot onto Slam. Just trying to ring around the rosy. One in hell, and it's no rifles in hand. Just Sheriff here drops down. Wins at least one. Will turn around and gets the other. Stony Brook keeping the streak alive. Will pick up the operator too. The operator just as a thank you gift. And Jord clutches it out in a 1v3 scenario. Stony Brook's up 8-2.
Yeah, that one's tough. I can understand the call there. Michigan State doesn't push through the door to recover the rifle that was just outside of it, hoping that they could hold it down 3v2 with an op and 2 sheriffs. But unfortunately for them, the gun disparity means that Jord is able to pick that one up. They're not able to get the headshots they need. Stony Brook in a commanding lead.
8-2, commanding lead indeed. Not the biggest lead we've seen here thus far inside of the entire series, but indeed the largest lead for Stony Brook against Michigan State here, at least within the process of the regular round robin up to this point. So now for Michigan State, what's the answer here? There's got to be some kind of answer. Pocket falls down all the way to 13 health, but is able to escape just in the nick of time. Almost steps into the nanostorm as well. It's pretty much hit with everything in the kitchen sink, if you will, by the knife at the same time. Still living somehow with 13 health, but that operator has to run away for their dear life as Michigan State wants to push B. There's a smoke just waiting for him right now, though.
Pocket backs up because the health bar is not there. They know the lockdown is coming down onto B. They suspect it's a fake, potentially. So that's why they rotate Pocket all the way back to A. But instead, lockdown goes through, the spam through the smoke. They're looking to just trade, it seems like, but no. Nobody drops. Instead, Kaiser just a little bit worse for wear, but not quite dead. As now here comes the Hunter's Fury.
Here comes the Hunter's Fury out. Hunter's Fury doesn't tag anything for right now. Through the market it will, but that's only one more arrow left to go. Ice Bear is in the back line, though, is able to find 2. And now the spike is planted for Michigan State. So here we go again. Man disadvantage now. But you still have the Omen and the KJ. Same 2 from last time that are still alive this time around. Roto with the 3rd kill. And Ice Bear is able to find another one. And this time it's not going to be Jord getting up the clutch. It's going to be Michigan State finally getting one back, stopping the bleeding after 8 straight losses.
Yeah, all hail Ice Bear on that one. That flank through catches everyone from Stony Brook off guard. They don't know where the hit is coming from. They lose 2 in the process, and that was a big one for them. Now they can get back into the game. Yes, Stony Brook still has rifles, but this being the last round of the half, not too shabby. You want to close this 8-4 for Michigan State. They've got their own Hunter's Fury to use if needed, but look at Zepho. He's got that lockdown. He should be playing back safe a little bit, I want to say, if he wants to close out the round. Don't give it away. Don't give it away in an early trade. As Michigan State looking for space.
See how Ice Bear is kind of just pointing around in the air, thinking that there might be an arrow coming, just saving it for right now, or even the knife, actually, just waiting for it to come out. Abel's staying here, though, making sure that if anybody wants to peek, he's got it right in their sights. 2 towards A, 1 in mid, actually. That's the Omen, but that Omen is gone by the hands of Pocket, setting that right away on the edge of that smoke. Meanwhile, Abel's able to get 1. Will now use the no command to make sure that it is all shut down. In fact, really can't do anything but spam instead. The spam won by the Phantom, and even though Frog does take care of Abel, that's the KO down. You can't get rezzed up on the flawless round. And
switching sides.
Yep, that is still there. So
damn, that's
will
rough.
Be the end of the round. I thought you could res your teammate right at the end there.
No, that's rough if you're able. You're like, all right, I know who my true friends are. Zepho went for the gun just to look cool and look at the skin. Jordan was the one that came back at him and was like, I got you, I'll pick you up. Even though the round was already won.
Yeah, even
you
though
you know who your true homies are after that one.
Yeah, you know who your true homies are indeed. Well, you got to just get rest up at that point. Hawaii Esports Invitational brought to you in part by Aloha Pacific Credit Union. Go on over to their booth and receive a free Mahalo gift when you open an account. Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union has been helping families achieve financial wellness for over 85 years. So open an account today and check out some opportunities for some scholarships as well. Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union, building lasting relationships. We go into the second half here. Stony Brook up 9-3. Pissed around time. Switch sides. Stony Brook on the attacking end here as the call it is to go B. A little bit of a setup for the Nanoswarms at the very least. Recon bolt hits Frodo, and Frodo's just got to get away.
Yeah, Frodo backs up. Would be an interesting pistol run if everybody plays that quickly. But instead, no, look at the space that's been taken by Michigan State. They're waiting for it. Ice Bear hears this, sees Pocket, gets the one, kind of boxes them in, and now there is nowhere to go for poor Kaiser. They know where he's at. They're just going to hunt down, and there he goes.
Flawless round for the defensive side of Michigan State is really the only, the first flawless here, at least on this map of Ascent. Had a couple back on Split, but otherwise, yeah, for Ascent, Michigan State gets the first of the entire map, and now you can see the buys up right now. Slam is able to buy up to an Outlaw, like shields, mind you. That's a big buy in itself. Spectre full shields at the same time, too. And for, well, Stony Brook, nothing doing except for a few Sheriffs in hand. So this is, again, gun-wise, you would think Michigan State, but otherwise, Stony Brook's been playing pretty well, even on the pistols, too.
Frodo holding on to the Sheriff with a little bit of insurance, I think. Just in case things go awry. They'd like to have options. Let's see, Slammed, pushing forward. Knows that the push isn't coming from Tiles, but is he in time to see the push go up Cat? Answer might be no. Frog sees one. They know there's multiples now. Slammed from behind. Wipes them all out. They did not expect the flank. And that means now Michigan State closes it back up to 4 with full money. Nobody dies, so nobody has to spend. They will be totally fine come round 3.
And that's back-to-back flawless rounds as well. So, I mean, man, if that's Stony Brook, that's killing all momentum right now, especially on the buy-up. This is a huge round for them, and not as big of a round for Michigan State because, like you said, Michigan State can save all they want here. They can bank money for the next round at the very least, even if they lose this one. The round differential might look a little scary, though. Michigan State's kind of just chilling here because they know that their economy well in shape. Now what's the call out here for Stony Brook? Obviously on the attacking side, just trying to figure out where they want to go. There's always setups on B for Killjoy at the very least. Do they think it's A, or do they want to try push for mid? They've tried and push mid twice now for Stony Brook. Each time has landed them with the final kill near Catwalk anyways. So now, I mean, what's your call here, Coach?
Now they're looking for it. Slam does the backup with Dart. That means they give away the space up mid. This then means, right, following the play, Stony Brook has options. There's still that alarm bot in the smoke, so that's what they're banking on. That's why you see that smoke there. Michigan State knows that if that alarm bot isn't tripped, they know where the hit is going to come from, and they are predicting Cat, but they unfortunately lose out to one Ice Bear. Not willing to spam, but on the flank does find one. No, Abel closes out, but Slam, meanwhile, takes 2, but he gets traded around, gets another one. Rifle in hand. Kaiser, though, from main, will close it out. They still need to get Spike down, but with Moonroad here, information is that both are on site, looking for more. There's another info dart. Doesn't ping out anybody. They don't get any info.
They get no info in the meanwhile. Spike is planted down on it in the 2v2 scenario. On the corner. Trying to shoot out this door. Frodo's just trying to open up the site and open up the scenarios for Stony Brook to get involved here. It'll be a little bit of a draw. Both of them lining up in tree. There's the smoke out. They might have to push the smoke. Meanwhile, there's just going to be a spam and spray away. Who's going to get the better of it? It's Kaiser that lines it up. And it's able to find 2 with the Vandal defending the spike. And Stony Brook gets one back at 10-5.
Kaiser holds down the left mouse. And he gets 2 off of that, and that was a big one. Michigan State almost pulled off their the reverse bonus, right? That round 3 That made it pricey, actually, for Stony Brook. You're seeing it now, the results of that. A couple of Bulldogs, not quite as much shielding or util. But worth noting that well done from Michigan State there. They get it down to a 2-on-2 with less in hand. You gotta respect the double swing off of that door. Now, however, both sides looking for information.
Slam does not get rid of that door just yet, waiting for that Aldrone to run away from it for right now. Now this one will get thrown out, but not before Zepho's able to find Slam, just running away for the life with that recon bow. Moonro is able to find Zepho just a little too far out around the corner, making this a 4v4 scenario. And the spread out here has it covered mid, as you can see the Killjoy utility inside of that mid area towards Market. So now the option is to go towards A main. You might run into a KO and an Omen here that are just waiting, but they're not going towards Catwalk. They are going all the way around. Two are going towards Tree, however.
Two go towards Tree. They're still slow on this, right? Waiting for their window. They know that one's main, and there goes the fragmentation then, assuming that the hit is coming. MSU clears one, but Pocket's in. Ice Bear shuts it down. Ice Bear looking for another one, finds the angle or finds the shoulder. Abel, meanwhile, wants to keep holding, but 1 versus 3. Here's enough noise, I think, to want to rotate, but wants information first. Here's enough movement back. Maybe he thinks about going back to A.
Maybe thinks about going back.
10 seconds left.
But does he have enough time to even try something here? No, they lined up, but unfortunately on different levels. So Ice Bear and Abel's able to get their kill, and Michigan State cuts the lead back down to 4 here. And so for Stony Brook, I mean, losing 3 out of the last 4, not too good economy-wise, just in shambles at this point. Only Sheriffs at the most, I would say. I mean, I don't even think you'd buy up to a Sheriff if you're most of this team. Zepho is going to opt to the Sheriff here. That's going to put them in a difficult position if they don't save.
No, this is definitely a buy for next round, no question about it. Eyes on Zepho, but the team as a whole performing relatively similarly. So if you're Stony Brook, you're pretty okay with that, right? Everyone's firing on all cylinders. This really is just a matter of, does the play work? Now, Pike slammed, finds that kill onto Zepho, so the only Sheriff they had is gone. It will require the rest of the team then to just rush on in. Option on if they want to use util or not, as there goes Pocket. He's in on site. They don't know just yet, but Slam looking for it with the knives, gets flashed. Nobody's looking up Heaven though. That's not where they want to go for it, as instead Ice Bear closes the door. Slam comes back again. There's the re-shot. All right. Flawless for Michigan State on that one, but a flawless expected in an eco.
And a no-scope shot, by the way, on the Outlaw as well. Still doing very similar no-scoping to the Mars show at the same time. Nonetheless, a very impressive shot. And Stony Brook now 10-7 and showing why they got a few points on the defensive end. Michigan State is giving them right back to it and doing a pretty good job at the same time. Now, Abel's only able to go up to an Outlaw, if anything. Isn't able to fly full up to a Rifle, to a Vandal, or a Phantom. Just a couple of credits short of that. Meanwhile, though, for Michigan State, can bonus out a couple, including that Outlaw that did a lot of work for Slam. So now Moonro, with this Odin at the same time, looking to see if anybody's going to spam away at that wall. Does so, but nobody home, at least within the area for right now.
Slammed, gets picked by Kaiser. That could be huge, because that is, again, a very important player to take off the map for that retake scenario, right? The Jets have been playing mobility very, very well so far. Back to this, though. Back to the default. No information given. There's the alarm bot. Frodo knows that he's got to pop it, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. The rest of the squad is going in. There's a flash drive. He gets dropped, but instead Frodo finds the blind spray, gets 2. Needs to hold the line up against another. There goes Zepho. It's a 3K. Make it a 4K. That's the ace!
Wow. Killjoy ace. Bonsai!
Deep level analysis there, brought to you by Clutch.
Yes, yes, sir, yes, sir. Timeout being activated by Kaiser right now to make sure that Stony Brook can stay in the lead, down 10-8 right now. And we will do one more shout-out here during this timeout, and that gives us a chance to let you know Hawaii Esports Invitational brought to you in part by ESPN Honolulu. They are the home of University of Hawaii Sports and the home of the best sports talk shows in the islands. On Oahu, you can listen to them on 92.7 FM or 1420 AM, and listen around the world on ESPNHonolulu.com or the Sideline Hawaii app, which you can download on Google Play or the App Store today. So, big round for them and a big round for Frodo getting the ace, and of course, that's huge for Michigan State, who want to make the comeback down as many as 6, as bringing this all the way back down 2.
Down 2, but honestly, you give Frodo the world for that play. Pinched, left with no options. That's like a caged animal fight, right? I mean, he got that dog in him, I guess, because that was just fight or flight when no flight option available. The man just had to put up the dukes and takes everyone with him.
Michigan State really wanting to close this out right now. That plane might be leaving very soon. And the Spartans want to give back to East Lansing with a trophy in hand. Maybe even a ship out. I don't know if you're getting that through TSA. Will they be able to find their way to the surfboard? And the first trophy of its kind here, the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Recon Bolt already destroyed, splitting up 3-2. Look at this aggressiveness. Already the Omen having to back up. It's a good thing you have that nade to make sure that they can escape. But it's a free side, and here comes the cavalry. Here comes the march up to B site right now. It's all coming all over the place. Odin, though, Moonrose able to take care of one on the back end. Takes care of Pocket, and that's going to force him back just a little bit. But you can see the pinch right now. This is going to be the killjoy. Pinch right outside of the back. And Slammed is able to take care of Zeppo. Shorty time! But Slammed is able to find another one. Another clean round. Michigan State only losing one in the process. 1 away from the comeback tie.
1 away from the tie. Stony Brook knows they need this one, because this is the essentially one of the last windows they can close before they lose their lead and before this one starts to slip away. Confidence, momentum, call it what you will. Stony Brook needs this dub.
It begins.
They need it badly. I mean, for Stony Brook, this would be a bit of a situation where you were up 6 at 1.6 at the half as well, and just nothing doing otherwise. And look how aggressively this team is playing. Slammed and Ice Bear both finding their picks, but Stony Brook's able to answer back. Able in Pocket and Short all finding their picks off. Now it's a 2v1 scenario. Chesk for the Omen with oh so low health. How much you can do about it in this situation here. Has the from the shadows. Oh, he's checking out A. Will back off of A for a little while. They don't know that. And I think maybe they would have thought that something was amiss there if something was on A started to plan as the Killjoy was there. Now, Jord trying to make their way all the way around the map.
Yeah, I'm curious, right? Cancels the ult. Because he gets a little bit nervous and wants them to think that he was faking to A. Michigan State opts to go for the double team anyways.
Jordan is on a journey here. He's on a mission.
It's going to take him a bit of time.
Oh, 40 seconds left to go. Not a lot of time to work with. Although some patience is required here in this game. This is, 2v1 situation for Jordan. Got to be a game of nerves right now.
You gotta think though, if you're Jordan,
30 seconds left.
If you can get this spike down, he is an Omen. He can be a little bit tricky with it.
Can be a little tricky. It's Omen making his way all the way to B. No utility to be found here, so for B side, they're going to go ahead and drop down some smokes here, drop down smokes on Catwalk as well. Going to start the plan off with at least 10 seconds on the clock, and here we go. It's a 2v1 situation. They now know, obviously, where the plant is. Blind's not going to find anything. That is all the util out of the Omen right now.
Yeah. Throws it out because he knows that there's nowhere else he necessarily needs to clear right now. Just holding it out, waiting for information. See how the timing plays out for him. This is everything. Can he catch one unawares before he fires the second shot?
Oh, misses the shot. Can't find it for right now. Ice Bear is able to find it. And Michigan State, just like that, down as many as 6. It's now a game of first to 3 at 10 apiece.
Back up and in a round where Stony Brook is out of cash. Michigan State doing great work to rally on their defensive half. Not a lot to say. Some of the plays and the executes have been good, but what can you do when Michigan State is just landing shots? They use the util correctly. They try to push them, but just sometimes some of these guys are just too slippery. Slam dashes around constantly on the site. You got to whip around 180 just to catch this guy, and it's a little bit dangerous, especially with the way Michigan State times their executions.
And I want to point out as well that for Michigan State in this entirety, their defense has been so good, especially winning the last 7 of 8 rounds, actually, and only letting Stony Brook plant the spike twice in this entire half. So that's great defensive effort from the Spartans. I mean, they've even opted to leave the spike all the way in CT side. So now, for this option here, they're playing slow, they're playing steady, playing on the nerves here, trying to peek around. Jet versus Jet on the peak at the very least, seeing if any jiggle peeks will help. But I think it's going to be all for naught anyways. Jet's in that little cubby area for Slammed. As Pocket and Jordan want to try to bait something out. Bladestorm is there and available. 50 seconds on the clock. Time dwindling away, just wasting away. Somebody's got to make a move here. 2 agents suppressed with the knife of Abel. Now what's the call here? Maybe not A. They're going to go all the way around to B. And if they hear this, it's probably going to be a rush all the way through.
They do hear it. Frog knows it's coming, but they are able to get onto the site. Clear and sweet.
30 seconds left.
They'll use the lockdown, I believe, to help get their members on site, but no, instead they back it up. All right, here we go. Plant is down in the corner. They don't have any long-range mollies, so they will have to hold the site. Pocket in the corner has a little gap to play with, but that's so many members that get spotted by the dart. Slam jumps in on site. It needs to be Pocket in the back line, but doesn't land anything. Gets one finally. There's the reset. 5 knives in hand. He's going to try to get out of there first. Defender Killjoy will clear it, but he has to wait. Here comes Kaiser. He knows he's going down, so he's going to go down swinging with the ult. Finds one. It's a one-on-one. Pocket v Ice Bear.
Pocket v Ice Bear. Still defusing, by the way. Ice Bear still defusing. Has no idea where it is. Inside of the smoke, and it's going to get the defuse. And Michigan State takes the lead. Bladestorm be damned. The defuse from the Spartans gives them the first lead since round number 3 in this entire map. Timeout still available, but man, the Spartans have roared their way back.
You gotta feel for Pocket on that one. That spray, that painted the outline. I think there's modern art behind Ice Bear about how you can paint the outline of a man blind, because holy was he squeezing on that one. That spray just barely misses him. He knew exactly where he was standing, and it just wasn't enough.
Down mid they will go here. Spots out 1 on the arrow at the very least. What an arrow at that, too. An amazing one. These Sovas have been so good all game long, and now the Aldrin above. Do they know where Slammed is? I don't think they know where Slammed is. Slammed, they don't have no idea whatsoever. Lines up 1, doesn't get the other one. Kaiser's able to find the trade, and Moore lines up 2 on the headshots onto Kaiser and Abel. And Michigan State now in the man advantage. Zephyr will just go right under and right into that entire nanoswarm. Zephyr is hit there by the radar arrow. Will maybe try to go right into the Sova. And it's a 2v2 now. A little bit more manageable with less than a minute left to go. Smokes will come out down mid. Here's where it plays out. Doors in, but they realize now that they have the plant for free. They do have the presence detected, but 2-on-2. Michigan State with a retake in an even situation.
What KJ utility is available for Zephyr left? That's what I gotta wonder, because it's a 2-on-2, but here we go. Frog still has a flash. Keep that in mind. He can use it here and try to sweep him out, but only if it catches somebody. Nobody catch. Jord is down. They're looking for Zephyr. The spam doesn't find him, but no, Frog clears it. Michigan State match and tournament point.
1 more for the board. They only need 1 more round here in the first of 3 scenario. Comes all the way back, and by the way, this half alone has only given up 1 singular points in this entirety. 9 out of the last 10. And oh my goodness, 10 out of the last 12 here for this Michigan State team, bringing it all the way back down 9-3. And let's not mention it, but there is a certain superstition that may be called upon later on when you look back at this game. For right now, though, the Seawolves needed to find something deep down inside to give themselves a shot still and force a game number 3. Otherwise, Michigan State has won it in paradise. Duel is out. Pocket gets it first. That's a big pick for you. That's slammed down. Now making it a 5v4 scenario down mid. Or at least in the B, at least in A side. Trying for something here. They're going to go all the way back for the spike here and rotate out. This is what we've seen from Stony Brook, right? Leave the spike, try to figure out where you want to go, and then go pick it up right afterwards.
Looking for contact. Ice Bear finds the pick in rotation, but there wasn't a commit onto A just yet. Michigan State knows this. Opts to back it up for now. Has utility for the delay if they hear it. But for now, will hold. Stony Brook looking for somebody in transit. Frodo holding down Cat. Only member on A site. The rest of the Spartans not quite transferred over yet. There goes the smoke. There goes the no command. Frodo looking for the spray. Finds him in the blind.
Finds him in the blind for right now. They do get the res off though. Frodo's able to get able though, and it's a 3v3 scenario. Pocket does get Frodo, and now we get down to what could very well be the final moment. 30 seconds left to what could be Stony Brook's life here in the tournament. There's Frog getting a 2v2 situation. They won't get the plant down for Stony Brook. No command is still out and about.
Pocket whiffs.
Pocket whiffs, and Frog is able to get it. Got to be the 1v1, the double peak, and that is it. The Spartans of Michigan State come from East Lansing, 4,400 miles away, and the Spartans have won in paradise.
Well done, Michigan State University. They are your champions of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. What a map, what a series, what a tournament from them. They showed their dominance in today's event.
13-4, 13-10, albeit down 9-3 at the beginning of this half. And Michigan State comes all the way from East Lansing, takes 11 and a half hours of flight time, 4-hour drive to O'Hare, 15 hours total of travel in the end, though. All worth it to win it here at the Aloha Tower Marketplace inside of the Hawaii Pacific University. For the team from the Big East Sports Conference, what a performance overall. And they get the surfboard in the end, so now they not only have won the surfboard, they now got to figure out how to get it traveled out.
Yeah, now they got to figure it out. It's waiting for them in the middle of the room. You can see the smiles on the staff's faces as they are ready to start taking pictures of that thing. They are excited, but well done to the players.
Yeah.
I mean, that was very well recovered, right? They didn't lose their heads, showed the maturity of how that played out, and you got to give them credit where credit is due. And I mean, I don't think we need to delay this anymore. I know some of these guys got flights to catch, so I think
we do have flights to catch for Michigan State as well as Stony Brook. We'll take a short break. When we come back, award ceremony, the surfboard handed out when we come back with the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippies.
Esports Invitational presented by Zippies. Here, joining us on the desk in front of the banner, they're so tall we had to zoom the camera out, is your champions in Michigan State University. Congratulations, guys. You did it. You beat everybody here. You beat the home team. You beat your opponents. We want to just do a quick little interview before we go through the award ceremony. So let me just start around. Who is where? Let me see. Let me talk to the MVP that we think we're gonna go. We'll start with Slam. Slam. Oh, you knew this was coming, huh? Did they tell you? No. Okay. Talk to me through it then. Talk to me about the second game, right? With specifically when you're running around with the Outlaw. What was going through your head of just looking for no scopes and stuff like that? Were you even thinking about that, or was that just shoot, see, kill?
Well, we were down big in the first half, so I figured after we went pistol, needed to buy an Outlaw, try and shift the momentum a little bit. It's a really good bonus weapon, so carrying that over into the third round, it really helped us out. And,
Yeah, there's your stats, by the way, in case you didn't know.
Not too bad. But, yeah, the Outlaw in the third round, I think I picked up like 3 kills with it there. It really brought us back, gave us some momentum, broke the other team's bye, and, it helped us win down the line, gave us some momentum.
Awesome. No, very well done from you. All right, let me see. Where's Frodo? Where's my KJ? Yeah, all right. So talk to me through it, right? That one round, I think I was enjoying your ace, your moment to shine. All right, you were the KJ, right? And just confirm. I mean, there's a lot going on, right? Okay. Talk to me through it. Was there anything in your head of like, holy crap, I'm about to get an ace? Or what was the comms like in that moment?
Last time I was on KJ, it was 5-17, and I lost just a match. That made me a little depressed, so I had really no hope in myself, but unbind the crouch after whiffing and just went beast mode.
Nice. I think you crouched still at the end there, so, you just took it out? Unbind. All right. You gotta respect it. The man did not back down. All right. Frog. Where's Frog? You back there? Okay, cool. Talk to me about, I'm about to hand this to you, so just be prepared for that. Talk to me about that first round, right? You on Viper are a lot of just blind sprays and everything like that. Were you planning for that, or was that just purely, oh snap, and you just started shooting, spraying? Give me the skill behind all of those sprays you got in that first map, man.
Yeah. So basically, I just buy the Phantom because it doesn't require much skill and you can just spray, and that's where I get my kills from.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Running gun. Respect. All right. Who else do I got? Who else is? All right. So I've gone 1, 2, 3. You know what, guys? All right. Ice Bear. Which one is you? Ice Bear. Ice Bear. Okay. Talk to me through it. Yeah. All right. Omen. Right. Smokes controller. Right. All of those moments. What is it like calling the shots then for all of these guys here on the day?
Well, I tell these guys at the start of every game to just listen to me and also just feed me info, talk to me, and as long as we talk, we win. They did exactly that, and I think that's why we got the result we got today. Yeah, I mean, as long as we trust each other, normally we win. My calls don't go that far. Like, I call simple stuff. I let them know exactly what to do, and if they do it, we win. And if we're not, in coordination, we don't. And today we're on the good side.
Nice, yeah. All right. Basically, all right. Moonroll, where you at? Okay, all right. Talk to me through it then. So, right, a lot of utility usage, right? Initiator, KOs, and things like that. Do you ever feel that you have, or what is the support setups like, right? When you guys are swinging, when you guys are peeking, we see a lot of coordinated efforts and things like that. Does this guy make your job easy, or does sometimes he just go and you gotta like follow his play, back it up? Like, what is that like being, one of the initiators for the team?
Yeah, JJ does make it easier when I'm able to get some good darts, good flashes. Frodo does make it a little hard, so it balances out. But yeah, this game, 60 ping, kind of hurts. Just there for my teammates, and they took me home.
Nice, right on. All right, and don't forget, I did not forget about you guys, Cactus or Sting. Sting, I want to talk to you. Which one's Sting? Sting. Okay, Sting. All right, so talk to me about, because I know you guys got to play in some of the other matches today. What was it like for you guys kind of observing and then knowing what the ping is like, but then coming in and playing in those matches? What did it feel like for you? What was it like playing as one of the subs on this roster?
Well, I think I did all right in the matches that I did play in, but I don't think anyone here would complain about the ping as much as I do. So, I mean, I played all right, but it'd be nice to play on lower latency.
Gotcha. So you're not moving to Hawaii anytime soon then, no? Staying in Michigan? Okay, gotcha. All right. And lastly, Sting. So you get the fun one. What was your favorite memory here in Hawaii, or what was your favorite thing about Hawaii so far in your time here at the tournament?
Right. My favorite memory is just kind of playing with my teammates, exploring Hawaii. It is my last semester as a senior, so it was definitely a great memory to make right before graduating.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you guys all, and yeah, we'll see how the rest of it plays out. But all right, gentlemen, any last words you want to say to the room, to everybody here? Anybody got anything? Any last PR statements you guys want to give out?
Just that's the start. Expect more.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. These guys expect greatness, so we will be going from there. So thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations on the win, and we're about to head to the awards.
All right, everybody, welcome. Invitational presented by Zippies. The final day of action here. We've had an entire weekend. So first of all, how about a big round of applause for everybody that's participated here throughout the entire weekend long, high schools and all. A great job overall to all of the high school teams, collegiate teams, as well as everybody that participated here throughout the entire day. And, of course, one more round of applause as well before we award our trophy here to both the Stony Brook and Michigan State, the mainland teams, making the top two here and flowing out all the way. So a big thanks to them, and hopefully if we do this again, you guys are back here one more time. But now we present the trophy coming out all the way 400 miles out from the East Lansing campus. They have made their way through. Almost perfect record of 5-1. Was able to win the first map of the finals, 13-4 on split, and a 13-10 on ascent. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome your champions, taking the surfboard home somehow, some way. Please welcome up the Michigan State Spartans. Also presenting the trophy as well, please welcome up and give a round of applause to Jessica from Zippies. Thank you very much. Yeah, give us a few shots because you're in Hawaii after all. Why not, right? Yeah. All right, now who's taking the surfboard? Who wants to hold the board? Somebody's got to hold the board. There you go. Hold the board, turn it, hold it as a team, man. It's a team effort. Again, congratulations.
Again, thanks. Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
On behalf of Zippies, the Vanta organization, and this invitational, we're really appreciative to have you folks here. So congratulations. Hopefully see you next year.
Yeah. Is that a commit right now? Jessica, that we're getting the Zippies back here for the Hawaii Esports Invitational? We got to go through some hoops. We tried. Yeah, the next question is, can we get more shirts for this? Yeah, there you go. Trophy, by the way, credit to Youth Surfboards Hawaii. Visit their website, youthsurfboardshawaii.com. Big mahalo to them. The artists that made this beautiful board, by the way. All right, once again, congratulations to the Spartans from Michigan State. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our partners here and all of our sponsors, including Zippies. Our presenting sponsors are, of course, Jessica and team from the rest of Zippies, and other sponsors as well include Aloha Pacific Federal Credit Union, Hawaiian Cellcom, Mobile IT Force, PC Gamers, Coca-Cola, Hyatt Regency, Esports U, Twitch Hawaii, and ESPN Honolulu. That will do it for the entire weekend. And thanks for watching, everybody, and thanks for coming out to the Hawaii Esports Invitational live from the Hawaii Pacific University Esports Arena at the iconic Aloha Tower Marketplace. For everybody here, thanks so much for joining. Have a safe flight home, safe drive home, wherever you may be going, and take care. Until next year, everybody, aloha.
This is good programming. This is what people